it stops, no one knows. We're going head into the unknown. Na, 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 na.
Well, good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. Welcome back to Criminality. We are covering the state of Massachusetts versus Karen Reed in her second trial, and we are on day number 18.
Yes, 18.
Yeah. And here's the lovely Sleuthie Goosie, who's going to be running the show this morning.
I'll be on camera once I eat my breakfast and like put on a shirt and
Do you eat your breakfast with no shirt on?
oh well, okay, so last night, so usually like what so I like without getting like all into it, I usually get my treatments on Tuesdays. And
Okay.
usually my worst days is like Thursday, Friday. Well, I felt pretty okay like all week. And I'm like, okay, maybe I'm like used to it. Like maybe it's fine, you know? And then last night out of nowhere, dude, it hit me like a ton of bricks. I was like, I mean, I suffered all night. And so I had no shirt on. I did have to throw on a shirt. I threw on like a Christmas nightgown this morning to take my kid to the bus stop. Like I'm in like the spare bedroom. Yeah. And so I put that on. And then when I got home, I was like, I gotta get this off. Like this goes in the spare bedroom. So I'm like hot. I'm still hot.
Well, like, yeah, you are. That's
so,
for
like,
sure.
So like, well, I don't know about today. So, but
even in the Christmas nightgown.
It's a good day. It's a good day for boring testimony. That's for sure. Because like if I have to walk
no
away,
shirts and boring testimony. Welcome to Monday at Criminality. That's how we do it.
So, no, I'm not allergic to clothes. I mean, you guys know I like to live like in the tub. So, but if I have to, I don't know, I'm just gonna put on a sweatshirt, I guess.
Yeah, I'm sure that the numbers would skyrocket if you went live with no shirt on. So for me, I have one tiny human that is sick, has a fever and will not be going to school. And then my middle human, we were gone in San Diego this weekend for gymnastics competition, and we didn't get home until almost midnight last night. So I gave her the option to stay home or go. She is, she's in 8th grade, and so like they're coming right at the end of the 8th grade year where like there's not much going on.
Yeah, they're like watching movies.
Yeah, and she doesn't really she like never misses school. So I'll give her the option. She can go or not go. She actually chose to not go. I was really surprised because it's not really, that's not her personality. So I was like, okay, she's tired. It was a long weekend. So I have 2 kids not going to school today. And then I have the one kid who should be driving himself to school, but no longer can and does not want to drive.
Yeah, I mean, I had a feeling. He's got to get in the car. You know what I mean?
We told him that you don't have a choice. You're going to have to go. You're going to have to get in the car. He spent most of the weekend in pajamas and a sweatshirt.
I was going to say, is he even like getting in a car? Like, is he driving? No. He won't even as a passenger?
Well, no, because nobody really went anywhere besides me and Kaylee, who went to San Diego. But he's not going with.
Yeah.
I did the grocery shopping and stuff before I went. And so, I mean, there hasn't really been a reason for him to passenger anywhere.
Yeah.
But I told him, and my husband, the same thing. We were like, no, you don't have a choice. Like, you're gonna have to drive.
Yeah. I'm like every day. Like I was like, you just need to get my mom on my ass. I'm like, you just got to give me like a couple fucking days, dude. I mean, I just got into a car accident. Give me a little bit. And she was like, no. Like
No.
every day that you don't, then it's like, it's going to be more difficult. I mean, it sucks, but
My husband told him that he was going to have to drive to school this morning, but drive my husband to school. And then my husband would just drive back.
Yeah.
And he was like, I don't want to. So I don't know. That's all happening in a different part of the house than I'm in currently. So I don't know what the final decision on that actually ended up being. So two answers. Sorry. My oldest, who just got his driver's license less than a month ago, wrecked his truck on Friday morning on his way to school. He's fine, most important thing, but he's been very depressed all weekend. And yet, are they making candy salad again, Joanna? I can't believe you remember that. That is crazy that you remember that. And that was my oldest, Jake, who made candy salad. And they did like for a school project thing, they did like a TikTok video on making, like on like have it all lined up, and they did this like pour the salad in, and then it like switches to being all shook up or whatever. Do you remember candy salad too? That's crazy that you guys remember that. Are you going to school?
No.
Oh, I didn't know why you're out of bed. Okay. Yeah, I can't believe you guys remember that. That's so funny. So Kaylee hasn't done candy salad, but they'll do.
I just made candy salad.
You did make candy salad?
I have.
When
Sure.
I thought that was Jake that made the candy
We
salad.
both did.
Oh, I only remember
made it during
Jake's.
lunch,
You
Of
made it
course
during
you do,
lunch.
Mom.
and then
I'm such a bad mom. I forgot her candy salad and only remembered the oldest candy salad.
I kind of ate it all. Like at school.
You ate it all at school.
I think we're doing another one.
Are they arguing about him driving?
I think we were.
They were.
Aw.
Yeah. See, that's so funny that you guys.
I get it from his side, and I get it. You know, he's got to do it, but I get it. You know.
He said he'll drive home. Like when we go to pick him up, he'll drive home, but he does not want to drive to school. I think that has more to do with
because he was on his way to school.
Friends at school.
Well, and he was on his way to school, was he not, when it happened?
He was at the school. The car that he hit was another student's. So they went. So he found out over the weekend too that that she had gone in and was telling her, because he has 0 period. So she's not in his, but she's in a different 0 period. And so she was telling her 0 period about it. And one of his friends is in the class, and his friend is like, oh yeah, I know that kid. His name's blah, blah, blah. And then they start going over like with all the students in that 0 period class on how everything transpired.
I wish I could just like force him to care less. Like,
I know.
Because it's like not, and it's hard to believe when you're 16, but it just doesn't matter. You know what I mean? None of that matters. Just care less.
Know. So high school is the worst. I know.
It's not good.
That's not good. I was like, wait a minute. She's about to go there next year. She's like, wait a minute. That's not good.
Well, going into it, just care less. Care way less.
I try to get her to do that in 8th grade. It's very hard. You think, I mean, she's like, she had to do a thing in front of the class, and she was like having a panic attack the night before.
Oh, yeah.
Because she had to talk in front of the class. I'm like, nobody's paying attention to you. Like, they
Literally.
don't care. Like,
Yeah,
how often are you paying attention to what the other people in your class say? She's like, I don't. I'm like, exactly. You're not more important. Like, they don't listen. Nobody's paying attention.
I'm like a great reader. We know you're a great reader. I'm a great reader. I read to you guys. But my God, in high school, like you would have thought I was getting ready to have a stroke. Like
She can't stand it either. She's like you. She doesn't want to read in front of the class.
It's like what? Because you don't want to if I mess up one word and people giggle, like then it just doesn't matter. Like most of them ain't even following along anyway. You could just say the wrong word and just keep rolling, and they're not gonna know. You know?
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm like, in high school we had to like open class or read Shakespeare. Do you know how much shit we screwed up?
Yeah.
I'm like, I go live on here with thousands of people.
Yeah.
I screw shit up all the time.
Yeah.
But we don't care. Yeah, that's the whole thing. You gotta not care. That's how you gotta do it.
I mean, no one in the world could ever be worse than like Trooper Paul.
Oh,
So
God.
you want to talk about publicly embarrassing yourself? It can never be worse than that.
Yeah,
Never
Trevor Paul's pretty bad. He has the crime scene talks to him, and he talks to the crime scene.
That's how I feel.
And my daughter just said, Indiana girl, that's how she feels. I cannot read aloud. In my head, it's all right. It comes out my mouth, and I sound illiterate. That's you.
I literally, like, I would, in anticipation of being called, I would literally like read ahead because I'm like, if I already know the words that are coming, then maybe my brain will say them right. So like, I try to read I would read ahead of everybody else so that I already knew what it said. You know what I mean? And it just, I don't know. Nobody cares.
You know, nobody cares.
You always care way more than anybody else cares. That's how it goes.
Well, I told her when she had to do the thing in front of the class, I'm like, go first because everybody's so nervous about having to do it themselves.
They're not paying any attention.
Nobody's paying any attention. So she actually volunteered and went second.
Yeah, you don't want to go last.
Everybody's already calm and cool and collected.
Yeah.
She did end up liking that, and she said that was good advice.
Yeah. See, we know some things sometimes.
Yeah. I didn't live all these years for nothing. I can tell you what order. To go in front of the class. Well, what Indiana girl? Indiana girl said, "I got you, girl. It's all good." And I'm 53, and it's a lifelong thing. So get over it now.
Wait till you go to work.
Right. Well, yeah.
And they want you to do stuff. It's like
you never know. You don't know what your job's gonna be. You might have
just for a wedding. I'll just have to talk to the bride.
She wants to be an event planner and photographer. So.
Oh well, then you're gonna have to talk to a lot of people.
Talking to them isn't really the issue. It's talking as a presenter. She does not want to do that. Well,
you'll have to be like, "Hey, you go over there," and I don't know. I couldn't do that, so good for you. And I'm pretty. I mean, it's so weird. This is how weird I am. I don't like all the things I just said I don't like, but and I don't really like people much, but at the store, I'll talk to if I'm standing in line, I'll start a full-blown conversation with someone in the line.
Yeah, you're very outgoing. I would, yes.
But if somebody approaches me and wants to talk to, or I don't know, a phone call, I don't even like having phone calls.
Well, I just don't like talking. It's ironic because I really don't like talking to people, yet this is what I do.
Yeah. Maybe because they can't talk back. They're talking back.
Most of my friends would tell you that I don't answer the phone.
My mother would tell you I don't answer the phone.
Oh, my family would tell me that too. My friends and family would tell me that. I don't answer the phone. I don't like talking on the phone.
I'm like, if you're calling me, it better be an emergency. An emergency that can't be in a text.
Exactly. Unless it's my mother, because she tries voice to text. It comes out crazy. I'm like, I have to call her. I'm like, what are you trying to say right now? I don't even understand what you just said.
My mom does too. I'm trying to think of what. Oh, so okay. So I had my mom cracking up a couple weeks ago because I don't even remember what she was saying. But when I responded, oh, maybe we're talking about the HOA. I wrote, NHM, And she starts laughing. She's like, she calls me and she's like, I have never heard anybody I've heard people say that, but I've never had anybody write it. You talk, it's an onomatopoeia, obviously, if you didn't know. And she's like, I've never heard. I was like, you're 60 something years old. What do you mean that no one's ever said in text to you? I was like, how do you write it? When someone says something, you're like, how do you write it?
MMMHMM.
Well, she's like, I just don't.
Well, You have to. Okay. What did she write? What did she put there?
Nothing. She like says something else. She'll say something else. Or like use an emoji.
Wow.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
The nice thing about being an event planner is you don't have to go to work or even a job. Just like Casey Anthony. You can just pretend to work, then you. That's fucking hilarious.
I love it. None you already on bullshit first thing this morning.
Indiana girl, I'm the same way about the word definitely. Does it have an E? Does it not have an E? Like I have to think about it. Is it like I have to like actually consciously think about it. It's like there's just certain words like that I'm like, I know I've used it 1,000 times. I've written it 1,000 times, but
well, writing it's different.
I like, do I know how to spell it? Like, why do I not know how to spell it?
That word that's in all the courts, for somebody that reads court documents a lot, like you would think, I mean, I can read it. I don't even know how I pronounce it in my head. Maybe I just skip over it. You know, like maybe I just.
What word is it?
It's that substantive. I don't know if it's substantive.
Substantive?
Yeah.
Substantive?
Or is it substantive?
Substantive?
I don't know.
Substantive?
I mean, that sounds good. How is it? Substantive?
Substantive.
But that's probably not how you say it.
Or is it substantiate? That's a different one.
Well, that's why that's why my initial like reaction is to say I don't know, substantive, but that doesn't sound right. But I'm thinking substantiate in my head.
Substantiate, substantive.
That sounds more right, but it's probably not. It's probably not.
I don't know.
I'm trying to think if I've ever,
well, like, I struggled with specificity for a very long time. I've now got that one down, but I still have to do it real slow. Specificity. And then there was another one that I struggled with more recently, and I don't remember what it was now, though.
I know I pause whenever I get to well, if I'm reading it or if I'm like talking about what's going on in court and it's time to say voir dire.
Okay.
I stop because I don't know, like my initial thought is to say voir dire, but I do not want to sound like Coffindoffer, say the wrong thing.
Well, so what I can tell you is that I had professors who say it both ways. So essentially what I've come up with in listening to court stuff is that maybe it's a part of the country you're from, because I've heard it voir dire and I've heard it voir dire. So I've said it both ways because I was essentially taught both ways by people.
It's definitely spelled like voir dire.
Voir dire.
Yeah, for sure.
But it's also
I don't know why I want to make it French.
But because it's not English.
Well, is it Latin like everything else?
Probably. Let's look it up. Or origin. The origin story. No, it is Old French.
Oh, so it's probably
voir
dire.
The term voir dire originates from Old French and translates to speak the truth. It refers to the process of questioning potential jurors or witnesses to determine their suitability to serve or testify in trial. In essence, a voir dire aims to ensure impartiality and competence in the legal proceedings.
Okay, but does it have the little microphone next to it so that it can pronounce it?
Oh, no, I can't. I can do that. But that's going to be whoever is doing it.
Well, I thought it was supposed to be the right way.
So the word voir dire is pronounced voir dire, and they do it with VWARDEE. How many E's did I say? Just 2 E's.
Okay.
I'm just gonna keep going. I don't even know how many E's I just said. I'm like, shit. Did I go with 2 or 3 there? I don't even know.
I heard you lose count like while you were saying.
Voir dire.
Okay.
And here, let's see. Let me bring this over here real quick.
I knew that sounded better. It felt better coming out of my mouth.
Yeah. Hold on. Voir dire. There you go. Voir
Wow.
dire. Voir dire.
We're just
Voir
learning.
dire. It's voir dire.
We've been live for 20 minutes.
It's voir dire.
So it is voir dire.
Voir. Yeah. VW.
Yeah, I mean, that totally sounds more
Voir.
better.
It's
Yeah.
a voir dire.
I knew that was it.
But
Gotta
I'm
say it
telling
fast.
you that it has to do with where you're from in the country, because or something along those lines, or just how you were taught. Because I've learned I literally will say it both ways on here, because I had professors tell me both ways.
Well,
It's voir dire with a bunch of DEEEs.
why do I picture like what's the candlestick guy in Beauty and the Beast?
Candlestick guy?
Yeah, what's his name?
Does he have a name? Mr. Candlestick? I don't know
he
what's
has
his
a
name.
name. His name.
Does he?
Yeah, maybe it's like Lumiere.
Hold on.
Yes,
Somebody
he
in
has
chat's
a
gonna know.
name.
What's the candlestick name in Beauty and the Beast?
Oh, Legal Lacey said the same thing. She thought of the candlestick guy too. I think it's Lumois. Watch, it's
What
probably
is
like
the name of the candlestick in Beauty and the Beast? Lumiere. That's
I knew
light.
it.
Yeah, Lumiere.
I knew he had a name.
He does have a name. Why just remember Chip?
Well, if he had a name, why wouldn't Candlestick Guy have a name?
Because Chip had a chip.
And Lumiere is the light.
Yeah,
Look
it's
up
right.
what
That's
Lumiere
true.
means in French, and I bet it means light or candlestick.
Candlestick.
How is Joanna a new member?
I don't know. Joanna, how are you a new member? Have you not been a member for like evers?
Clocksworth. Yeah, I remember Clocksworth.
Oh yeah, Clocksworth. That's true. He did have a name, but it also went with exactly what he was. Clock. Mrs.
It means
Potts.
light.
I know Mrs. Potts and Chip.
Lumiere means light.
Yeah.
Okay, well, this has been great, you guys. Maybe we should start.
This is way more fun.
Still sitting here shirtless, like I haven't even ate my breakfast yet.
Go eat your breakfast.
I am. I'm gonna start this.
Let's start this bad boy.
I'm hoping they're at
Is it Bode or is it Bodie?
a Bodie, I believe.
It is, okay.
I'm pretty sure it's Bodie. It does look like Bode though, but I think, but then again, I don't really trust Lally to be the one teaching me English.
That's true. I wouldn't either.
Or Hank.
No, definitely not Hank. That guy just messes shit up all the time. He doesn't know the word. He's just like, and then everybody's like, oh, okay, yeah, that's right.
Like as he's speaking.
No, Joanna, I barely spent any time on any of the chats this weekend because we were gone and doing all kinds of stuff. So I have to catch up on chats. I have no idea what's going on in the realm of Facebook chats.
Oh,
but I will.
All right, are you staying with us, or are you still?
I got nowhere to go. I got nowhere to be.
Lovely.
So right. I'm gonna make some. I still gotta make some breakfast and stuff because I normally make that when I come back and then eat. But so I'm gonna do that. But other than that, no, you're stuck with me. I may fall asleep.
Well, yeah. I mean, it's early for you. That's okay. I mean, if you will. I mean, you like the DNA stuff, but this isn't quite that. You know what I mean? Like this isn't really that. This is like.
He should have tested. I think Bradford tested the DNA on
the outside of the taillight.
Yeah.
And I think the hair.
Well, he starts the hair, but they didn't do mitochondrial. That's why it gets sent into test chart.
So then that's probably this Carl Stranger.
Is that his last name?
I have no clue what his last name is. I wrote Carl something in the spreadsheet because I mean he
Oh.
spelled it, but I was just barely listening.
It sounded like Stranger was like a really good last name. I was like, that's kind of a cool name.
No, it's like I don't even know how to say it.
You realize if you were like in sports and like people just called you by your last name and they'd be like, what's up, stranger? See you, stranger.
Of course, Indiana girl knows.
Yeah, of course she does. She knows all the things like that.
I mean, I was surprised. Like when he said it, I was like, wait, who the fuck is it? Like I would remember that last name, like if I had written it in my chart. So I'm like, wait, so I'm like looking at my chart and I don't see it. I'm like, Loudly literally pulled this man out of his ass. I have not heard of this person at all. I had to add him to the spreadsheet, which annoys me. And he's just as boring. Bob was like, this has to be the worst place to work, like feeling like you're at a funeral every day. It's like, I think it's a requirement to work there.
They have like an office party and it's like a morgue.
Yeah, like it's so bland. Not even like the Office type of like humor. Like this it's bad. So I'm hoping. Oh no, wait a minute.
Is that him?
Yeah, that's
what
him.
happened to his shoulders?
Well, he has lips, so they had to take it from somewhere else.
Oh, but like, why is this one shoulder look so damn big and the other one is so tiny?
I think he's turned in the box, like so that
It's like
he's
got one giant
shoulder
pad and the other one is missing.
Yeah, maybe he lost the shoulder pad on the way in, maybe.
Maybe. And he's like, just act normal, everybody. My shoulders are the same.
He's like, if I turn my body away, they'll only be able to see my one shoulder.
The one with the shoulder pad. I'll put my best shoulder forward. If that's true, I'm gonna feel really fucking bad.
He did not have his shoulder in. I mean, I don't know. Maybe he did. Now I'm gonna have to take a closer look when he walks up there.
I did, Indiana girl. I saw Florida. They went through with his execution.
Oh dear. All right, let me make sure I'm on normal sound.
Give your attendance and you shall
sound check. Good to go. 1 2 1 2.
Let's
hear
read that.
Ye, hear ye.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
Why is he copying me?
He sounds sad. That sounded
just like,
hear ye.
Hear ye, hear ye. Why the fuck am I here? Why do I do this job? I hate this fucking courthouse. I hate this fucking courtroom. Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye.
They must have warned him who was going to be doing the lawyering today. and what the witnesses were going to be. And he's like, he's really struggling like us now 30 minutes in and we have not started. This is the worst. Like this bores me to tears, especially like we're not talking about like finding fingerprints like on a murder weapon or like we're talking about the outside of a taillight. Nobody tried to check like the innards of all the broken pieces of the taillight, which to me would be more compelling to me, right? If you have this broken taillight and the inside of them has John, like how would the inside get John O'Keefe's DNA unless it came in contact with him after being broken? So I don't know why they didn't do that. So you have the outside of the thing, it seems to be DNA. He couldn't be excluded. It's not a match.
Right.
Same with the hair. Like it's just, I don't know. It's just boring. And they keep saying the same things over and over again. And
you should be able to speed it up though this morning at least then. Because if Lolly's doing the questioning.
He is.
Yeah, you should be good to speed it up. IATS.
I'm gonna get to
the honorable Beverly County.
Let's get to them and I'll do 1.5.
Good morning, Council. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, judges.
Beverly.
Everyone said yes or nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see?
Thank you. Your Honor, call Nicholas Bradford.
Somebody just cut her off. They were just like, fuck this. Stop talking.
Literally, she sighs as soon as Lally
Mr.
talks.
Lally.
Thank you. Your Honor,
Make sure you keep your voice up. We don't want to turn the air conditioner off, Mr. Lally.
Oh, you know that's coming today. Multiple times. All right, here's Bradford.
Face the court. Raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you shall give to the court and the jury in the matter now pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Hello, Spring.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Morning, sir.
Morning.
Would you please introduce yourself to the jury spelling your last?
Lally sounds normal.
Yeah.
In 1.5.
Yep, my name is Nick Bradford, Bradford.
Oh my God, so does he. Wait. Yeah, we are in 1.5. They sound okay.
What do you do for work, sir?
I'm a DNA expert for Bodhi Technology.
Okay, why do they sound normal, Teresa?
Because they talk so fucking slow.
Oh, that's pitiful.
And it is called Bodhi, which is stupid because it
Yeah.
shouldn't. It should be a Y then, or an I,
Even the EY.
or an E. Yeah,
Or
something.
IE.
Yeah. If it's otherwise, it's Bode.
And, where is
Bode. I agree.
Bodhi Technology located?
In Lorton, Virginia.
And where did you go to school, sir?
I went to school at Mercyhurst College in Erie, Pennsylvania for a bachelor in forensic biology and a master's in forensic molecular biology from the George Washington University in Washington, D.C.
And following your education, where did you go to work?
I started at Bodhi in about 2009.
And so did you work at Bodhi prior to your graduation?
Yes.
And how long have you worked there at Bodhi?
Since then, I spent 2 years at the Pennsylvania State Police at about 2021.
And when you joined Bodhi Technologies, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
I was initially a DNA technician
And when did you become an analyst?
in 2014.
And what is the difference between a technician and an analyst?
The technicians operate the robotic equipment in the labs and assist with paperwork and various reagent duties and things like that.
This guy, like,
What does an analyst do?
An analyst analyzes the DNA evidence that's submitted from various police agencies from around the country. We come to court to testify and do statistical analysis of any comparisons that we might do.
Now, if you could, sir, please describe for the jury the training that you underwent initially as a technician.
As a technician, it was probably maybe 2 or 3 months training process that involved various reading of the manuals for the robotics and various written and verbal exams.
Now, is there a continuing educational component at Bodhi?
Yes, for DNA analysts, we have proficiency testing twice a year. We have to do a certain number of hours of continuing education, so that would be things like conferences, things like that. And we have to do scientific literature reviews, so we have to keep up with scientific articles 4 times a year.
Now, if you could just expound a little as far as what exactly does that continuing educational component consist of, as far as the conferences and scientific literature review? What specific areas are you reviewing and going to conferences on?
Yeah, so that would be areas specific to forensic DNA testing.
Now, how many analysts work at Bodhi?
Somewhere between 60 and 75, maybe.
If you could, please describe for the jury what kind of lab Bodhi is.
So Bodhi is a private DNA lab, and we take casework from various police agencies across the country, and we also have groups that work on international cases and things like that.
You mentioned some of your work, bless you, is submitted from law enforcement agencies around the country. Is that the entirety of the work, or where do some of the other pieces come from?
Yeah, so like I said, some of it is international, and then we also do some research work as well.
Now, what type of analysis do you currently perform at Bodhi?
So I'm part of the customized casework group. So we take generally one-off cases or smaller, more complex cases, and then we work through those.
Now, specifically with reference to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury, first in sort of general terms, how is that analysis performed?
Yes, so for DNA analysis, what we're trying to do is obtain a DNA profile from a piece of evidence and then potentially compare that with a reference sample from a known individual.
Now, is the Bodhi lab accredited?
Yes.
And by whom is it accredited?
Through the National Institute of Standards.
Now, within the Bodhi lab, are there certain steps that are taken to prevent against contamination?
Yes. So at every step of the testing process, we have positive and negative controls. The evidence room is a secure room, so only a handful of people have access to that room. And then everything that we would need to test, we would sign out, and that would be recorded on the chain of custody. The building itself is secure, so you need to swipe your badge to sign in. We wear protective equipment through all parts of the process. So we have gloves, goggles, lab coat, hair nets, masks. And after we write the reports, all of our results are reviewed prior to being reported.
Now, to that point, sir, is there a review process that your work and any analyst work undergoes at the Bodhi labs?
Yes, so the final step would be a technical and an administrative review.
Now, can you describe that process as far as the technical review and review in general at Bodhi?
Yeah, so we submit the case file with a report and all of our conclusions, and then another analyst goes through everything and makes sure that they agree with everything that we submitted.
I think you made reference to this a little earlier in your testimony, but as part of the accreditation process, do you undergo proficiency testing?
Yes, twice a year.
And can you explain to the jury that proficiency testing process?
Yes, so twice a year we get what's essentially a mock case submitted from an outside vendor that we treat as if it were an actual case. We go through and do all the testing that we would normally do, and then submit that back to the vendor, and they compare the results to the known results.
Okay, but do you know that it's a mock case or do you think it's a real one? You would have to think it's a real one, right?
Right. I wonder if they, yeah, I wouldn't think they know.
Because otherwise, if you know it's the mock one, then you would maybe try harder. You know what I mean?
You're not going to mess it up.
Also what they should be.
Why does the tissues look so huge next to him? Why do we have tissues here today? Who's supposed to be crying?
He's fucking miserable. Look at his face. If anyone's going to cry on the stand, it's going to be this guy. He's so fucking sad. He's like, I don't know if you guys know, but the guy who's going to come after me lost his shoulder pad. And they're really bad Monday morning.
That must be why. You're right. They have to be like baseline really depressed to work a Bodhi, maybe.
God, do you imagine the company parties?
No.
I feel like they would all drink the Kool-Aid. Like,
just to have a nervous breakdown, Carla said.
The guy doesn't like he has like no skin color. Like he's just drained. He's just exhausted. He's just like, I fucking hate my life. I hate everything.
Why is Lally asking, like, he's like, what did you do before you were what you are now? Well, I was a technician. Okay, what did you have to do to be a technician? It's like, why does any of that matter? He's not a technician now. He's an analyst. Can we talk about why he's here? He doesn't go to the company parties.
He's in the basement. He told Hank he would be discussing a tissue sample. And this is what they were running.
I think we finally get a confrontation about this non-million number. Like
million?
Call it a non-million. If it's a non-million, that means it's not a million.
It's a million.
Mm-hmm.
Now, what areas have you specifically undergone proficiency testing in?
So everything that I am trained and signed off in.
In DNA specifically, is that correct?
Yes.
And have you successfully completed each of those proficiency tests that you've taken?
Yes.
Now, you made reference to this a little earlier, but can you explain to the jury what are positive and negative controls?
Right. So positive controls we use to make sure that the various testing steps that we're performing are working as we expect. So if we have a positive control, we would expect to see the DNA profile that we intend to see in that positive sample. Negative samples we use to make sure that there aren't any sources of contamination along the way. The chemicals that we're using aren't potentially contaminated, or that maybe samples were switched or something along the way.
Now, when you were assigned work within the DNA unit at Bodhi Technologies, where do you retrieve that item, or where do you retrieve those items physically from?
Yeah, so those would be delivered to our secure evidence room, and then any testing performed, we would need to sign that out, and that would be recorded on the chain of custody.
Now, the secure evidence room, is that temperature controlled at all?
Yes, we have just basic climate control as well as freezers and refrigerators.
And freezers, refrigerators are commonly referred to as cold storage. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, why is items of evidence stored in cold storage?
Certain items of evidence are stored cold because things like heat, UV light, and moisture can cause microbial activity or degrade the DNA. So we would not get the highest quality results that we would want.
Now, when you retrieve items from the cold storage or from the secured evidence room, how are those items packaged when you receive them for DNA testing?
So they're usually, however they're packed from, like, for example, the police agency that sends it to us, they'll pack them according to their guidelines and standards, and then they're sent to us and we store them in the freezer. And then when they're signed out on our end, we just have a basic container that we put them in to keep the case together.
Now, so what is DNA?
So DNA is basically the manual for a living organism. Most of the DNA is contained within the nucleus of every cell, or pretty much every cell. And it contains all the information that is needed to make an individual.
Now, is DNA the same in every cell of a person's body?
Yes.
And how many steps are included in DNA testing?
So forensic DNA testing, the testing that we did, there are basically 4 steps. So there's DNA extraction, quantification, amplification, and profile detection.
Now, can you describe for the jury what each of those steps are and sort of what they entail?
Yes. So DNA extraction is we are basically trying to separate out the DNA from everything else. So all the other parts of the cell or any other material that might be part of the evidence. So we're left with just the DNA. Next is quantification. And we are trying to figure out how much DNA we have to work with. The steps further down the line are calibrated to a certain amount of DNA input. If we add too much DNA, it can cause problems. So we need to know how much we have to work with. And then the next step is amplification. So this is when we take 20 to 25 different locations within the genome that we're interested in looking at. And we make millions and millions of copies of each of those locations. And in each one of those copies, there's a fluorescent tag that's embedded into each one. So then that leads to the final step of profile detection, where we separate those fragments out by size, and that fluorescent tag allows us to identify those particular locations.
Now, sir, in January of 2024, were you assigned to perform some work on a lab case number, your Bodie lab case number, CCA 2416-0023, pertaining to this defendant, Karen Reed?
Yes.
Now, you received those items for testing from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Correct.
Now, do you also, when you receive items from an outside agency, do you also receive a corresponding submitting agency case number from that agency?
Yes.
And in this case, that was Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, lab number 22-02184. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, what type of work were you assigned to do in this case?
So in this case, I was assigned to look at an extract that was submitted from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Lab, as well as a hair, and then 2 reference samples that were also submitted.
Now, could you explain to the jury the process that you used to analyze in general terms evidence in this case?
Yes. So generally, we follow that same process, with the exception of the extract that was submitted. Since the extraction process was already completed, we did not need to do that, and we could move straight to quantification. And then we did the entire process for the hair, as well as the reference samples.
Now, you made brief reference to it a moment before, but was there a known standard that was done in this case?
Yes.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard of John O'Keefe?
Correct.
And how was that done?
Yes. So the entirety of the testing was performed at the state lab, and they submitted the final profile to us for comparison.
Now, what is a DNA profile?
So a DNA profile is basically just a list of all the variants at those 24 or 25 different locations that we're interested in. And the entirety of those different variations are what makes a DNA profile individual or unique.
Now, as far as when you're looking or analyzing or examining a DNA profile, can you describe for the jury, what does it look like? What are you looking at?
So when we're looking at a DNA profile, it's essentially a graph with a series of peaks across the horizontal axis. And those correspond to the length of the DNA fragments that we amplified. And those are assigned a number based on the length of that fragment. And those numbers are what we refer to as the alleles. And those numbers are assembled into essentially a chart, and that's the DNA profile.
Now, could you please describe to the jury the process of comparison between a known standard and an evidence sample?
Yes. So when we have an evidence sample, we need to compare it to a reference sample. And then, so what we do is we take those 2 tables that I mentioned, one from the evidence sample and one from the reference sample, and we put them next to each other and do a comparison to see if the reference profile is potentially part of the evidence profile. And then if the 2 are consistent, then we would need to do a statistical calculation to determine the strength of the match. For example, if 1 in every 3 people would be a potential match, then that's not very strong. So we have to have some sort of mathematical weight to describe the potential match.
Now, if you could again, sir, explain to the jury, what was your role in the testing in this case?
Yes. So my role was to analyze the DNA profiles and then do the comparisons.
Now, what items specifically did you receive for DNA testing in this case?
So yes, like I mentioned, we received the hair, we received the 2 reference samples, we received an extract from a taillight, as well as the negative control that was associated with that. And then we also received a reference profile from the state lab.
Now, starting with what your lab has labeled as EO2, that has a corresponding State Police Crime Lab item number 3-1.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description of that item, EO2 3-1.1?
So that was the extract of the sample from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle.
And was there any further description or of that vehicle as far as the plate number?
Yes, there was a plate number associated with it.
And do you recall what the plate number was?
So that would be 3GC684.
And did you receive 2 buckle samples identified as RO3 and RO4?
Yes.
And what was RO3 identified as?
So that was a buccal swab from Yuri Bagetic.
And what was RO4 identified as?
So that was a buccal swab from Michael Proctor.
And then that extract portion, that was the part that was labeled as EO2, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you please explain to the jury what an extract is?
So like I mentioned, an extract is essentially, it's a tube with a small amount of liquid in it. And inside that liquid is the DNA that was extracted from the evidence sample.
Now, the known standard of Mr. John O'Keefe, that had an item number as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And what was that item number first from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory?
So that was 8-1.1.1.
And did your lab, Bodie Technologies, have a corresponding item number associated with that known standard?
No, we just used the Massachusetts lab number for that.
And that known standard from John O'Keefe, did that appear to be a standard single source profile?
Yes.
And what is a single source profile?
So a single source profile is essentially a DNA profile from one individual, as opposed to a DNA profile that could be a mixture of multiple individuals.
Now, what does STR stand for?
Stands for short tandem repeat.
And can you please describe that short tandem repeat process for the jury?
Yeah, so like I mentioned, what we're doing with STR short tandem repeat testing is we're amplifying a number of locations in the genome, and then we're separating them out by size. Now, the reason we do that is because at the sort of at the DNA level, those regions of the genome have a series of genetic base pairs that repeats over and over again in sequence. So they're short tandem repeated DNA sequences. And the number of times that that sequence repeats at that location is what we call the allele. So if the sequence repeated 5 times, we would call that allele 5. And that the summation of all those alleles is what makes the DNA profile.
And what is an SDR mix?
So are you referring to the computer program, StarMix?
Yes, StarMix, excuse me.
Yes, okay. Yes, so when we're dealing with mixture profiles, so that would be DNA, evidence profiles where more than one person's DNA is all mixed together. We need to be able to try to separate that out as best we can.
Did he say cervix? I was in the other room. Sounded like he was talking about a program called cervix.
We use a computer program called STRMix or StarMix, and that uses
StarMix. StarMix.
Various mathematical calculations that allow us to make the best use of that mixture data that we can. And it allows us to run those statistical calculations to reference profiles as well.
Now, item EO2 from the passenger side taillight of the vehicle. What did you conclude as to that profile?
Yeah, so that was a mixture of 3 individuals, including at least 1 male.
Now, if you could, please sort of walk the jury through that process in making a profile comparison from the profile from the passenger side taillight of the defendant's vehicle and your other submitted samples.
Yes, so when we're using StarMix and we're doing a comparison, we have the StarMix output. And essentially what that's doing is we input, based on the DNA profile that we observe, the number of contributors that we would expect to be there. So in this case, we would say there were 3 individuals. So the StarMix software will break out those 3 different components and give probabilities to each different allele combination. So we would take the reference profile and then compare that to the output from the StarMix program to see if there's a potential inclusion.
Now, you mentioned a little bit about statistical calculations. How are those statistical calculations done?
Yes, so once we determine that there's a potential inclusion in the mixture, we will run what's called a likelihood ratio. So essentially what we're doing there is we're doing a likelihood ratio is we're comparing 2 different explanations for the evidence profile that we obtained. So one of those explanations would be that in this case, the DNA profile is a mixture of one of those reference samples that we're comparing and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. The other explanation would be that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals. So we compare those 2 and we determine the ratio of which one is more likely.
And where do those statistical numbers or calculations, where do they come from?
So they're all based in the fact that we know how common the different alleles at each location are within the population. So we can do a lot of mathematics and figure out how rare or common different alleles might be.
Now, sir, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from John O'Keefe, what conclusions did you make from your analysis or comparative analysis between those 2?
Between John O'Keefe and the mixture profile, John O'Keefe could not be excluded as a potential contributor to that mixture profile.
And as far as the statistical analysis, what, if anything, did you find with reference to that?
Yes. So we did, like I mentioned, that likelihood ratio. And in the case of it being a mixture of John O'Keefe and 2 unknown unrelated individuals, it would be 740 nonillion times more likely that it was a mixture of John O'Keefe and 2 unrelated individuals versus 3 unknown unrelated individuals.
Now, that number that you just referenced, as far as 740 nonillion times more likely, how many zeros are in a nonillion?
Nonillion is 30 zeros.
Now, this analysis supported a strong support for inclusion, correct?
Correct.
Now, can you explain to the jury what that means as far as a strong support for inclusion?
Yes. So we have a chart that based on the likelihood ratio, so that 749 million number, based on the different numbers that we might get, we assign a verbal qualifier to that just to make it a little bit more user-friendly. So in this case, it would technically be very strong support for inclusion.
Now, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from Yuri Buchanan, what conclusions did you make from your analysis of those?
So he could not be visually excluded based on just comparing the profile to the StarMix output. So we do the likelihood ratio to determine that, like I said, that likelihood ratio. So in this case, it was 46 million times more likely that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals versus Yuri Buchanan and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. So that would be very strong support for exclusion.
And again, sir, if you could just expound a little, when you say very strong support for exclusion, what does that mean?
Again, we're just referring back to the verbal scale that we have as part of our reporting guidelines.
Now, in your comparison analysis between the taillight sample and the known standard from Michael Proctor, what conclusions did you make from your analysis there?
Yes, so he could not be visually excluded, again, based on that initial comparison. So we run the statistic, and it was 76,000 times more likely that it was 3 unknown unrelated individuals versus Michael Proctor and 2 unknown unrelated individuals. And that would be strong support for exclusion.
So with reference to the comparative analysis between Trooper Proctor's DNA sample and the taillight sample, that was a strong support for exclusion, correct?
Correct.
Now, turning your attention to what your lab has labeled as EO1. That has a corresponding Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory item number of 3-6.1. Is that correct?
Correct.
And what was the description that was provided by the external submitting agency as far as that item?
So that was the shaft end of a hair from the exterior passenger side rear panel of that same plate number.
Now, as far as that, and I understand that your lab didn't do it, but you're familiar with the process as far as extracting a DNA profile from a hair, correct?
Yes.
Can you explain that process to the jury?
Yes. So during the extraction process, we dissolve the hair and then we attempt to do our normal DNA processing.
Now, what is different, if anything, in DNA testing when it comes to hair?
So hair, generally, if it's the hair shaft only, we would not expect to get great STR results. However, it is possible. So we usually attempt that first.
Now, are you familiar with the term follicular tissue?
Yes.
And can you please explain to the jury what that is?
Yes. So that would be the hair follicle. And in the hair follicle, we would expect to find a lot of nuclear DNA. So that would be DNA from the nucleus of cells.
You mentioned there any sort of piece of hair. There's a root end and a shaft end, correct?
Correct.
And can you, probably pretty well understood, but could you please explain to the jury the difference between the two?
Yes. So the root end would be the end that we would expect to find the root or the follicle, and then the shaft end would be just the shaft of the hair itself.
Now, what is autosomal DNA testing?
Yeah. So autosomal DNA testing. So autosomal DNA is the DNA that from mother and father that's combined in the child. So that would be opposed to DNA that's inherited directly from a single parent. So that would be something like Y chromosome DNA that would be inherited directly from the father. So all the sons of a father would have the same Y profile. Also, there's mitochondrial DNA. So the mitochondria exist outside the nucleus of the cell, and that is inherited directly from the mother. So all of a mother's children would have the same mitochondrial profile.
Now, sir, from your analysis, what were your conclusions for the hair, EO1, in your autosomal or STR testing?
Yes. So we performed the extraction and then the quantification, and the quantification results were below the limit of detection. So we would not expect to get an STR profile from that hair.
And if you could expound just a bit as far as that term below the limit of detection, what exactly does that mean?
Yes. So during the quantification process, our instruments are calibrated as part of our internal validations to detect a certain amount of DNA. And once we get below that amount of DNA, it's determined, we call that undetermined. So that would be below the instrument's limit of detection. And based on those validations, we would not expect to get a profile from that.
And so what happened with the hair extraction sample in your lab at Bodie from there once you had completed the SDR testing?
Yes. So like I said, it's not unexpected that the shaft of a hair would not give us STR results. So we often transfer those to the mitochondrial group that does the mitochondrial DNA testing.
And why is that transferred from you to another analyst within the lab?
I'm not personally signed off in mitochondria. We don't do quite enough testing to have everyone signed off in all the different technologies.
Thank you very much, sir. I have no further questions.
All right. Mr. Jackson?
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Thanks for joining us. A couple quick questions. You mentioned, Mr. Bradford, a quantification related to both Jared Buchanan and a known sample from former Trooper Michael Proctor. Can we go over? I'm going to ask you about the sample related to Michael Proctor. I think I heard you say 1 in 76,000, correct?
Yes.
Describe that one more time for the jurors. When you quantify that profile as it compares to the population of the Earth, for instance, what does that mean? What's the significance of 1 in 76,000?
Yes. So you need to be very careful when we're talking about statistics, because if we start to introduce different analogies to try to describe them, they start to go off the rails, and we're describing things that are not actually described in the statistic. So it makes a lot of sense to compare that to the population of the Earth, for example. However, what we're talking about here are the relative likelihoods of those two different explanations of the evidence profile. So like I said, in this case, it's 76,000 times more likely that we would observe that evidence profile if it were 3 unknown unrelated individuals as opposed to Michael Proctor and then 2 unknown unrelated individuals.
And sometimes, Mr. Bradford, we get numbers that are just sort of mind-boggling. You said 30 zeros. What is that number again?
Non-alien.
Non-alien?
Non-alien, yes.
Y'all literally in your job, like, almost have to make up new numbers. Non-alien, none of us have ever heard of that. That's 1 followed by 30 zeros, correct?
Correct.
As opposed to 76,000, which is 76 followed by 3 zeros.
Yes.
Much smaller number by factors of a non-alien, nearly, correct?
Correct.
So when you say that there's strong support for the exclusion of Michael Proctor in that DNA sample, you're not suggesting that he's completely excluded as a potential contributor.
Well, no, what I'm suggesting is what the numbers state, so
Right.
that it's 76,000 times more likely that it were 3 unknown or unrelated individuals versus Michael Proctor and 2 unknown unrelated individuals.
Understood. So you're not excluding him. You're simply saying statistically there's strong support for exclusion, but he's not excluded as a contributor. Is that right?
I am saying that there's strong support for exclusion, yes.
Understood. With regard to that taillight sample, you were asked to compare known samples to that taillight sample, the known samples being State Trooper Yuri Buchanek and former Trooper Michael Proctor, those 2 known samples, correct?
Correct.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of Brian Higgins?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of Brian Albert?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person named Kevin Albert?
No.
Were you asked to compare a known sample from a person by the name of former Chief Kenneth Berkowitz?
No.
Thanks. Oh, I have it.
Okay, thank you. There's Mr. Lally, any follow-up? Hi, you are all set. All set, witness? Okay. Please feel-
That was good timing. So
Well,
I
that's
got
good.
I got a perfume in my Ipsy bag.
Okay.
And I was excited because they never really send me any fragrances. And I sprayed 1 spray so I could smell it.
Uh-oh.
And I hate it. And it's
Oh.
literally like I should have sprayed it like maybe outside because like I'm sitting at my desk and I can still smell it. Like I walked away, came back, and it hit me like a ton of bricks again. And I want to spray my normal perfume, but I'm scared that like it's gonna mix and be gross.
Oh. Can you get the other one? Did you spray it on you or did you just spray it in the air?
I just sprayed it in the fucking air. I don't know what it stuck to. It must. I don't know if it stuck to the rug. Like
Well, take your other perfume and go in a different room and spray it.
and then maybe like if I can smell that on me, then maybe I won't smell the other stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll tell you.
Do you know
what
what it is? Yeah.
I thought it would smell good because I like mangoes. It is called Mango Skin Wilhelm Parfumery in New York.
Lally, your next witness, please.
Yes, Your Honor. Commonwealth call Carl Miyasako to stand.
What I will say is that the smell of it now, after it's been for a little while, is a little more tolerable. But I still, it doesn't like smell like me. I'll tell you, I got this new stuff the other day, and it smells amazing. Hold on,
It's called what?
I'm getting it out of my purse.
Oh, I thought you said amazing porn.
No, it smells. It's called. Now I usually use perfumes.
Testimony you shall give.
I use perfumes and not like mists, like spray, because I just don't think they last as long. It's called.
And you're a fruity flower girl.
Yeah, like the perfume that I wear all the time. I go back and forth between 2 of these Ariana Grande ones. One's pink and one's blue. One's like cloud. Oh, it just says Ariana Grande, but it's like one's like a cloud and the other one's like a pink. I showed you it before.
Yeah.
But this is Sol de Janeiro.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
How do you say
What
C?
number?
How do you say CARIOCA?
Carico?
Yeah, that crush. and it's a red. I'll show you here in a bit, but that smells really good. But I feel like, oh, I used to love Angel.
I like their bump cream too.
Yeah, I can't just like buy perfume like without smell. Like I thought this was, I was excited because I was like, oh, this should smell really good. Like I would like to try little perfumes, obviously before getting big ones, but I'm super disappointed in this one.
That sucks, especially because you were like so excited to get a like a fragrance.
Yeah, and I'm like mango that like, but I don't know. I think I like coconut stuff better, but I don't know.
I like coconut.
I do too. I like the beach. I like smelling like beachy stuff.
Yeah, like old school like suntan oil.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that.
All right. Boring again. Another boring. Oh, and Man Shannon is on the stand. That's
oh, damn.
So we just got to get through
The
this.
whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Okay.
Go ahead, Mr. Lally.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury, spelling your last name for the court?
Carl Miyasako, Miyasako.
And what do you do for work, sir?
Can you tell us what
I'm
happened to
a
your
senior
shoulder?
DNA analyst at a forensic laboratory called Bodhi Technology.
What?
I said, and sir, can you tell us what happened to your shoulder?
Oh my God. Why am I just now noticing his checkered tie?
Because we're too busy paying attention to the missing shoulder.
And where is Bodhi Technologies located?
Lorton, Virginia.
And where did you go to school?
Virginia Commonwealth University.
And what degrees did you receive there?
I have a bachelor's of science in forensic science.
Wait,
Now,
I need
he's located?
Senior DNA, Yasako.
Name for the court.
Carl Miyasako, Miyasako.
And what do you do for work, sir?
I'm a senior DNA analyst at a forensic laboratory called Bodhi Technology.
And where is Bodhi Technologies located?
Lorton, Virginia.
And where did you go to school?
Virginia Commonwealth University.
And what degrees did you receive there?
I have a bachelor's of science in forensic science.
Now, following your education, where did you go to work?
Bodhi Technology.
And how long have you worked there?
I've been employed at that laboratory for over 11 years.
And when you joined Bodhi Technologies, what was your position and title that you were initially hired for?
Initially, I started off as a DNA technician.
And when did you become an analyst?
After a few years at the laboratory, I became a DNA analyst.
What is the difference at Bodhi Lab between a technician and an analyst?
Technician mainly
Hold the fuck up. Didn't he just ask Bradford all these same exact questions?
Yes, just you can fast forward this bullshit
does
part.
laboratory work.
Could you
I perform things independently.
Please describe to the jury what that entails.
Keep up to date with current.
Oh, God.
Our cases come from different agencies.
Bodhi Technologies between a DNA analyst one and a
company.
Allie?
And sir, that microphone in front of you is adjustable. Specifically with reference to DNA analysis, can you explain to the jury first in general terms how that analysis is performed at your lab?
Allie.
Contamination and to also prevent contamination.
You sort of describe your role as it applies as a senior DNA analyst to that review process.
Say that a reviewing analyst would also do and see if they come to the same conclusion.
To the jury, just
Who crime goes.
How a technical review is able to.
Did what processing steps happen where what did I come to the conclusion to? Was that the same?
I just want to know the evidence.
And so when you're doing a technical review, you're looking at or doing your own sort of comparisons, coming to your own conclusions and running your own statistics. Is that correct?
Yes, I'm doing the comparisons myself and seeing if I also agree and come to the same conclusions.
Now, as part of the accreditation process, do you undergo any sort of proficiency testing?
We do. Out twice a year.
Now, turning to you specifically, what areas do you specifically undergo proficiency testing in?
I do testing within short tenures.
And sort of what is the difference between the two of those?
So throughout processing, we introduce controls such as a positive and negative control. Positive testing.
To this defendant, Karen Reed.
Yes.
There we go.
And the lab received those items for testing from the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, correct?
Yes.
And
I want to hear.
or do you also receive the corresponding agency case number from that or any submitting agency?
Yes.
And in this case was the Massachusetts State Police Crime Laboratory, lab number 22-02184.
Yes.
And what type of work did Bodie Labs do on CCA 2416-0023 with respect to mitochondrial DNA testing?
Did he say what that is?
What?
He called it something, 00223, whatever he said. Did he say what it was?
He may have. I don't think so. I mean, he may
I
have
only
already.
heard him say the number. I don't know what.
Maybe he will coming up.
So we received 2 evidence items, a hair sample and a reference sample.
See, why can't Lally just say that? Like, what on earth makes him think that him saying C dash that everybody's like, oh, that must be the hair.
I don't know. They did that shit with the taillight too.
Literally.
And we were asked
Like, you
to
dumbass
type these for
hair?
mitochondrial DNA.
Now, could you explain to the jury the process in general terms used to analyze that type of evidence?
Yeah, because you.
So it's a similar process that you may have heard already for nuclear DNA or STRs. So after DNA extraction, that's where we isolate and release DNA from the sample. It goes through amplification processing. This is where we employ the polymerase chain reaction or PCR technique. So we create numerous copies of targeted section within the DNA. This is just so we have enough DNA to generate a DNA profile. Following that, we do what's called quantification. So we determine a generated estimate of how much DNA is present within the sample. Following that, we do what's called sequencing. So we use a technique called Sanger sequencing.
It's true. That's my brother's name.
So bases within the sample, the order bases are determined, and bases are essentially building blocks of the DNA. So everyone has 4 bases in their DNA, and we refer to these bases to the letters A, G, T, and C. After sequencing, we go through what's called capillary electrophoresis, and so these bases are sequenced individually, and the data is interpreted.
Now, was there a known standard done in this case?
Yes.
And did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from Mr. John O'Keefe?
What was that? Sorry.
Sure. Did another analyst test and report the results from the known blood standard from a Mr. John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And again, with reference to mitochondrial DNA testing, what items did the Bodie lab test for?
A hair shaft sample and the known DNA standard.
Now, can you please describe to the jury, again, in general terms, the process of comparison between a known standard and an evidence sample?
So we generate data from typically the evidence sample first, and then just to see that we get comparable data, and then we process the known reference standard. Then we look at the 2 DNA profiles of these different samples, and we compare them. Based on the data, are we seeing that we can or cannot exclude the reference donor as being a source of the evidence sample?
What is autosomal DNA?
Autosomal DNA is like nuclear DNA. It's something that you maybe more, when thought of forensics, traditional STR short tandem repeats.
And what is mitochondrial DNA?
Mitochondrial DNA is a different type of DNA from nuclear DNA. Nuclear DNA, you get half of your DNA from your parents, so mom and dad, whereas mitochondrial DNA, it gets entirely inherited from mother to child.
What is the difference between the 2 as far as where it's located in reference to the nucleus of the cell?
So with STRs, there's basically 2 copies per cell, whereas with mitochondrial DNA, there are several copies per cell. So there's more abundance in mitochondrial DNA.
Now, how does that apply to an extract from a hair sample?
So for hair samples, we typically categorize these with like hairs with roots and rootless hair samples. So with hair samples, typically on the shaft end, there's more abundance of mitochondrial DNA versus nuclear DNA, where nuclear DNA tends to be degraded or not present in high enough amounts.
What does PCR stand for?
PCR stands for polymerase chain reaction.
And can you please describe the PCR method to the jury?
Yeah, so that's the process where we create specific targeted sections of the DNA over and over. So we're replicating DNA using the source material as a template. This is because we want enough copies of that DNA to generate the end result of a DNA profile. So it'd be similar to, say, like a copy machine. You start with a single piece of paper and you make many, many copies from that piece of paper.
Now, sir, you alluded to it, I believe, earlier in your testimony, but just specifically as to this topic, what is DNA sequencing?
DNA sequencing is where we determine the order of bases within that sample.
And how is DNA sequencing used specifically in mitochondrial DNA testing?
So we use that to generate the sequence specific to that sample so that when we get the end result data, we compare it to a known standard or a common reference standard, and any differences from that common standard gets reported as that individual's mitochondrial profile.
Now, how is the testing different between autosomal versus mitochondrial DNA testing?
A lot of it does have some similarities, but the difference comes with STRs being more of a length fragment testing, and mitochondrial DNA is more of a base nucleotide DNA testing.
Now, as far as the running of the DNA, how is that sort of physically done, or what kind of tools are you using specific to mitochondrial DNA testing?
Yeah, so we use different instrumentation, such as like a thermocycler to do like the PCR step. And then we also use what's called like a genetic analyzer at the end step of capillary electrophoresis.
Is there a certain type of gel that's used as far as visualization of that profile?
Yeah, so during the quantification step, we use what's called a yield gel, and we get a visual presentation of how much DNA is present within that sample.
When you say a visual presentation, visual, like what type of instruments are you using to get that visualization?
So we use a gel and a UV light and a camera to capture essentially what we refer to as a band.
And what does that band look like?
It's generally, if there is presence of mitochondrial DNA within that sample, it emits a bright band on this gel. If there isn't anything, then we don't observe that band.
And what kind of instrumentation does your lab utilize in mitochondrial DNA testing?
We use a thermocycler or 3130 genetic analyzer as well.
Could you spell that, please?
The thermocycler, or THERMALCYCLER.
And then what were the digits after?
And then the genetic analyzer is a 3130 3130.
Just the one side. The other
And if
side.
you could you please describe what those instruments do, or what they're used for specifically within the process of the mitochondrial DNA testing?
Yeah, so instruments is common within laboratories for automation purposes. So that thermocycler helps with the PCR stages, and then the genetic analyzer helps with the separation of the individual bases and then generating that end result data where the analyst will interpret the data.
Now, what is a D-loop?
The D-loop is the control region.
And how does that D-loop factor into this type of analysis?
So with mitochondrial DNA analysis, we analyze certain regions within the D-loop or the control region, and we refer to these as hypervariable regions, so HV1 and HV2.
And what does the D-loop have to do with certain variabilities within the human population?
So this region is a non-coding region within the mitochondria, so it can allow for mutations because it wouldn't affect the mitochondrial functions. Because of this highly variable difference within this region, it's useful for determining different maternal populations.
Now, did the Bodie lab also perform mitochondrial DNA testing on the known standard from John O'Keefe?
Yes.
And is that mitochondrial DNA testing the same for the known standard of John O'Keefe as it is, as you've been describing with reference to the evidence sample?
Yes.
And what is then done generally in the comparison of those two profiles?
So once we develop the profiles from these two separate sources, a comparison is done to each other, and we look at it to see if the profiles consistent, essentially matching with each other, and seeing if an exclusion or inclusion can be made.
And did you then perform your own comparative analysis of those two mitochondrial DNA profiles from the hair extracts from the rear panel of the defendant's vehicle and that of the known standard of Mr. O'Keefe?
I did.
And what is your opinion or conclusions that you arrived at from that comparative analysis?
Sustained.
Hold
on. Ask it differently, Mr. Miller.
What conclusions did you come to from that comparative analysis between those two standards?
That John O'Keefe could not be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Now, can you expound a little as far as your conclusion is concerned? What does that mean?
Yeah, if I may refer to my report.
Yes.
So whenever we have a conclusion of a probable inclusion, like in this case where I could not exclude John O'Keefe as being a source of the hair sample, we do a statistical analysis to give weight to that.
That was weird. What happened? Technical difficulty?
Probable inclusion. So in this case, using a database and with 95% confidence, at least 99.895% of the population can be excluded as being a source of that hair sample.
And let me ask you just in general terms, that database you're using is referred to as MPOP, EMPOP, is that correct?
Correct.
And what is an MPOP?
So it's a searchable database where we search minor profiles in the database and essentially to see how common or rare that profile will be seen in the population. With MPOP in our laboratory, we search 3 main population groups within the United States: African American, Caucasian, Hispanic. And so the general goal is just to see how rare would that profile be within these populations.
And so what conclusions did you come to with reference to the consistency of the hair sample versus Mr. O'Keefe's sample in that MPOP database?
With 95% confidence, at least 99.895% of the population can be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
You made reference in your testimony a moment before about a confidence interval. What is that?
Yeah, so whenever we obtain statistical data, we use a confidence interval or upper limit frequency. This is just like a range where the true value of said profile is, but we generally want to report like conservative end to avoid any false inclusions. So it's at least 99.895% that the majority of the population can be excluded, but it could be higher, but at the lower end, it would be at least 99.895%.
And what confidence interval in your conclusion does this consistency between the hair sample profile from the rear quarter panel of the defendant's vehicle have to Mr. O'Keefe's mitochondrial DNA profile?
So it's the 95% confidence, 99.985% of the population. So the majority of the population could be excluded. However, with John O'Keefe and his maternal relatives, they could not.
Thank you, sir. I have nothing further on.
Okay. Mr. Jackson?
Yeah, Your Honor.
Good morning, Mr. Miyasaka.
Good morning.
Couple of quick questions. Mitochondrial DNA, as you've explained, is different than autosomal DNA in pretty significant ways, correct?
Correct.
What we think of as traditional nuclear DNA, that's autosomal DNA. That's the DNA that we derive from mom and dad, comes down to the child, correct?
Correct.
Mitochondrial DNA, by contrast, is simply the maternal line, excluding the dads, correct?
Correct.
So my mitochondrial DNA has nothing to do with my father, everything to do with my mother. Is that right?
Yeah, mitochondrial DNA gets inherited from the mom to child.
Okay, so a male like John O'Keefe, for instance, the known sample that you were working with, shares the exact same mitochondrial DNA as, for instance, his mother, correct?
Correct. His mom and any other maternally related individuals.
You just took the words right out of my mouth. That's my next question. Stop.
So he said maternally related individuals. Does that also mean females?
So like grandma.
But I mean,
or Peggy's siblings.
no. So what I'm saying is, does it have to be male?
Well, did they? I don't know. I did not pay attention. Did they tested the hair? Did it have a Y to make it a male?
I
And
didn't
then they
hear
tested the mitochondrial to find out who it was. I don't know if they got a Y or not.
Okay.
Being smarter than me. It's going to be a tough task. That's my next question. Stop being smarter than me. It's going to be a tough task. It's also the exact same mitochondrial DNA for his grandmother, right?
Correct.
And let's move the lineage off the tree trunk and move it onto branches. For instance, if his mother had 2 children, John and a sister, his sister would also have the exact same mitochondrial DNA, correct?
Correct.
And now staying on that branch of the tree, going out to a leaf, if his sister had children, those children would have the exact same mitochondrial DNA.
Correct.
So another way of saying that, his maternal niece, his maternal nephew.
So it's not
Yes.
limited just to a male.
Well,
This family.
so that's what Indiana Girl said, that nobody's ever testified saying that the hair found was had a Y chromosome. We don't know that. So they only got mitochondrial. So then it could be female, could be Peggy, could be Paul, could be Patrick, could be Kaylee.
So that's interesting. I
If
mean, in my
it's a
opinion,
male, it still could be Patrick. So I mean, it's really irrelevant because it still puts him in the same boat. But
well, I do agree with that. I guess I had been operating under the assumption that it was a male because, like, if it was female, why are we bothering to test it? But if they could not tell whether it was a male or a female, well, let me ask you this, because you know more about this stuff than me. If they can't, if they're getting mitochondrial DNA, can they determine the mitochondrial DNA
if it's female or male?
Yeah, like, can they do it regardless whether it's a male or female hair?
Yes, mitochondria. Yeah.
Well, no. Let me clarify.
Okay.
Is the first step determining whether it is a male or a female? Like, can they skip that step and go to mitochondrial DNA if they don't know if it's a male or female? Like,
correct. Yes.
They can?
Yes.
Okay. So it's entirely possible that they don't know and it's either male or female.
Entirely. That's why I said I have no idea whether they said if the hair was male or if they even figured that out. But the mitochondrial won't tell them if it's male or female. We just know it comes from Peggy's side ultimately. So anybody that's in the line of Peggy on the female side, so her direct children and then her daughter's children.
Got it.
Because the other kids, if Paul and if John had kids, they would have their mitochondrial from their mom and that grandma.
So it could not be Paul's kids.
Nope, could not be Paul's kids, but
could be Peggy's daughter's kids.
Correct.
And couldn't be John O'Keefe's kids if John had kids.
Correct.
Okay. So basically we're working with, and that's less than I thought.
That would be the exact, so if you're thinking of it like that, think of the exact opposite is when they do Y testing, YSTR testing. It only comes from the dad. So think the exact same going, but only boys. Only boys. Because it's the Y side. Do you see what I mean? But it only comes from the dads. All the Y's. Straight up.
That tells me that they don't know if this is a male or female hair.
I wouldn't think he'd be the one testifying to that anyway. It would have been the guy before. And I didn't pay attention to that. And I don't remember hearing it. So
I think the guy before him was just like basically,
because he's the one who tried the autosomal, the STR.
And he said John O'Keefe and unrelated individuals. Like he doesn't say unrelated males or so I think, or like an unrelated male and two other unrelated people. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I think it's,
would have the identical mitochondrial DNA as John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you indicated that John O'Keefe is included in the population of those who match that profile, that does not mean that you're determining that the hair that you analyzed came from John O'Keefe, does it?
No, with mitochondrial DNA analysis, it's not unique to individual. Compared to traditional STRs or short-chain repeat, that could be unique to individual. But with mitochondrial DNA, it's not unique to individual, but more so a maternal lineage.
All right. So, Mr. Miyasako, very importantly, you're not sitting here saying that hair belonged to John O'Keefe.
I'm saying that the hair sample on John O'Keefe cannot be excluded as well as his maternal relatives.
So we're speaking in negatives. I want to speak in a positive.
the answer is no.
You are not saying that John O'Keefe, that hair belonged to John O'Keefe, are you? Yes or no?
Sustain.
Are you suggesting to these jurors that the hair that you analyzed belonged to John O'Keefe?
No. Sustained. What?
Are you telling the jurors, to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, that the hair that you analyzed belonged to John O'Keefe?
I'll see you type out.
Sure.
The answer is no.
Hopefully the jury's picking up on that by now with the fact that they won't let the question in based on the way he's asking it. So can you tell
They
me that
want
the hair
him to
belongs
say
John
you
O'Keefe?
couldn't. They want him to say you couldn't exclude John O'Keefe, so it could be John O'Keefe's. But he's wanting him to say, "I'm not telling them that that absolutely is John O'Keefe's DNA or John O'Keefe's hair."
Yeah, hopefully she just tells him like you need to word it differently.
And here's the way you need to word it, because Lally
Right.
looks like a dummy to the jury. Like if I don't know much about DNA and I'm sitting here saying the answer's no because I get it at this point, like if I were in the jury, I would be thinking, why don't you want him to tell us it's not it? Like it's not. So why are you objecting? Just let him tell us that's not John. That's how we understand it anyway.
Right.
I'm not saying it's John O'Keefe's hair. I'm
Right.
not saying it's
I
not
can't
either.
say it is, and I can't say it isn't.
Correct.
Yeah. Right. And Joanna, I mean, that's not
May I
very
inquire?
nice. So, I mean, he's not for any one side. We obviously know he leans to the left. He's got a big shoulder.
Well, he
on the
leans
left.
to the
Or he leans to the right, which makes his left shoulder much bigger. He's
Yeah.
obviously on one side or the other, Joanna.
I don't think he's being mean either. I think he's just trying to have him answer the question. The answer to the question
Right.
is no. It's like, just let him say no. Like,
Yeah, I think they're making. Sometimes the objections make it more obvious to the jury, like what you're trying to do. So
100%.
Thank you. Mr. Miyasako, going back to my question.
Now let's see how he asks differently. If he asks it the same, then they just look like dummies for no reason.
You're not.
Well, there's John's date one time for the movies like 2 decades ago. Front and center again, matching his mom.
The love of my life, so I can try to get my 15
Saying.
minutes of fame.
Like, where's her husband? Don't you think he's like, bitch, you are not going to that trial every single
Is
day?
she
Like, what's wrong?
married?
Yes.
Oh fuck no! You're
Stop
kidding.
going to all these days. Go to work, ma'am. Stop doing documentaries about John. Stop taking photography. She like hires she hires photographers to like take pictures of her with John's picture in a frame. Like it's what like me as a husband, I'd be like, you are out of your fucking mind. Stop it now.
Stop it now. I didn't
That the
realize she
hair
was
belong-
married. I thought like she had this whole like fantasy of like John was like the love of her life, and so she had to be here to like see it through, kind of thing. I didn't realize she was married.
Obviously, that is what she's thinking. But yeah, she is.
That's crazy. She's like, I'm going to write a book and we're going to be rich.
That's crazy to me. Her sitting there with his mom, like matching and stuff, is just so bizarre to me.
Belong to John O'Keefe.
Oh, let's
So going back to my question, you're not saying that the hair belonged to John O'Keefe,
okay. That's the exact same question.
correct? That's not what you're saying.
What I'm saying is based on the genetic data obtained from the hair sample and the genetic data obtained from the known reference sample of John O'Keefe, I could not exclude John O'Keefe as being a possible source of the hair sample. In addition, all maternally related individuals could not.
Literally, they just repeat the same thing over and over again.
Well, I mean, he has to say it in the exclusion, because when they do DNA, everything is based on exclusions and not necessarily inclusions. That's it. So everything is in a negative base. So that's all they can. If you have a DNA person on the stand, they can only ever testify in a negative.
Okay, so then this
Does
should
that make
work.
sense?
You say, I cannot say that this is Teresa's hair.
I cannot exclude Teresa.
But I also can't exclude any of his maternal family members. For example, his mother, his like maybe AJ could follow
Anybody
up
from
with
his
what about
maternal
his,
line.
like maybe AJ should follow up with, can you exclude? So now we know that we're going off of the basis of I cannot exclude John O'Keefe. So then maybe go one by one and say, can you exclude his sister's?
Yeah, that's what he needs to do.
Can you exclude his sister's niece or his sister's daughter? Can you exclude his sister's son?
Correct. That's what he needs to do.
Be excluded as being a source of the hair sample.
Another way of saying that, Mr. Miyasako, is to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, you cannot say that hair belonged to John O'Keefe specifically, can you? Yes or no?
No, with mitochondrial DNA, you can't
Okay.
Say that it is per se an individual person. So it's more so the maternal
There you
line.
go.
Because the hair could have come from his mom, it could have come from his maternal nephew, or anybody in his maternal line, correct?
Correct. If they also had access to that stuff, then yeah.
For instance, access to that stuff, meaning if his maternal nephew lived in the home with him, where the SUV was stored, just as reasonable that the hair came from him, correct?
Sustain.
Drove in the car with them.
Cannot be excluded.
Your analysis does not tell us when the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Correct.
Your analysis does not tell us how the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Correct.
And mitochondrial DNA does not reveal anything about the hair's color or age or texture, nothing like that.
Not on the analysis that we performed.
Okay. So for all you know, that hair could have been placed where it was found by somebody else.
Sustain.
You're not telling this jury how the hair got where it was ultimately found and recovered, correct?
Correct. Our testing is just based on the evidence provided to us and the comparisons done between the two different evidence.
And in short, you can't say that the hair specifically came from John O'Keefe either, can you?
With mitochondrial DNA, I can't say that it is specific to an individual.
Okay, including John O'Keefe?
In this instance, John O'Keefe's profile was consistent with the hair sample.
That's not what my question was, Mr. Miyasako. We can go round and round. I realize what you're saying is consistent, but it's also consistent with his nephew, right?
Correct. I can't exclude maternal relatives because mitochondrial DNA.
I feel like this is as simple as like if Alan was asking questions that are improper and like he's not allowed to answer, don't you think there would be an objection?
Right.
So just answer the question the way he's asking you so you can like stop looking like an idiot and get your shoulder off the stand.
Get your one shoulder off the stand.
Is not specific to individual, but
if he was gonna like carry somebody on his shoulders, would they fall off to the right?
Yes.
And just slide down.
He's like, next time I ever have to do a trial, I'll be doubling the padding on my right shoulder.
No chicken fights for him.
Actually, if he leaned his right shoulder forward more, it might look a little larger.
I don't know. I think that the one on the left is like twice the size.
Yeah, pick up your shoulders. I'm surprised it can even hold this whole head. His tie's growing on me though. Though I'm ready to see Man Shannon. Oh yeah, look at his hair. Look at Man Shannon. Oh, this is gonna be good.
Maternal line.
Right. So you're not saying it was John O'Keefe's hair?
I can't say whether it is, but the profile obtained from
Whether it is or isn't.
John O'Keefe is consistent with that hair sample. But
Mr. Jackson, Mr. Jackson, let's move on.
Oh God.
Beverly.
The reason you can't say that it's John O'Keefe's hair is because it also matches everybody in his maternal line. That's what we're getting down to, correct?
Yeah, with mitochondrial DNA, again, it's not unique to an individual, but their maternal lineage.
And if his maternal nephew lived in the same residence and had access to the same SUV, couldn't exclude him either, right?
But see now Jackson is saying the nephew specifically instead of the niece. So I do wonder maybe if it is male. I mean, I don't care either way because, like, you can't tell me that.
Maybe just because the hair's short.
You know what gets me about all this?
And it can't be Paul's because that guy doesn't have any hair.
Well, they don't know. They don't know that it's a head hair.
True.
So, but also, like, how come nothing has Karen's DNA on it? Or did they even test?
Probably never even tested it. They
Like-
only wanted to know if it had John.
Yeah, but so, like, I don't know. I feel like
This hair didn't have a lot they could test. So, I mean, I think that's the first issue is that it just didn't have a lot left to do anything with. So this is as good as it got with that hair.
well, if you remember correctly, I thought for sure that we were going to find out that like this hair was actually like the bristles on the snow brushes that you use to like wipe your car off.
Oh yeah, yeah. Mm-hmm.
I thought it was going to end up being something like that because they were saying that it was a hair. Then we found out that Maureen failed her proficiency exam in trying to look at a hair and find out if it was a hair. So I thought it wasn't even a human hair. Now I guess they are saying it's a human hair, but they don't know if it's John's, which is why I think it's kind of disingenuous that everybody's been saying for all this time that John's hair was embedded on the taillight because they don't know that it was John's hair.
Right.
And also, it would have been way more compelling, like I've said a bajillion times, had they tested all the 47 pieces of plastic that they had and told me that the inside of one of those pieces has John's DNA on it, like, or blood. Right. Or tissue. Like if the idea is that the plastic is what tore his arm up, then why are we not testing it for tissue to see if his skin, like it literally scraped skin off of his arm. So it would have hair, it would have tissue, right? It would have blood. Hovendover says blood is not DNA. Don't you remember that?
Oh my God, no, I don't.
Oh.
My God, that's so. I'm sorry, I'm eating, but I had to talk on that one.
If anybody here has it, send it in the chat because otherwise I'm gonna have to ask Twitter because I know people. I know Nerdy has that fired up and ready to go because she said it had to do with this case too, and I can't remember what we were talking about specifically. And she said blood is not DNA.
Blood is not DNA.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, no, it's blood, but it has it has DNA.
She said you can have blood with no DNA. And she's an FBI agent, Teresa, or was. So, you know, she didn't like do any forensics or nothing, but she should know, right? I mean, she knows basically everything. Wonder if Morrissey told her that, like, tell them blood is not DNA.
Well, I mean, you'd have to have just. Oh,
it was Koberger. Kim, hi Kim. Good morning. I love you. It was Koberger. It was Koberger. I forget the exact circumstances now. I have to go look.
I'm just thinking, like, the only thing I can think of that she would be talking about is like if you specifically just had red blood cells.
Well,
like your red blood cells alone don't have DNA.
Right, but when you bleed on something, you're not bleeding just red blood cells.
Just red blood cells. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like, why? Like, I don't know. I can't think of another reason she would say that, though.
Oh, I'm gonna find it.
I'm definitely not an expert in that field, but the only thing I could think of would be just red blood cells. Like, so you're just leaving behind red blood cells.
Now I have to find, so both of these were from June 24th, 2023. She was replying to someone. She said, yes, but blood is not DNA. Make no mistake. And then replying to someone else, blood is not DNA. Someone Google it like a true expert. No, Teresa's right. Your red blood cells don't. But when you bleed, like a puddle onto the floor, or you're bleeding and someone touches you, or someone kills you and they get your blood on them.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of like what she would be saying that, like how.
Actually, I could probably go to her profile and type in. Wait, why can't I click on her profile? Why can't I click on her profile?
You're probably blocked. Hold on. I'm gonna Cecil it real quick. Let
me find out I got blocked.
DNA. If I just ask Google, is blood DNA? It says yes. Blood contains DNA.
Right.
Specifically, white blood cells in blood contain the DNA, which we know, which is what is used for the DNA profiling and forensic analysis. Okay, so it's red blood cells and your platelets do not contain DNA.
Yes,
Your red blood
but
cells, of course, start out with DNA. That's how they're created. But once they're mature, there's no more DNA.
yeah, but your blood is whole when it comes out.
I'm just trying to think of like why she would say that. That just doesn't even make sense to me.
Oh, the Discord has so many.
Yeah, Crime Ghost. There you go. Yeah, sorry, I wasn't seeing. Couldn't see chat. I was on Cecil's page.
People were talking about, I guess I did a live with oh my God, why can't I think of Steve's channel? Publicly Buzzed.
Oh, okay.
I'm like, I know Steve. Steve, what is Steve's channel name? The name of the channel has nothing to do with Steve. So I went live with him and Dan and Bob. I actually vividly remember this. I was down the shore. Someone said, I was just thinking how funny, because Bob like can't stand Coffin Doffer. Like he used to have this little meme with SpongeBob on it, and it had like a sign that said like days since Coffin Doffer gave misinformation or something, and then it'd say 0 every time.
Does he still have that?
He must. I haven't seen it in a while though. And he said, they said, I was just thinking how funny if Sleuthie had come on wearing the blood is not DNA shirt. Can you imagine? Blood is not DNA and hair is not DNA, according to Coffin Doffer.
That is fucking ridiculous. That woman is such an idiot. Such an idiot. I don't know how anybody listens to her.
I don't know why this isn't loaded. Okay. Oh, I was the one that put this up here. Coffin Doffer now going on now that just because there's no DNA doesn't mean there's not heaps of blood. Where? Jump to message. Got it. So I said, Coffin Doffer going on now that just because there's no DNA doesn't mean there's not heaps of blood all over the place. And then I took like 4 screenshots. Yes, but blood is not DNA. Make no mistake. Not all blood has DNA. Blood is not DNA. Blood, sadly, is not DNA.
What?
Lori said, blood is not DNA. Does she understand the composition of blood? Because there isn't a single solitary drop of blood on the planet that does not contain the DNA of the host, period. I said, I think she's implying that he cleaned and cleaned and cleaned and cleaned and cleaned, and they were able to find blood, but not the DNA. It was degraded from all the cleaning. And Lori said
that would be destroyed. The blood is still DNA, though. I mean,
it would still be present. It says even in degraded condition, they can rebuild the DNA strand through multiple degraded samples. I said, surely you're not saying she's incorrect, Lori.
Sure.
And she said, well, even if it were degraded, this was my, hold on. Because I don't know how to, can you see the GIF?
Oh my gosh. Yes. Gasp.
So that's a good one. Why is my kid's like suddenly obsessed with Deadpool?
Yeah, it's probably an age thing.
We watched it one time and he told me he didn't like it because there was too many flashbacks.
And now he likes it.
I can't disagree. But now all of a sudden out of nowhere, he's like wanting to draw. Hold on. Sorry, we're taking like a side journey.
These are way more fun than listening to this fucking one-shouldered guy.
So he gets this hair up his ass and he wants me to draw stuff, right? Like,
did you check the DNA of the hair? Do we know whose hair it was?
No.
Oh.
He's like, will you draw this and draw that and draw this and draw? And I'm like, dude, I don't know how to draw that. And he's like, you could just pull up a tutorial on YouTube, mommy. So he's like, draw Deadpool. But I don't just want like his head. And I don't just want like his upper body. I want his whole body. So I'm like, okay, dude. So this was what I tried to draw. You can't see because of my light. Because I had to get a light.
Okay.
Can you see it? You can't see it at all. I can't see it.
Yeah, I can see right there. Right. No, go a little bit closer again. Yeah, right there. You can see it. Hold on.
I can't see it. It's just a white paper. I still can't see it, but I must be blind. Can you see it?
Yeah, I can see it. Did you draw this?
I did, but I didn't finish.
You.
I thought like
You.
look at this arm. Oh, it's like the guy that's testifying. Look at this arm and then look at that arm.
Oh my God, you like have, what do they call it? Like ESP, where you
I must have knew he was
and
next.
you were like, I'm gonna draw a guy with a really small right arm and a really big left arm.
That's exactly right. It is his right and left arm.
You have like extra special powers.
This here is like his DNA swabs. He puts all of his mbop and stuff all up.
Mbop.
Yeah.
Mbop.
Yep.
You should be a courtroom artist. You
Oh my God.
DM.
Should I start doing that? I'm gonna start doing that.
Totally do.
I'm gonna start sitting here, and that's gonna be my new like instead of taking notes, I'm gonna be sitting here drawing these people.
You should totally do that.
I'm doing it.
We could put a camera right over your drawing, and we could like watch you drawing it like in real time.
All I need is a little bit of hair and a checkered tie.
Yes, you do.
Wow. So now I can mind read, lip read, even people that have no lips.
Yep.
And I have ESP. I can tell the future.
Yep. I didn't know what ESP meant when I was younger, so I always called it extra special powers. So that's what you have.
That could be just them all lumped together.
Yep.
All right. So we're gonna finish him. I will try my hand at drawing Man Shannon.
Okay. With his little patch on the front of his head.
So in
I'm
short,
gonna try.
Mr. Miyasako, you cannot tell this jury when the hair got to where it was, correct?
Sustained.
You can't tell this jury how the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Sustained.
And you certainly cannot tell the jury that the hair belonged to John, right?
Sustained.
I think we've got it.
What the fuck was that? What just happened?
The guy said nothing because she just sustained everything.
I didn't even hear an objection. She says,
Yeah, she's just like, I don't even care anymore. Just move on, Jackson.
it was
Move
like
on, Mr. Jackson.
it was like he was asking Bev the question. Hold on.
Thank you.
Yeah, and she's like, that's my answer. Sustained.
Where it was found, correct?
Sustained.
You can't tell this jury how the hair got to where it was found, correct?
Sustained.
And you
See,
certainly
nobody's objecting. She's just saying sustained.
cannot tell the jury that the hair belonged to John, right?
I think that Lolly has like a paddle like for an auction, and he just like holds it up.
Oh,
It's
I'm
just
dead.
like, objection. Objection.
I'm dead. You're right. That's exactly what's happening.
Why he's like, he's got his head down taking notes. He just raises his paddle.
Oh my God. That needs to be a thing. Like, she's like, not only are you not allowed to tell me the basis for your objections, I don't even want to hear you say the word objection. Hold
Because he
this
goes,
paddle up.
objection. Objection.
No.
She's like, I'm
hold this
tired of
paddle
listening
up.
to you, Lolly. You get a paddle.
Oh my God. Dear Brooks paddle, stop it.
That's your honor.
Stop it.
So
We
Lolly,
need to
anything?
Man Shannon. Oh my God. I'm so dead. Now I can't picture anything but Lally sitting there raising his
Mr.
paddle.
Miyasako, including the MPOP, the statistics, and the confidence interval, what is your conclusion in reference to the comparative analysis from mitochondrial?
All right, now I'm getting requests. So I'm going to draw Man Shannon. I'm also going to draw.
Lolly with his objection paddle.
Yeah.
Profiles from the hair sample from the rear quart panel of the defendant's vehicle and the known standard of John O'Keefe.
Based on the genetic data obtained for the two different samples, I could not exclude John O'Keefe's known standards profile being consistent with the hair samples profile, and with 95% confidence, at least 99.895% of the population can be excluded as a source of the evidence.
Thank you, sir.
That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to draw just Lally's head out of a I'm not gonna. Never mind.
He needs to have a cigarette though. He's got a cigarette in one hand and the paddle in the other.
Okay, pretend I didn't say anything because it's going to be a surprise.
Okay.
Nothing.
One final question. Do you also maintain that 95% confidence in the defendant's nephew?
Yeah. So again, with maternal
You can
populations,
finish your answer. Go.
with maternal
Bitch, he was
populations,
gonna finish anyway.
Nothing.
What's she talking about? You can finish your answer. He was mid-answer. Shut your mouth.
One final question. Do you also maintain that 95% confidence in the defendant's nephew?
Yeah. So again, with maternal
You can
populations,
finish your answer. Go.
with maternal populations, I can't exclude anybody maternally related to John O'Keefe as well.
Thank you very much, sir. You are all set.
Yay! Bring on man Shannon.
Those weren't as bad going fast and skipping over the bullshit. That wasn't too bad.
Listen, if y'all care about the qualifications, you can go look for their CVs.
Yeah.
I don't need to hear the same thing over and over again. He asked literally, oh, he's a big old boy. What the hell?
How big is he? How tall?
Shannon is a giant.
Testimony you shall
Look at
give in
this.
court and the jury and the matter now
Look.
pending shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I think he's bigger than Dr. Wolf.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Watch, he's still going to be level with Bev's head.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Could you please introduce
This is going to be good. You know how they say this happens? Wait, let me-
yourself to the jurors? Spell your last name for the court reporter.
Yeah, absolutely. So my name is Shannon Burgess. Last name B.
Y'all see this?
That's what I was telling you about his hair.
It's like an island of hair.
That is the guy from the Todd Mullis trial. What is he doing?
So they say this happens when you wear headphones on your ears all the time.
Jesus, you think he was wearing headphones? Is he like a gamer?
Yes, like gamers. Yeah, the ones that wear the big headphones all the time. Yep.
I'm gonna show this to my oldest son and be like, "This is what's gonna happen to your hair if you keep it up."
Not just your hair, dude. It'll dent your whole head. Like it'll straight up dent your head.
Yeah, don't do it.
Do not do it. But this little island of hair, I mean, I would just get rid of it. I mean,
Get rid of the whole thing. There's
Go
a
bald.
point where you just have to give up.
he's hanging on to these little bits of hair for dear life. He's like, I cannot lose my entire front hairline. And then this patch here, it's like a patch.
Come over.
He's got a patch here and a patch right here. I just don't like him because he's literally, I mean, I don't trust him. 6 months college.
EURGESS.
Mr. Burgess, what do you do for a profession?
Sure. So I'm a digital forensics examiner. So I investigate digital devices to see what evidence they may record or hold.
What? I thought he was. Wait, what? Oh, he looked at the car stuff.
Yeah, he looked at the car data.
Okay. I
Do you
confused.
specialize in any type of forensic analysis?
Sure. So digital forensics is kind of a broad field, but I do specialize in vehicle forensics and cell phone forensics.
How long have you been a digital forensic analyst for?
Sure. So I've been a digital forensic analyst for approximately 10 years.
Before you were a digital forensic analyst, what type of work did you do?
Sure. So before I was a digital forensics analyst, I was working in the automotive manufacturing field, specifically related to automotive presses and industrial robotics.
I want to talk to you about some of your experience in digital forensic. Did you receive any certifications in digital forensics?
I did. I've received several certifications, one being what's called GIAC, Advanced Smartphone Forensics. Another from Celebrite, a company named Celebrite, in Certified Mobile Examiner. And then certifications from Magnet Forensics as well.
Is Magnet a company that also includes Axiom?
Yes, Magnet is a company that produces the software known as Axiom.
In addition to your certifications, how many hours of specialized training approximately have you had in digital forensics?
Sure. So approximately, over the last 10 years, I've had around 700 hours of training, including courses and conference attendance in digital forensics.
In addition to your training and your study, do you have experience over the 10 years? Have you involved yourself in many cases regarding forensics found from a motor vehicle?
Yes, I have.
Can you give a general estimate of how many cases you've worked on?
Oh, not off the top of my head, I couldn't, but it's been numerous.
You said that you specialize in mobile phones and digital forensics in motor vehicles.
That is correct.
Do you teach seminars on those issues?
I do. I teach seminars and presentations specifically in those disciplines.
Who are some of the audiences that you teach to?
Sure. So it ranges from attorneys to engineers that specialize in accident reconstruction to police agencies such as Interpol, which is a global police organization.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics in court before?
Yes, I have.
Have you ever testified as an expert regarding digital forensics in state courts?
Yes, I have.
And could you share with us those state courts?
Sure. So those state courts would be Oregon, Texas, Arkansas, New Mexico, and those would be the ones in the last 4 years that I can recall off the top of my head.
Have you testified as an expert in digital forensics in federal courts before?
No, just in state courts.
Have you testified in state courts in civil cases?
Yes, I have.
Have you testified for plaintiffs in civil cases?
I have testified for plaintiffs and defense in civil cases.
And have you testified in criminal cases before?
I have testified in criminal cases as well.
Have you testified for the prosecution before?
I have testified for the prosecution as well as the defense.
Does the data change regardless of who you testify for?
No, it does not.
Where are you presently employed, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So I'm presently employed with a company known as Aperture, and I'm located in their Dallas office.
Is Aperture a company that has offices outside of Texas?
Sure. So Aperture is a company across the country. So they've got a number of locations and offices, and they offer a number of service lines specifically related to forensics.
Do you ever work on different cases or scenarios with people in the Texas office?
Yes, I do.
I laugh
Sure.
for him.
Go ahead.
Do you ever work with other employees of Aperture outside of the Texas office?
Yes. So I do occasionally corroborate with other experts in the Texas offices as well as the other offices across the country.
In this case, was there another professional who worked with Aperture that was related to this case that you talked to?
There was.
And who is that?
That would be Dr. Judson Welcher.
Is Dr. Welcher's profession and job the same as yours?
No, it is not.
What's the difference between what you do and what Dr. Judd Welcher does?
Sure. So what I do is investigate digital devices that can range from cell phones to vehicle modules to computer systems. What Dr. Welcher does is specifically related to accident reconstruction and biomechanics.
So you are not an accident reconstruction engineer?
I am not.
You are focused on the data?
I am focused on the data.
Did you ever publish any writings or papers regarding the area of your expertise?
Sure. So I have published 2 papers, specifically one related to damaged devices, and that is referencing event data recorders, which is your black box or your airbag control module, and specifically related to developing proof of concepts, because a lot of times these modules will store data in different places on the module. Proof of concepts are ways to verify and validate where that data is stored, so you're not missing data.
So the first article that you wrote about damaged modules, was that peer reviewed?
It was.
And was it accepted?
It was accepted.
Could you tell us briefly what peer reviewed means?
Sure. So peer review is a process of your peers or colleagues reviewing your work and determining that it's valid.
Is peer-reviewed articles often relied upon by other experts in the field?
Yes, they are.
You said that the first article you mentioned had to do with damaged modules. Is that one of the areas specifically that you're going to talk to us about in this case?
Sure. So it is specifically one of the areas I'm going to talk about in this case. And to kind of go back a little bit, the idea of proof of concept applies not only to damaged modules, but also other vehicle modules such as infotainment and telematics modules.
I don't think we're at infotainment and telematics yet. So if we can just understand a little better, very basically, what is proof of concept in action? What does that mean?
Sure. So proof of concept is taking a vehicle module, for example. This is typically an unidentified vehicle module that other individuals have not looked at or verified what is recorded and where it is stored. So a proof of concept is taking exemplar modules and doing tests on those modules. So creating events that are recorded within the modules. A lot of times when those modules are damaged in vehicle crashes or if they're just unsupported by your forensic tools, you will have to go to what's called chip off or chip swap forensics. That is specifically taking the chips off of the circuit board. So think of the hard drives from your computer, moving those hard drives to another module, a working module, to recover the data and validating that you've recovered all the data that you would expect to see.
Are there times in cases or studies where you need to recover data because it's not available to you through the traditional methods?
Yes, many times.
Let me ask you, you said there was a second article. What was that second peer review article about?
Sure. So that second peer-reviewed article was specifically related to mobile forensics, specifically iPhones, and how they track your device interactions as well as speed and location data and validating how accurate that data was.
In addition to talking to us about damaged modules, as you're going to do in this case, are you also going to talk to us about the timing information from mobile phones?
Yes, I am.
When did you first become involved in the study of this case?
So I first became involved in this case around October of 2024.
When you became involved in October of 2024, were you in receipt of any information or reports or documents to look at?
Yes. So I did receive some raw data as well as some photographs from the vehicle in this case.
When you say raw data from the vehicle, what does that mean specifically?
Sure. So again, when you take these chips or hard drives off of these modules, you can read those chips individually and recover any type of data that is recorded on those chips. So when I reference raw data, that is looking at that data in hexadecimal format, which is as close to binary data, which is what computers use to store data in, as you would want to get when reviewing this type of data.
When you receive data, does that presume it's already been downloaded by somebody?
Yes, that is correct.
In addition to looking at the data, you receive photographs. Do you know where those photographs came from?
I do not know specifically who those photographs came from, but I do know those photographs came from an initial download attempt on those modules.
You said there was an initial download attempt. When you looked at the information you received, did you learn whether or not there was an attempt prior to your involvement in October 2024 to obtain data from the modules or the so-called black box in the Lexus vehicle?
Yes. So there was an attempt to download data from the modules in the vehicle.
Did you understand whether or not there was a chip-off process whether anybody attempted to take the computer chips off the computer boards and learn or download the data?
Yes, there was an attempt to remove various chips off of the boards and read those chips individually.
Did you have an opportunity to read any reports submitted regarding that earlier process that occurred before you even got involved?
Not before I got involved. Well, sorry. Yes, I was able to read a report from a individual known as AG Speak about that process, that initial process.
Did you learn who conducted, the name of the person that actually conducted the original process before you were involved in this case?
Yes, I understand that person to be Miss Maggie Gaffney.
Do you know generally when Miss Gaffney engaged in trying to download information from the computer boards of the defendant's car?
Yeah, if I can recall correctly, that was around December of 2023.
And in your review of materials and study materials, did you receive additional materials?
Yes, I did receive additional crash reports, just detailing the events of the night.
When you say crash reports, what does that mean?
So that's going to be crash reports from the Massachusetts State Police.
Okay, that doesn't tell you what happened that night, though. He's talking about Trooper Paul.
Is a crash report just a written report or is it data?
No, it's just a report, no data.
Did you receive any other reports from any other individuals or experts?
No, not at that time.
Did you later, over time, receive any more additional information during your studies?
Yes, I believe so. And let me reference my report just so I don't misspeak.
Let me ask for the court's permission before you do that.
Sure, sorry.
Yes.
So I did, again, I reviewed a vehicle forensics report by AG Speak. I reviewed documentation that was identified to me as evidence review. A prior testimony of Trooper Garino. And I reviewed some surveillance videos as well as a report by Mr. Whiffen.
When did you receive any study or reports from Mr. Garino? Do you remember?
I do not remember exactly.
Okay. Was it recently, some time ago?
It would have been some time ago, probably late 2024 after we got involved.
Last year?
Yes.
And how about Mr. Whiffen's reports?
Mr. Whiffen's report, I believe I received in January of this year.
In the video, do you know when you received any video?
It would have been this year. I don't remember the exact dates.
Was it last month, months ago?
No, probably around January or February as well. Well, I take that back. It would have been early January, maybe late December.
Okay. I want to ask you just generally so we have a general perspective on this. When you began your study, was there something specifically that you were looking for?
There was. So specifically what we're looking for when we do a chip off on these vehicle modules, we're expecting to see one of two things.
So Gaffney, Maggie Gaffney is or was a expert for the defense. So Trooper Paul didn't know how to do any of that stuff. My understanding is in December 2023, if that's when it was. I'd rather go back and look. I'm not sure if he's right or not. Is when she tried to help pull it off, maybe. Or that's when she went to inspect it. I'm not really sure. I do remember there was a period. I mean, I do know that she was somebody for the defense, but I remember there was a period of time where they were like, the tech stream stuff, we can't get it. We don't like the black box data. We can't get it from this car. It's too new, blah, blah, blah. I can get you more info, but I know she's a defense person.
User data in a raw hexadecimal format or a file system where user data is stored.
Were there certain events that you were focused on relative to the data in the defendant's Lexus?
Sure. So there were specific events that we were looking for specifically. That would be including time-stamped ignition-on events or power-on events, as well as other data.
Did you have any information or understanding that there were tech stream events that you were to focus on?
Yes, I did have an understanding that there were tech stream events located in a airbag control module.
How many text stream events were you focused on?
2 text stream events.
Could you just generally characterize those 2 events?
Sure. So one event has been identified as a 3-point turn maneuver, and the other has been identified as a backing maneuver.
By Trooper Paul.
Now, the studies of those events, is that the role of the accident reconstructionist?
Yes, it is.
So then what was your role related to, your specific role related to those 2 characterized events, the 3-point turn event and the backing maneuver event?
Sure. So within that text stream data, those events are documented with what's called a time count. So that's going to be a running timer from the time the vehicle powers on or the ignition comes on. So that counter will count seconds incrementally. And specifically, the focus was looking for any time-stamped data that would offer when that power on event occurred.
Did you put together a PowerPoint presentation regarding your assessment of some of this case?
Yes, I did.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing you a package, you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is that?
That is my PowerPoint presentation that I prepared.
Just turn a few pages so
Sure.
you can look and see if that accurately reflects the presentation you put together.
Yes, it appears so.
And does this reflect some of your study of this case?
It does reflect some of the study in this case.
Is it an entire comprehensive study of everything that you learned, or is it an overview?
No, it is an overview.
For the course permission, I would mark this for identification. I intend to use this with the course permission as a chalk.
Okay, so we'll mark it for identification.
Exhibit SS for identification.
Thought we already determined that there was no 3-point turn made.
Well, there was when she turned around when she passed Fairview.
Right, but they tried to make it like it was in the front of Fairview.
Well, yeah, because they were going off of Matt and Jen saying, well, Matt specifically saying that he saw tire tracks in the road that looked like a 3-point turn. Oh, and Buchanan also said that she said that when she left Fairview, she made a 3-point turn.
But so I'm just trying to figure out why I know the other I know the 3-point turn up at the turnaround, but what I'm trying to say is he not saying that this is like he evaluated this like to in the course of this for this accident? Why would he be evaluating it when it doesn't have anything to do with anything?
Because there's 2 trigger events that he was given by Trooper Paul, basically.
That's my why are we looking at the 3-point turn that has nothing to do with anything?
Because I think they're probably using that to be able to like say, at this time, we know she was making a 3-point turn. This is how many seconds it had been since the ignition was turned on. Like, I think they're using it basically to show that the next event would be the backup event.
Okay.
Like we know what time she was turning around because we know what time she arrived, and we've been mapping it from his GPS.
But they couldn't do that before based on Trooper Paul. Hi, Hess.
Yeah, basically. See, part of my problem is this guy's going off of stuff from Trooper Paul. That's a problem for me.
Well, yeah.
So, like, if Trooper Paul told you that those are the key cycles, like the general public already figured out those are not the correct key cycles. So,
right.
If you're basing your whole thing off of these key cycles that Trooper Paul gave you, I'm here to tell you those are not it. And I hope the defense counts backwards with him, the key cycles.
Well, I'm sure he's smarter than Trooper Paul, so.
Oh, this looks so bad, dude. Look at this.
I know. I was looking at that. I was like, man, you paused it a really bad spot. It's like.
I would do everything in my power to never look down.
It's like he has. It's like this is his goatee on his head. Like his head has its own goatee.
Yeah. One on his chin and one on his
Like
forehead.
yeah, like like the guys that like they pull their goatee like down to a point, like they just rub it. Like on the side.
I can't. I can't. Stop
It's like she's like, oh, I'm gonna rub my goatee, my fucking head goatee.
It's so bad. I don't know why you would not just cut this.
He wants to talk about 3-point turns, but I think he should be more concerned about the U-turn on his fucking head.
Down to the show us the diagram.
procedure.
Oh, and he said this is a chalk, so like it's not going to go back with the jury. He said
Okay.
Yes.
So I want you to teach us a little bit about the computers in a motor vehicle. Is there one computer, like a black box in an airplane?
No, so there's actually many. Depending on the vehicle, there could be
Oh, Hank, there's only one computer on a plane.
hundreds with very specific functions to what they're what they're meant to do.
Tell us a little bit about why there's a need or why many computers are used in a single vehicle.
Sure. So there's so many functions within your modern vehicle nowadays. So for instance, your infotainment module, that is a computer that operates your radio, your head unit. So that's going to be your obviously your radio, any type of built-in navigations, Android Auto, Apple CarPlay. There's what's called a telematics module. That's going to be what actually allows the vehicle to communicate with the internet services. So when you look at, if you've got an app that can track your vehicle or unlock your doors, that's being allowed through that telematics module.
With the court's permission, I'd like to have Ms. Gilman show page 3 of the PowerPoint.
Okay.
I do have to say, I think he's likable. I think the jury will like this guy. He seems like a nice guy, like a nice Southern boy.
Sir, on your PowerPoint page
the jury
3, you have a chalk or diagram of a car. You may have a pointer in front of you if it helps.
Sure.
If you could direct your attention to the TV to your right. Could you explain to us what this diagram shows us?
Sure. So this is a diagram that just shows, a small number of modules that you can find in specifically the Lexus in this case. Again, what we're focused on and looking at is the infotainment module and the telematics module in orange. For example, there are other modules known as the body control module and the airbag control module, the engine control module, which runs your vehicle. In addition to that, there are other modules that operate your door locks and unlocks, your windows, and various other functions.
When you use the word module, is that the same thing as a separate computer or is it different somehow?
Yeah, so that using parlance, module would be referring to a separate computer within the vehicle.
Do all of these separate computers in the vehicle connect with each other?
They do. So all of these modules are connected to one another, and they do communicate with each other.
The information that would be commonly referred to as black box or information that captures some of an event, where would that be in this diagram?
Sure. So the black box would be in the airbag control module.
And then as far as the radio system, you shared with us, that's the infotainment module?
Yes. So the radio system is going to be, that data is going to be stored within the infotainment module.
In the telematics module, specifically, what are we looking for there?
Sure. So the telematics module, again, is a module that allows communication with internet services. So if you've got an app on your phone that you can unlock or lock your doors, that's the telematics module is allowing that function to occur.
Do all make and model cars have the same setup as this diagram?
No, they do not. It will vary.
Does it vary from car maker to car maker?
It does. It varies from car maker to car maker. It varies from trim level as well.
Could two different cars from the same manufacturer, same style, could they have different components in those cars?
They could, yes.
Why is that?
Sure. So during the manufacturing phase, depending on cost and other things, manufacturers will source these modules from different third-party manufacturers. So one vehicle may have a module from, for instance, LG Electronics. One may have a module from Denso. And depending on how those individual manufacturers implement that software and hardware, they may record and store different types of data.
So from your experience, you've reviewed or you studied a a 2022 Lexus and then you see another Lexus, whether it's 2022, 2023, would you be able to say you've seen it, you've already done it, or do you have to individually look at each car?
Sure. So you would typically look at, and to correct, it's a 2021 Lexus. But if you want to understand what may be stored in a subject module, you would look at take an exemplar vehicle and conduct some testing to determine what is being recorded and how that data is being recorded.
You mentioned that you were looking for time information or power on information regarding 2 events.
Correct.
Can we characterize those events as text stream events?
Yes, we can.
Do people sometimes refer to them as triggering events?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Are they often or sometimes referred to as something else other than a text stream event?
They can be referred to as other things besides text stream events.
Can you give us an example of what else they may be referred to as?
Sure. So that would be triggering events.
Why is it called a triggering event?
Sure. So the event is actually created when there's a trigger, and those trigger thresholds will vary and could be for a number of different reasons.
When a text stream event happens, or a so-called triggering event, what happens in the data?
Sure. So when a text stream event happens, there is when that trigger is met, there is certain data parameters or data types that are recorded for a specific time frame.
In this case, how many of those events were you looking at?
Just one.
When you mentioned time, I want to have you explain to us a little bit about time. You said there's a running clock. Can you explain that in a little more detail and simply what that means?
Sure. So in what's recorded within the text stream events, I'll refer to as a running clock. Essentially what it is when the vehicle is powered on, this clock starts to run and it counts seconds from power on. So when you press the ignition on, this clock starts. And when there is a text stream event that occurs within that cycle or within that ignition on, that is recorded as the time that trigger occurred.
Does that give an actual time, like when you look at your watch or you look at your cell phone?
It does not give an actual time, yeah.
Your Honor, pardon the interruption. The chalk remains on the screen.
Okay, are you still reviewing
So the answer would be no, not yeah.
the chalk?
Watch or you look at your cell phone?
It does not give an actual time, yeah.
It does not give an actual time, no.
Your Honor, pardon the interruption. The chalk remains on the screen.
Okay, are you still reviewing the chalk?
We can take it down if it pleases Attorney Alisi.
Thank you.
Alessi? And also, does anybody remember, and she's done it some this year as well, but last year she was really terrible about it. They would like still be talking about what's on the screen. She'd be like, can we take this down?
Oh, she's done it a lot. This is the one where Alessia had it up there and he left it up there. She was like, are you done with this? And he was like, no, Your Honor. He left it up there, never asked any other questions about it, and then said that they could take it down.
Yeah. So, like, if it pleases Attorney Alessi, it's Alessi. How come he can't say his name right?
He can't say anything fucking right because he's an idiot.
But it's like, are you doing it on purpose, dude? Like,
on poopus? Did you do that on poopus?
Well, I was gonna say, like, what if we start calling you Attorney Breenan? He'd be furious.
Well, we call him all kinds of things, to be honest. I mean, to be fair.
Well, we do. But what if the attorneys did?
Oh, yeah.
He'd be pissed.
Mr. Spink Brennan.
So you were getting back to the clock.
Punk.
You said it's like a running clock. Is that like a stopwatch?
Yeah, that could be referred to as a stopwatch.
Where is that running clock kept in the data?
Sure. So that running clock is kept within the airbag control module.
Is that the so-called black box part of the data?
That is correct.
With the running clock, how do you determine the actual time as it relates to, say, for example, your digital watch or your iPhone or another clock?
Sure. So in that instance, you would need to have an event that occurs, such as a power on event with a timestamp to reference back that running clock.
When you got involved in this case and you looked at the information that was previously downloaded by Ms. Gaffney, Was there any data regarding power on, power off to mark that time?
From the initial download, there was not.
When you involved yourself in your study, what was your primary focus as far as information you wanted to get and why?
Sure. So primary focus when I initially got brought on was to look at the modules and see if there's any data that was not recovered. And then specifically, again, looking at any time-stamped data that may have been recorded within the modules.
You talked about the differences in modules. In your PowerPoint, did you provide a couple of photographs of the modules so we can see what you're talking about?
Yes, I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to put on page 4 of the PowerPoint.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Yep.
Could you explain to us the photograph on the left and then the photograph on the right?
Sure. So the photograph on the left is kind of a top-down view of the infotainment module from the Lexus. Photograph on the right is a top-down view of the telematics module from the Lexus.
Are these modules from this specific car, or is this a general photograph of a car and how it works?
These modules are from this specific vehicle.
From the car you studied?
Correct.
On the left infotainment module, you have different manufacturers. Why is that?
Sure. So again, these modules are not manufactured by Lexus or Toyota themselves. They are manufactured by third parties that are providing these modules to the car manufacturer. And these are just some examples of what we have seen within these specific vehicles and what type of manufacturers provide modules for these vehicles.
If we could turn to page 5, please. When you looked at the data that was provided in this case, did you draft a report?
Yes, I did.
Your initial impressions, can you share with us what your initial impressions were?
Sure. So initial impressions were that data was missed from the initial download.
What type of data do you think was missed, or did you conclude was missed from the initial download?
Sure. So that would be, essentially all of the user data was missed during that initial download.
How did you conclude or come to the opinion that data was missed on the initial download?
Sure. So reviewing the raw data, you can see that, what we would expect to find, which would be things like contacts or from devices or device connections or time-stamped data was not there in those initial downloads.
When you first looked at the data and you came to the conclusion that there was missing data, did you have a working theory on what you thought or how you thought the information was missing?
Sure. So I did have a working theory initially of why the data was missing.
And what was your initial theory?
Sure. So if, I'll reference kind of to the slide a little bit.
We can take that down if you'd like.
Sure.
Okay, he's got a real problem with sure. It's really annoying
Sorry,
me.
can you repeat the question?
Yeah.
Sure.
When you had your initial theory of data missing, what was it based on?
Sure. So the initial theory was based on two things. Either one of two things initially I thought could have happened, and that was a bad or
it's bugging me.
Partial read of the chips, or it could be that the data-bearing chip that we are looking for was overlooked and not downloaded.
When your first thoughts were that this was a partial read of chips, was there anything about the chips when you looked at them that you concluded or came to an opinion on?
Sure. So initially, when I was reviewing the data and reviewing the part numbers on the chips, we can see.
What?
Him saying sure all the time. It doesn't even make sense in the context he's using it. It's driving me fucking batty. Like it's like I can feel it in my nerve endings. Like, why does he keep doing that? It's almost worse than the lady.
Lally does sure.
God. Sure.
Jesus, poor nerve endings.
See how much storage is on each chip. And that can kind of get complicated, but essentially what we're looking at is data stored as either bits or bytes. That is represented as a capital B or a small lowercase b. So initially, upon reviewing the data and with the assumption that a competent examiner would not miss a chip or a device or data bearing chip on the board, I misinterpreted and wrote a lowercase or a capital B when I should have wrote a lowercase b in my notes, which led me to believe that there was a partial download of those initial chips.
Now, as a forensic analyst,
Oh, so he's about to blame the downloader for missing stuff for why he fucked up his first report or his notes.
I thought they were blaming the defense expert for having bad info.
That's what, well, they're doing that too. They're just blaming another defense person. They're saying he's going to say the reason he got confused about what bits and bytes were is because somebody missed stuff and he assumed that they were competent and they were not. Yeah, this is boring. I know.
do you rest on your initial impressions or do you go through a continued process?
No, so I do not. So just like the scientific method, if you have a working theory, you then review and research to either prove or disprove that theory.
And did you engage in that scientific process in working theory?
I did.
And how soon after you wrote the report did you realize there may be another source of the material?
Sure. So I'll clarify a little bit. That initial was not a report; it was just a protocol that was proposed. But I believe that there was a supplemental protocol written within a week or two of the initial protocol.
And when you used the scientific method and studied the theory that you had, what did you decide or what did you learn?
Sure. So upon further review and research, I discovered that there was a SD card or a micro SD card that was on the circuit boards of one of the modules that was never looked at.
Now, you weren't present at the original process?
That is correct.
When you looked at the modules, those computer boards, did you notice anything about them that happened during the original process?
Sure. So I did notice during the chip off process, what you do to take these chips off is you apply heat to them. So that essentially liquefies the solder, which is a low temperature metal that connects the chips to the board and makes those connections so the board can communicate. And there was some damage caused from that initial chip off.
And again, why would you take the chips off a board if they're already attached? Why would you need to do that?
Sure. So when you don't have, typically if you think about downloading data from your cell phone, you have a USB.
I disagree with myself now. This guy sucks and he's fucking boring and he's pissing me off with the shewers.
Yeah, he's terrible. And also, I'm pretty sure that the Commonwealth was saying that the chip off, like once they did a chip off, that it literally damages it so that like it won't be able to be used again or done again. Like it's basically makes. So I'm not really a big fan about how this is being talked about right now, as if it's abnormal that it was then ruined.
Right. I agree.
Talk about the defense.
The only thing is, I don't know if anybody's paying attention to him.
People want to know, he's talking about investigators or whatever. No. So Trooper Paul didn't know what the fuck he was doing. So it was done by a defense person, like forever later, like a year later or whatever. And now he's basically complaining about how that was done.
Port on your cell phone that you can easily plug that into a computer. That's not the case with vehicle modules. So you have to remove these chips from the board, and then you've got programmers or readers that will read the data from these chips.
Did you have a chance to study the boards that were already accessed during an earlier chip-off process before you got involved?
Yes, I did have an opportunity to study some photographs of the boards.
Could we have page 14, please, Ms. Gilman?
Any objection, Mr. List?
No objection, Your Honor. Thank you.
Okay, if we could turn to page 15. Tell us what this is, please.
Sure. So this is the infotainment module that you saw earlier. This is just two photographs during the disassembly process of taking that module apart.
Could you zoom in on the right photograph, Ms. Gilman? Okay, if that's the best we can do, that's fine right there. Could you share with us a little bit about what this is?
Sure. So this is how I received the modules when we took a secondary look at them. Essentially, this is if you see from the right photographs, there's many boards that are contained within this infotainment module. This specific board that we're looking at here on the right is the board where they removed chips from. What we're looking at is the circuit board itself, as well as two components that were previously removed during that initial download attempt.
So if you can't read the chips on the board, if you remove them, is there a tool that you can use to actually read the individual chips in isolation?
Yes. So there is tools, various tools that you can use to read those chips and read the data from those chips.
If we could have 16, please. Can you tell us what you see here?
Sure. So what you see here is two of the components that were initially removed from the board during that first download attempt. I've documented an additional chip that was still on the board that was not identified during that initial download on this side of the circuit board. And then I've got photographs matching the chip and where its placement was initially on the circuit board.
Could we have page 17, please? And what do we see there?
Sure. So this is some of the damage that occurred to the circuit board itself during the initial chip off download attempt.
Do you have a pointer on the stand?
I do, yes.
Could you show us with the left photograph, point out what you mean by damage?
Sure. So right here on the left part, you've got these two highlighted blocks. So what this is if you remember back to the last slide, the larger chip that we were looking at, this is directly underneath that. So when you're removing that larger chip, what you're doing is you're applying heat to it. If you apply too much heat during that chip off process, the underside of the board will actually heat up and you'll have chips fall off of the underside of the board. So that's what's occurred here on the left side. On the right side, as you heat up these chips, if you're not careful as you pick them up off the board, you can displace other components. And that is what you see right here in this highlighted box here is a small passive component that has been displaced where it should be parallel.
What is the risk of damaging components when they're taking off the board during a chip off?
Sure. So the risk of that is causing damage that could be internally that we can't see. And if you want to put the chips back on the board and assemble everything back together, it may not work appropriately.
In addition to seeing the damage with your eyes on these photographs, do you look at data when you engage in the analysis whether or not you think data is missing?
Yes, I do.
Could we have page 6, please? Could you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is just some examples of what user data would look like and what we're expecting to see when we look at the raw data from the chips that are removed from the board. So there's two ways to look at data. And one way is looking at the file system, similar to the file system you would see on your computer when you store documents. Same thing exists in vehicle modules. There are instances, though, where you cannot rebuild the complete file system, and you've got to actually look at the raw data in hexadecimal format. So that hex data, the bottom photograph or screenshot, is what that would look like in hexadecimal format.
When you looked at the data that was provided during the original chip off or process and was produced by Ms. Gaffney, were you able to, at this point, identify any date and time or power on or off information that you were looking for?
No, I was not.
You mentioned that you went beyond the original data from the testing and you discovered something on the board?
Yes, that's correct.
Could we have page 18, please? Tell us what you found.
Sure. So this is a micro SD card that I identified on the subject vehicle and later validated that existed on an exemplar vehicle as well.
Could you use the pointer?
Sure.
I know there's a red square, but I want you to describe for us what you saw and what that meant to you.
Sure. So if you look at this side of the circuit board, obviously this is a zoomed in view. But what you see is this kind of underneath the SD card is a silver casing. That is the slot that the SD card would go into, similar to the slot you would have on your computer. And again, what we're looking at is the SD card, just both sides, top and bottom.
You had mentioned earlier that when you looked at the data, you believed that there was data missing. When you found this SD card and discovered this, what did you conclude?
Sure. So at that point, I concluded that the data that we were missing was most likely stored on this SD card.
Did it appear whether or not this SD card had ever been removed from the board?
No, it did not.
Did you receive any information that this SD card was ever studied or downloaded?
No, I did not.
Could you just take this board and put it back in the car and use software to read it?
There are instances where you can do that. For this vehicle, though, we could not.
Why couldn't you?
Sure. So there are commercial forensic tools that are available for vehicle systems. One of those tools is referred to, or is called Burla. Burla is a company that writes hardware and software, or develops hardware and software that pulls data from vehicles in a user-friendly way, so that non-technical people can gain access to this data without having to go through the steps that we did in this case.
When you discovered this SD card and had your hypothesis that there may be data on it, did you have concerns about simply removing the SD card and trying to read it?
Yeah. So anytime you see an SD card on a vehicle module, in the past, there's research and there's documentation of finding these SD cards. Most of the time, they are what's called Command 42 locked. So what that means is there's a lock put in place. So if you take this SD card out, plug it into your computer is not going to recognize it. So the SD card is actually looking for a passcode from the vehicle itself to unlock it and allow access to the data.
What if you don't have that passcode?
Sure. So when you don't have that passcode, there are ways around that lock. Specifically, if we look at the left photo, you can see there's a lighter shaded black area on the SD card. What that is it's a protective covering that is covering some what's known as technological pads, and those pads allow access to reading the data and bypassing that lock.
Is gaining access to an SD card on a board like this a simple process?
It is not a simple process.
Are there a lot of advanced studies on it?
There are advanced studies on it, and it is a in-depth process to recover this data and interpret it.
Are there any concerns that you had about spoiling or destroying the data if you tried to access the SD card without a passcode?
No, not that I'm aware of. There's no documentation or research that suggests you would spoliate or lose data by bypassing that lock.
Were you concerned at all in trying to get the information from the SD card about the process of it?
Yes, I was.
Why?
To get data from this SD card, we suspected that the user data that we were expecting was on this card. So in order to validate that user data existed on this card, we processed and went through a set of testing and validation on an exemplar vehicle.
What's an exemplar vehicle mean?
Sure. So an exemplar vehicle is a 2021 Lexus LX570 that is as close to the same trim and features that the subject vehicle was.
We could take that down now, Ms. Gilman. Why did you want a similar but very separate vehicle to do testing before you tried to crack into the SD card?
Sure. So, it's kind of multiple reasons. First, to validate that the process that we're theorizing to recover data is viable. But also, this is a vehicle that there's no documentation on as far as, the data that is stored and the data, how it's recorded and what it, means. So as well as being able to validate that process, we also wanted to do testing and create some of our own data and known data sets on a vehicle, so that when we got the data, we were able to look at it and compare it to our known data sets, and we were able to validate and correctly interpret what that data means.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we take our break right now?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, folks, we'll take a 15, 20-minute break.
I want somebody to say sure to her. Sure. We'll take our break.
All right, please. Jurors, close your notebook. Follow me.
Boring.
Yeah, so essentially at this point, he's just saying that there's an
Whenever
SD
you're
card
ready,
that
Mr.
was
Brennan.
pulled out of the SUV beforehand that they analyze, compare it to another Lexus same trim package to see where the data was stored on there to make sure that they're pulling the right data. Well,
I mean, I think he basically was given the timeline, was given Whiffin's timeline of phone movement or whatever, ring camera footage. I'm trying to think of what else, so that he could then create his things around that. That's why he gave them a new report, because he had based stuff on that information, must have somehow missed Whiffin's movement, and so had to go back in and fix it. But I think he's just basically making everything go with the timeline so that the defense then can't call out the timeline.
well, that's what I agree with you. I think his whole job here is to effectively try to say that Karen Reed did not get home until after 12:40.
Absolutely, because otherwise then, like, they know, by they I mean the Commonwealth knows that if the event happened at 12:32 or whatever, when his phone stopped moving, then Karen can't be home at 12:36 because she's not getting there in 4 minutes.
Right. So I think that's our end game here with this guy, is to get him to say that Karen got home after 12:40. So they're going to use whatever's on this SD card to try to prove that in order to keep the timeline with Whiffen.
And they'll make it sound like somehow the defense expert missed all the things that's going to be what he's using to then.
Well, they're saying that the original pull of this was with the SD card. They're just not taking any accountability for the fact that it was the Commonwealth who actually missed this entire thing. Now he's going to say that her infotainment system, the information that they pulled off of this and compared to this other SUV that's similar to hers, is saying that the timeline, even though it doesn't have times, it's saying that the timeline is closer to probably 12:41, 12:42 versus, like, because that's when, remember, she's in the garage on the voicemail at 12:41 and some odd seconds. So he's going to say that she doesn't actually arrive home until then.
But she's connected to the Wi-Fi, 12:36.
I'm just telling you, he's going to tell you that the infotainment system, I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Well, we'll see.
He's probably going to say that the like range for the Wi-Fi is something out of this world, and she was still like a mile away.
Yeah. Well, I think he's just going with what's on the car system. So his whole job is to make sure that Karen Reed does not get home until, like, her car does not arrive home until after 12:40. If I'm wrong, then I'll say I'm wrong, but that's where I see the point of his testimony.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's absolutely just going to try to fit everything in so that, I mean, he's basically going to try to plug all the holes that the defense has already identified. And do so with information in a report that he just wrote a week ago.
Correct. Absolutely.
When they knew what the defense was poking at.
Well, yeah. They knew it was going to come down to the timeline. They were listening to Bob.
Lacey, I can make it about halfway down my block. I can't make it like out of my development. I can make it like halfway down my block. And then it, like, if I'm watching YouTube, it'll stop my YouTube while it disconnects and tries to find the tower, but not. I do not pick it up like coming into the development.
Mr. Burgess, when we left off, we were talking about an exemplar vehicle that you were using for tests and studies. If we could put up page 9, please, Ms. Gilman. Could you tell us what this is, Mr. Burgess?
Yes, so this is the photographs of the exemplar vehicle that we conducted testing on. So again, it's a 2021 Lexus LX 570. And the reasoning that we did this testing was, again, to validate that the user data that we were expecting to see was stored on that SD card. Additionally, in addition to that, we were also looking to create a exemplar data set, so a known data set, and we did that by connecting these cameras here. There's a camera here looking straight out. There's a camera here looking at the infotainment screen. What those cameras are doing is they're synced together, and they're recording timestamps as well as they're recording any interactions that we have with the vehicle. So us opening the doors, turning on the vehicle, turning off the vehicle, driving the vehicle, interacting with the infotainment system is all being documented. And then that way we can go back when we get the data off of the SD card and we can compare it to that documentation.
How closely were you trying to match the exemplar vehicle to the defendant's vehicle?
Obviously, as closely as we could get. If I recall correctly, this is almost a perfect match to the subject vehicle.
If we could turn to page 20, please. Tell us what this shows. And Ms. Gilman, if you could you focus in on the top gray and white line part, if you could? A little further out, if you could. We'd like to see all 3 rows if possible. And if not, we'll do it from a further view. Okay. Could you share with us what this slide represents, Mr.
Sure.
Burgess?
So this slide represents a comparison between the exemplar data and the data from the subject Lexus. In this comparison, we're looking at navigation system software. So that's going to be the infotainment system software. There's a number of different softwares running on this infotainment system for various functions. So you can see here there's a firmware version for the Wi-Fi functionality as well as the OS version, the audio, the DVD function, and I believe there's a section for the CD or disc version. So what we're looking at is we're looking at the software versions that are running on the exemplar. We're comparing that to the software versions that are running on the subject, and those match. So we would expect to see the user data to be stored in the same way.
Is it common that an exemplar vehicle will match the Focus vehicle exactly like this?
Yeah, so, I wouldn't say it's common or uncommon. I have seen it in the past. A lot of times with your newer vehicles, you'll probably notice some of them tend to update more often than others. For this one, it looks like the Lexus doesn't update quite as often. So we are able to see that the software versions are the same.
If we could take that down, please. And if you could remind us before we go into your findings in that SD card that was left behind. What was the most important thing you were looking for as far as data on that SD card?
Sure. So the most important thing we're looking for is time-stamped data specifically related to power on or ignition on events.
If you were to find time-stamped data for power on, power off ignition events, how would you use that? What would you use that in unison or comparison with the information that you already had?
Sure. So we would use that in comparison with provided surveillance videos to compare and see how accurate those timestamps are and how consistent they are specifically on the night of January or the morning of January 29th.
When you analyzed the SD card, did you get viable information?
Yes, we did.
What information did you get?
So we've got a couple different data types. We got contact lists from some of the connected devices, as well as serial numbers and phone numbers associated with the connected devices, call logs, and then power on and power off events.
Was your focus on one particular aspect of that data?
Primarily, the focus was on the power on and off events.
And did you find information regarding power and power off events that could date and time?
Yes, we did.
If we could have number 29, please. 30. Can you share with us what you found?
Sure. So this is some screenshots from our exemplar testing. So again, these are from those cameras that I pointed out earlier. What we see when we go back and review this camera footage is we see when I press the ignition on button, there is actually a logo that appears on the infotainment screen as it's booting up. That time that logo appears on the screen is associated with a time that we see in the raw data, and that's in the hexadecimal data that is very small, so it's kind of hard to see. But essentially what you have is you've got a date and you've got a time in UTC, and then you've got a identifier that suggests that the vehicle's been powered on. So we've got 4 of these tests that we can kind of compare back to and determine that this is the time that the infotainment system powers on and that first logo screen appears. And then through testing, we can identify that that is approximately ignition on is approximately 3 seconds before that timestamp.
So do I understand if you press the button to start the vehicle, there's a 3-second delay before the actual vehicle starts?
Correct. So not the actual vehicle starting. So you press the ignition on button, there's a 3-second delay in when the infotainment system powers on.
Is there any way, Ms. Gilman, to focus in on one of those 2 photos? Can you tell us what this information is?
Sure. So this is those camera angles. And what you see is I'm pressing the ignition on at this time. In that second photo on the right, you'll see that this is specifically approximately 3 seconds after I press that ignition on, and you see the Lexus logo appearing on the infotainment module.
Let me ask you something about the clocks while we're here. You see a local time on there?
Yes, I do.
Is that local time measured by a particular clock system?
Sure. So that's measured by our reference equipment. So we're using what's called VBox equipment to capture these videos. So here, that local time is actually UTC time. So it's not actually local time for this area. So that could be a little, that could be an error in how that's reporting. But essentially what we're seeing is the infotainment system is powering on at that exact time of 21:48:08.
And this was for power on. Can we have number 31, please? How's this different than the one we just looked at?
Sure. So this is power off. So this is myself pressing the ignition to power off the vehicle. And what we see at this exact time when you power off and press the ignition button, the screen on the infotainment system becomes blank, and associated with that, it powers off, and you see a log within the raw data that indicates that.
You mentioned that you found power on, power off information. Can you explain what that means?
Sure. So through this testing, what we were able to do is see that there are time-stamped power on and off events for when the infotainment system is recording a power on and power off. And then we validated that with the exemplar testing.
Ultimately, were you able to use that power on, power off timestamp information to identify the times of the later two events, the tech stream events, the 3-point turn and the backing maneuver?
Yes, in combination with other data, we were able to determine that.
Did you test the power on, power off data?
Yes, we did.
Could we have number 32, please? Can you tell us what this is?
Sure. So this is the first power on event after 12 o'clock on January 29th. That power event is happening at 12:36 up here in the top. And the vehicle is powered on and it's not powered off until 12:42:08.
Is there any power on, power off events in between those two times?
No, there's not.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
What time is
the whether or not?
What time is the voicemail left to John where you can hear her walking on the ground? You can hear her heels in the garage.
I want to say 12:41, but I'm going to get the exact one.
Yeah, I want to say 12:41 too.
12:41:35.
Okay, so the car. So they say that she's walking in the garage at 12
beep like her,
and her car is still on.
No,
that's what he's saying. That's what his timeline right now is gonna say. 12:42:08. She turns her car off.
well, that's after she's already been in the house for 40 seconds. And if she would have walked in, if she would have walked inside with her keys, it would have turned off before she got in that far.
Yeah, it doesn't. Yeah, this doesn't sound right at all. I agree, Tenny. But Justice, per my husband who works with satellite comms, a lot of technology uses satellites and will capture data in sat time. Yeah. So now we have to go through a different event where he's now trying to say that she's able to walk in the garage, but her car's still running.
So something interesting, and I made a note of it. I actually went ahead a little bit, like not listening, but taking pictures of his chalks.
Okay.
And pay close attention. I guess I've never really looked at the footage from her parents' house when it's getting towed. I decided to break it down into like when I see it going, like the timed stamp on the thing of when it's going in reverse, when it's pulling forward, when it's going in reverse again, when it's going forward, because I think that might be important.
Okay.
Because the idea is that people were having when they were counting backwards with the key cycles was that the triggering event was when the tow truck driver was backing it out of the driveway, which now Buchanan has told us is about 60 feet, which is about how far they say she's backed up to hit John. And then one of the things where he's driving forward. So you'll notice, and then it's funny because the camera footage in his slide at least cuts before the end of the video. So the tow truck driver is still driving back onto the bed. Like he gets like halfway on the bed and then backs up and backs completely off of the bed of the truck and into the road. And then again, and pulls forward again. And then before he's fully on the truck, it cuts off. It may only record like 30-second intervals. I mean, it depends on how you have your thing set.
Yeah. I don't know how their camera was set. So were you able to then match that up to the key cycle report and see exactly which ones were those?
Well, I'm going to see when he pulls up, because now that I understand it, the time elapsed. So what it's going to be is when he shows us the report of the triggers, which is what Trooper Paul did, was the time elapsed was like 10 minutes and some change, and then like 19 minutes and some change or whatever, like whatever it was. Now I know that that's from the time the car is turned on. So if the car was turned on by the tow truck driver at 4:11:46. And if what he's saying is correct, then that would mean that they're saying that this key cycle is not, the key cycle that they're saying is the accident is not the one of her backing out of the driveway. If
Yeah.
that makes sense. Because it happens like within a minute versus 10 minutes.
Okay.
So we'll see though. I mean, I don't even know if he's
I
going
want to go back and watch the footage now. See how much
They'll
we can.
play it. They'll play it. It's in his spreadsheet. Or it's in his PowerPoint.
Okay.
And it's actually
I hope that we never hear that stupid ass testimony again from the Todd Mullis, the sheriff in the Todd Mullis case, who said that it was Eastern Standard Time.
Oh, where he didn't know what UTC was?
Yeah. Well, no, he was confident that that's what UTC was.
Oh, yes, I remember that. That was horrible.
He was like, they're like, do you know what UTC is? He's all, yeah, it's Eastern Standard Time. Like, duh.
Joanna, yeah, the tires do spin. And actually, so the footage that's in his PowerPoint, well, and it could also be because I was watching it on my other computer and not my phone, but it's like the most close up I've ever seen. And I think I could see the tire spinning a couple of times, but also like the taillight looks fine to me. Oh, see, we got to get through that first. The house at One Meadows. There we go. That right here is where we'll be at her parents' house. And they pull it up big so you can see or Court TV zooms in. See, that's how close it gets. So.
Okay.
Bob's replaying Paul while they're at lunch. Oh, are they at lunch right now? We might get there like right as lunch is over. Maybe. All right.
The first power on event for that.
But I've been like this, I've already put in my spreadsheet. Like for anybody, like if we miss it and then you're like, wait, what the fuck was that? These are all in the spreadsheet already.
That night, January 29, 2022 was 12:36 a.m.
Yes.
Your Honor.
I'll sustain it at this point.
Do you have?
Yeah, because that's obviously bullshit. 12:42:08, 12:36. How does that match up to? Let's see if that's possible. So at 12.
Well, remember, Chris Albert's not leaving until 12:13. I'd have to go back on the waterfall and see exactly what time John walks out because I don't remember. What time do we have that on the timeline?
Yeah, John and Karen walk out of the waterfall
Separately, so it's 2 different times.
12:11:13.
And she's parked on the
Washington.
main street.
Yeah.
Right.
And then 12:11:28, Jennifer McCabe is seen walking towards her car on camera. And then 12:36, according to this guy, Karen turns her car on. And I'm sure she has remote start, so you would think she would like run outside, start it, run back in, and if she could reach that far. I don't know. To warm it up. So what's 12:36? You can do this math after I push play. So 12:36 to 12. 12:32:16. $10 minutes and some change. So he's probably going to line that up exactly with whatever the time elapsed is of that 1162 trigger. So I'm going to try to pull that up and see what the exact ones are. But I don't know if he's going to use those same ones. You know what I mean? I don't know if he's going to use Trooper Paul's diagrams. What really pisses me off is having diagrams and shit up here and not being able to see them. Like you're zoomed all the way in. Why is shit blurry?
Have an opinion as to the first power on event of that Lexus on January 29, 2022.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Sustained at this time.
Come on.
When you studied the information from the data, does this slide reflect the information that you studied?
Yes, it does.
Were you able to determine from your data study the time that was registered of when that Lexus was turned on for the first time on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was.
How were you able to do that?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing and determining that those timestamps are accurate to when the vehicle was powered on, we are able to say that this power on event is the first power on event of January 29th after 12 a.m.
And based on your study of the exemplar and the data from the SD card, did you arrive at an opinion as to the time of the first power on event of that Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
He just
Yes,
said
I did.
this.
Is your opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
And what is your opinion?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll see you at sidebar.
Unless he's not fucking around. They still have her car and because they took because they did the chip off, it's probably not drivable. Well, yeah, it's not drivable anymore. That's why they towed it and stuff to the house. Like, you can't drive it anymore. So that's why they would have to use a different vehicle.
Mr. Burgess, could you
Okay, so the elapsed time for key cycle 1162, I'm assuming -2 is the second one. If they're saying -2 is so there are two elapsed times for 1162. The first one is, I'm assuming this reads as in 10 minutes and 57 seconds. I'm assuming. It says 00000 10 57.4. So I'm going to assume that's 10 minutes, 57.4 seconds. And then the second one is 11 minutes and 2.2 seconds. Did I say 11 minutes? I hope I said 19. 19 minutes and 2.2 seconds. But how can there be two? The odometer mileage is the same. Both say accelerator pedal opening angle is medium or high, or medium or higher immediately after shifting to reverse. There's literally two of them that look exactly the same, except one says 10 minutes, one says 19. It doesn't make any sense to me. Sorry, I didn't mean to say 11. I meant after I said it, I was like, did I hear myself say 11? I feel like I did. So yeah, one's 10 minutes and 57 seconds. One's 19 minutes and 2.2 seconds. I don't know why they're two. Someone needs to explain that to me. There are two that they're saying is the same one, but the times are different. So that's senseless to me.
explain for us how you can identify the power on event from the data that you discovered on that SD card that was left behind?
Sure. So through our exemplar testing, we can identify a power on event, which is depicting the time the logo on the infotainment system comes on, and then the time the infotainment system goes blank. So that is representing a power off event. And then we can reference that back to the ignition on, which occurs approximately 3 seconds before the power on, the infotainment power on event.
Is this a methodology that is used in your standard of practice?
Yes, it is.
And have you used this type of methodology before?
Yes, I have.
Is it a methodology that is regularly accepted in this type of analysis?
Yes. So this is a methodology that is regularly accepted in the digital forensics community. And it is a process of testing and then validating.
How does that process further validate the accuracy of the?
Okay, so now I have another question. So 3 seconds after car turned on. Okay, so it takes 3 seconds after the car is turned on for the logo to appear. And so that's what he's going off of, is when the logo appeared. And then he's taking away 3 seconds and saying, this is what time the car was turned on. My question would be for when he's telling us these vehicles are turned off, because anybody that has these kind of systems knows that when you turn the car off, that radio and everything stays the same until either say 5 minutes goes by and you don't get out of the car, or you open the car door. Then that stuff turns off. So he's basing this off of what her, the screen in her vehicle is doing versus say an ignition. The times that he's getting are not what time she's actually pushing the button. So I wonder how he's calculating the turn off times, because if she doesn't press the button, or if she presses the button and then doesn't get out for a period of time, let's say it's 5 minutes, the car was actually turned off 5 minutes prior. But he's just basing it off of what time it automatically goes out. You know what I mean? Or she gets out of her car with the keys and doesn't turn the car off. Back when my remote start, I'm trying to think, I could park my car in front of the store, take the key with me and leave it running, and it wouldn't shut off while I was inside the gas station. So they reach pretty far, but if someone were to try to get in my car and pull away and drive away with the key inside the store with me, then it would turn off, because there would be some distance. So I'm curious to see now that I understand how he's calculating the time it was turned on, now I want to know how he's calculating when it turned off.
Times that you are registering and finding.
Sure. So through that testing, we're able to validate that accuracy. And through that testing, we've got 4 tests that represent a power on event and 2 tests that represent a power off event. In addition to that, we are comparing that data to surveillance video with timestamps as well to show the consistency.
When you engage in your testing, you said there was 4 test runs or examples. Did you analyze it to see how, in fact, accurate it was?
Yes, I did.
And how accurate was it?
It was accurate to the second compared to our reference clock.
And when you actually take the data from that SD card, how do you interpret it? How do you get it from a piece of plastic with metal on it to actual numbers and data?
Sure. So the process of that, again, is we're making connection to those technological pads on the SD card, and we're pulling that raw data. Once we have that raw data, there's a few processes we have to go through to make that raw data interpretable. So those processes are what's called XOR scrambling. So when data is stored on an SD card, there are 2 components to the SD card. There is what's called the NAND component, and then there's a controller component. The controller component is where that, if you remember, that command 42 lock is located in that controller component. So what we're doing is we're bypassing that controller, we're accessing that NAND, and then we're using forensic software to determine and interpret the XOR scrambling that is put in place on that NAND, so that we can take that scrambled data and be able to read it and interpret it, as well as what's called error correction code. So NAND devices are not, they're not great at keeping voltages accurate like they should, and that's just based on how the architecture and how the NAND components are manufactured. So what the manufacturers have done is they've put in place error correction code to correct any bit errors within that data. So what we've done is we've identified the error correction code and the XOR scrambling using software known as Resolute. That software, again, is hardware and software that we use to access that data and process it and interpret it. From there, we can take that data and we can review it in that hexadecimal format.
And based on that methodology and that process and that study, were you able to extract the data from the SD card and identify the first power on event of the defendant's Lexus on January 29th, 2022 to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I was.
And do you have an opinion about what time that Lexus, the defendant's Lexus, was powered on December 29th, 2022 for the first time?
Yes, that would be approximately 12/12/36.
Is that to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
On your chalk on the screen, is the power out event, is that the same as your interpretation?
Yes, it is.
The 12/12/36 a.m. time, what time clock is that based on?
Sure. So that's based on the internal clock in the Lexus.
The clock in the Lexus, is that a universal time, or do clocks on different devices run differently?
Sure. So it's not a universal time. Clocks on different devices run differently. So if you've ever noticed that your microwave clock is not running in sync with your iPhone, the same thing is occurring here. Even though the Lexus clock is communicating back and forth with GPS satellites and other things, the clock is still not synchronized perfectly. So you would not expect this clock to match up perfect with other devices.
When you're considering two very different or separate devices, if the time...
Now, sir, I just have to say this. The reason that my microwave time doesn't match my cell phone time is because the microwave time depends upon whatever the fuck I set it at when I'm looking at my phone. So if I look at my phone and it right now says 1:26, so I set my clock to 1:26, and then as I'm setting the clock to 1:26 on my microwave, my phone changes to 1:27, then there's going to be a minute difference. It's my fault because the timing is set by me. Exactly. Crime ghost. It's not, the microwave isn't connected to the internet.
Is different. What would that be called?
Sure. So that would be called what's called a clock variance.
I want to get into that later, but I want to finish what we have in front of us now.
Sure.
In addition to identifying the first power on event of January 29, 2022 of the defendant's Lexus at 12/12/36, were you able to identify the first power off event of that same Lexus for January 29, 2022?
Yes, I was. And that was at 12:42:08 approximately.
Did you use the same methodology and vetting that you did and testing that you did with the power on event?
Yes, I did.
And do you have an opinion if that time is accurate to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
So that opinion is that time is reliable to the second as far as the Lexus clock is concerned.
What is the graph on the bottom showing us?
Sure. So the graph is just a graphical representation of the same data representing the power on event on a timeline at 12/12/36 and the power off event at approximately 12:42:08.
When you're looking at times, power on and power off events to date and time it, are you obtaining that information independent of other outside information?
Yes, I am.
Is the data simply the data, or does something affect it?
Sure. So no, the data is simply the data. So when we get the data, we can compare it to outside sources or external sources to verify that it's consistent with other sources. But the data does not depend on any outside sources.
Do you oftentimes use outside sources to vet or test the data, even though it's totally separate concept?
Yes, I do.
After this power on, power off event, when you studied the data from the SD card using the same methodology and technique, did you find any other subsequent power on and power off events for the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022 after this event?
Yes, I did.
Can we have slide 33, please? Mr. Burgess, can you tell us what the next event is that you found in the data?
Sure. So the next power on event occurs at 5:07:46. That's this top timestamp here. The infotainment system records a power off event after that at 5:46:20. And what we have here is we've got surveillance video that was provided that depicts the approximate time range that those two events happen. So these videos do not capture the actual power on or power off event, but they occur around the same time frame and they are consistent with one another.
The power on event time that you've listed as 5:07:46. Where does that time come from?
So that time is coming from the internal Lexus clock.
And based on the data from the Lexus clock, do you have an opinion as to the accuracy of that time of 5:07:46 a.m. as it relates to the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
And what's your opinion?
So compared to the Lexus clock, that time is accurate to the second.
The videos you have, are those timed from the same Lexus clock or a different source?
No, so those timestamps of the videos are coming from external sources. In the example of these videos, I believe that is a Ring camera.
Why would you try to vet the time stamp that you've identified to the second from the Lexus clock with another item, including a video that uses a different clock?
Sure. So that further validates that those timestamps are accurate and they're consistent with timestamps we're seeing from other devices.
Can there be a variance with other devices?
There can be a variance.
If there's a variance, could that still corroborate or support the original timestamp from the Lexus clock?
Yes. So even with a variance, those timestamps can still be consistent with one another.
And on the two photographs, are those videos or photographs?
Those are videos.
What is the purpose of including a video?
Sure. So the purpose of including the video is just to depict that the video does not actually capture the power on or power off event. But again, it is around the same time frame that the power on and power off event occur.
Ms. Gilman, are you able to play the video to the left? Okay, thank you. What about that video vets or corroborates the 5:07:46 Lexus time on the power on event?
Objection, Your Honor.
A little bit more before you get to that, Mr.
Okay. Did you use the video that we just saw in an attempt to vet or corroborate the timestamp for the power on event on the Lexus?
Yes, I did.
How did you do that?
Sure. So looking at the start timestamp on the video, we can see that the video starts at approximately 5:07:58. Keeping in mind this timestamp is coming from the camera or the Ring video, the Ring camera itself. And when we look at the power on event, we see that it occurs at 5:07:46. So although we don't see the actual time of the power on event, that is consistent with what we would expect.
What does the video on the right help us do?
So video on the right helps us do the same thing. So when we look at the power off event that occurs at 5:46:20, again, when we look at the Ring video on the right, that start timestamp of that video is 5:46:29. So again, we missed the power off portion of when that occurs, but that is consistent, again, with what we would expect.
Could we play the video on the right? If you can enlarge, that would be helpful. If not, If you could stop the video, please. Mr. Burgess, you see the lights are on that vehicle?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you tell if the vehicle is on or off at that point?
Sure. So I cannot tell if the vehicle is on or off at that point. Typically, when you power off a Lexus or a modern vehicle, the lights will stay on for some portion of time afterwards. But again, that is consistent with the timestamp from the power off event.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the power on and power off events as they pertain to the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
And that is that those timestamps are accurate to the second.
Did you further follow the data to see if there was any other power on, power off events relative to the Lexus for January 29, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could you take us to Exhibit 34, please? What is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next time that the vehicle is powered on and subsequently powered off. That power on event occurs at 12:35:01. The power off event occurs at 2:12:01. And then this video is a video from alarm.com surveillance that depicts the vehicle pulling into a driveway and shutting off. So when we look at the video and we watch the video, you can actually see at 2:12:01 in the video timestamp that the windshield wipers stop moving and the vehicle's suspension begins to lower, indicating that the ignition button has been pressed.
Let's start with the power on event. Was there any video available to show the power on event at 12:35:01?
There is no video available that I'm aware of.
On the last slide, you had the power off event at 5:46:20 a.m.
Correct.
Was there any other power on, power off events between 5:46:20 a.m. and this event here?
No, there was not.
Did you try to obtain any collateral or corroborative video or evidence relative to the power on event of 12:35:01?
I did request or make a request to see if there was any video available, and as far as I'm aware, there was not.
Regarding the power on event, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of the power on event as it relates to the Lexus clock on the system?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
That is that power on event is accurate to the second in reference to the Lexus clock.
12:35:01 p.m.?
Correct.
And do you have an opinion as to the power off event to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy from the data you recovered from the SD card?
Yes, I do. And that power off event, again, occurred at approximately 2:12:01, according to the Lexus clock.
I don't know if you can enlarge the video, Ms. Gilman, but if you can, and if not, could you play anyways?
Okay, the tires obviously spun at the base of the driveway.
Sorry, I had to take care of a kid. I'm back, so I've missed. I don't even know how much I've missed.
Nothing really important.
Okay.
Thank you. And could you explain for us the graph on the bottom of that exhibit? Or,
Sure.
Pardon me, of that diagram?
Sure. So that graph, again, is just a timeline graphical representation of when that power off event occurred and when the
Also, when he says approximately, did he say what that even means? Like, what does approximately mean? Within 30 seconds?
To him, yeah.
Yeah.
When the power on event occurred and when the power off event occurred at 2/12/35/01 and 2/12/01.
Based on the data you analyzed from the SD card, was there any further power on and power off events on January 29, 2022 after this 12/35/01 to 2/12/01 event?
Yes, there was.
Could you display for us page 35, Ms. Gilman? And what is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is the next power on event that is recorded within the system. And that power on event occurs approximately 4/11/46. And the power off event occurs at 4/12/56. The video we see is that same alarm.com surveillance video. The start timestamp of that video is 4/12/03. So again, we don't see the actual power on and off event within the video, but it is consistent with what we would expect as the power on event occurring at 4/11/46, and then the video starting, and we see the car backing up at 4/12/03.
Would the alarm.com be using a different clock than that of the Lexus?
It would be, yes.
And based on your methodology in vetting and testing in view of the data on the SD card, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the time of this power on event?
Yes, so that power on event would be 4/11/46.
Okay, but how is he determining that? He just said that the SUV time or whatever is different from the ring time or alarm.com time. And based on the differences is how he determines this time, but he doesn't say what the difference is or how he determined that.
Is that not the difference? Is that not what he's saying the difference is? Is this minute and 10 seconds?
No, he's saying that it starts at 4/12/03. So the 4/11/46, like literally where it's turned, he's assuming that it's already been turned on because the car's moving when it starts. He assumes that the car was already turned on because when the video starts, it's moving. It has to be turned on. Let me listen one more time.
Power on event of scientific certainty on the SD card. Your methodology than that of the Lexus. Would the alarm.com be using a different clock than that of the Lexus?
It would be, yes.
And based on your methodology in vetting and testing in view of the data on the SD card, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the time of this power on event?
Yes, so that power on event would be 4/11/46.
See, he's not telling
And
us.
do you have an opinion as to the time of the power off event related to this diagram?
Yes, that would be 4/12/56.
Is that opinion as well to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, it is.
Is that a photograph or a video?
That is also a video.
Ms. Gilman, could you help us?
See, I don't like them not being able to tell me where you're coming up with that time. Oh yeah, look at this. So I recorded in the spreadsheet this backup, the pull forward, the backup, the pull forward. So each time I recorded that. Now it's going forward, then it backs up again, then it goes forward again, then it backs up again. See, it spins trying to get on there. And then he backs up again. See, and then it shuts off.
Thank you. And similarly, does the graph give a general idea of the time?
Yes, so similarly, the graph is a timeline representation of the power on and power off event.
Mr. Burgess, was there an additional power on, power off event after the power off event at 4:12:56 p.m. at the Dighton residence?
Yes, there was.
Ms. Gilman, could you show us number 36, please?
So getting to Canton PD, obviously.
Mr. Burgess, could you take us through this one?
Sure. So this is the next power off or power on event that occurs. And that power on event occurs at 5:34:51 p.m. The power off event occurs at 5:36:42. Again, the video that is associated with this does not show the power on or the power off event, but it shows the time just before the vehicle is arriving to this location on a tow truck. And that would be consistent with the vehicle then being powered off and backed off of the tow truck at that time.
You mean powered on?
And based on your analysis.
See, so it seems like he's using this timestamp to then say, well, within such and such, let's say a minute of arriving there, it had to have been turned on to get off the truck.
I feel like
This
Alessi's
feels
going to
like
be
a
able
lot
to
of guessing.
destroy this guy.
He's not telling us nothing that's like not on camera, right? Like he's telling us about things, about times it was powered on and off based on stuff he has camera of. So like, notice there's no power off between leaving the house at 5:07 and getting back with Jen McCabe and stuff. So when she pulled up to the house, she didn't shut the car off. Do we know she didn't? Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And even like,
well, I guess we could go with what Jen says. Just ask her. She'll tell you the truth.
well, and I don't think she made a comment about whether she turned the car off or not.
She doesn't.
But it's just funny to me that he's only got data for things that he could see on camera. So like, oh, you have a video of the tow truck driver backing it out of the driveway. Well, then the car had to have been turned on shortly before that. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Of the data, do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what time this power on event took place?
Yes, and that time would be 5:34:51.
And that's according to the internal Lexus clock?
Yes, it is.
Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty when this vehicle was then powered off?
Yes, and that would be 5:36:42.
Again, pursuant to the Lexus clock.
Correct.
After this event at 5:34:51 p.m. to 5:36:42 p.m., when you studied the data, were there any other power on or power off events for this Lexus vehicle on January 29, 2022?
Not that I studied after this event.
Not that I studied, but they may exist.
Could you take that down, please?
God, what's this one hair hanging down?
Now, we touched on an issue earlier. I want you to give your opinions and explain to the jury. You mentioned the word variance between different items. I don't think you used the word items. You said something else.
Sure. So that's going to be the clock variance between different devices. So in this instance, what we're referring to is the difference in the clocks of the Lexus module and an iPhone. So we would not expect those clocks to be perfectly synced. Typically what we see and is what is generally accepted is a clock variance of up to 60 seconds. And that is because when you think about when you're looking at your radio and you're looking at the clock, it's representing to you the hours and the minutes. It's not representing the seconds. So again, it's accurate.
But you're going off of the computer chips. You're not going off of like the clock that's on my dashboard that I set myself. You said you're going off of the one that's like connected to satellites. So if the computer in the car is getting a time from a satellite, your phone is also getting the time from the satellite. They should be the same.
Its function is to be accurate to the minute, but its function is not to be accurate to the second.
Is a variance between different devices an accepted concept in your community?
Yes, it is an accepted concept in my community.
when you were looking for power on, power off information from the data on the SD card, what clock would that information, that time be dependent on?
Sure. So that's going to be dependent on the Lexus clock. That Lexus clock is continuously running, but it also syncs up with GPS systems to update the clock on occasion. We do not know how frequent that activity occurs because that is proprietary to the manufacturer themselves.
To bring us back, when you started this case, there were two important text stream events?
Correct. There were two text stream events.
Remind us what those were.
Sure. So one is going to be associated with a three-point turn, and the other is going to be associated with a backing maneuver.
In those two text stream events, are they related in any way to the running clock that is on the text stream data?
Sure. So when we think back, the text stream events have that running clock from ignition on. And because we know the power on events from the infotainment module, we can reconcile when those time counts occurred.
If there's information about time.
So that's exactly what he did. So text stream data, time from ignition on. So he's basing this off of the three-point turn occurring. What was the time I gave? 10 minutes. Somebody did the math. I think Indiana Girl did the math. Somebody do the math. 10 minutes and 57 seconds from 12:12:36 is the three-point turn.
10 minutes and what?
10 minutes and 57 seconds from 12:12:36 is the three-point turn. And then 19 minutes and 2 seconds from 12:12:36 is the reverse.
19 minutes and 2 seconds?
Yep.
From text stream data on the Lexus, what would you have to do if you took a separate device like an iPhone and you wanted to reconcile the variance?
Sure. So if we want to,
that would be irrelevant, right? So the iPhone is irrelevant to what you're saying here. Just because it doesn't match, that would actually mean that like it didn't happen the way you're saying that or it was an irrelevant trigger.
You said 10 minutes and 57 seconds?
Ah.
So that puts it at 12:23:33.
So 12:23:33 would be the, let me put this in a different color. 12:23:33.
Doesn't make sense to me.
And then what about the other one?
Well, that's going to be even later. So that's 30. That's 38. That's 31. 12:31:38.
So that would mean 12:31:38 is the reverse.
Same time that we've talked about. 12:31:38.
So that's what time he's saying that this reverse event happened.
That's the time that they have gone with forever, saying that's when she hit him. That's when she hit him is 12:31:38. Try 12:33. Did I do it wrong? Hold on, let me look.
12:23:33 plus 19 minutes and 2 seconds.
12:36.
Yeah, 12:12:36. Yeah,
and
that's
1902.
1902. Yeah.
$12:31:38.
Okay, so that's what he's fixing to say is that 12:23:33 is when she makes the three-point turn, and then 12:31:38 is the reverse.
Okay, so 12 it takes us right to where they've always said that they believe that John died was 12:31:38. 12:31:38.
But Hank is now asking him about the phone. The phone should be entirely irrelevant. Whatever time the phone says should be entirely irrelevant to what time you're saying that this occurred. So now he's got to explain why the phone kept up with activity.
Correct. Which is where
that's why
the
he said there's
phone comes in.
That's why he said there's a 60-minute or 60-second variance, which would bring us to
12:32:38.
Right.
And we need it, and it's 12:32:16, I think, is when John's touching his phone.
Correct. So that him saying that there's a 60-second variance is why John's phone appears to be doing whatever while after he's already been hit by the car. That's what he's about to say.
To reconcile the variance, what we would need is we would need an event that occurs that both clocks record. So for instance, if you've got two cameras that are recording.
So for instance, the time of his Waze on his phone or whatever, backing up, doing the 3-point turn after they passed Fairview and needed to turn around would need to be at the exact time of 12:23:33. And that would mean that the car time and the phone time are exactly the same. So what they're going to do is say the time of his phone saying they did a 3-point turn is 12:22:33. They're going to say that John's phone is a minute off, a minute behind. So that when it comes time to him being reversed and run over, they'll say, well, he's a minute behind. So really this on John's phone would have been, a minute ahead or whatever. Do you see what I'm saying? He's
Yes.
trying to make that phone movement that happens after 12:31:38.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's the vehicle data, which is his job is the vehicle data. But now he's going to bring up the phone data and say, well, the phone. So like the appropriate person to have told us if the phone times were wrong would have been Ian Witham.
Right. Well,
because that means your whole.
That's why he has to change everything. So I don't think he's going to say either device is necessarily wrong. What his intent is to say is that these two devices, these are the times that match up to each other. So it shows that there's a variance in the devices, no matter which one you think is right or wrong. So the variance in the devices makes this the exact same time as that on the other device.
Right.
He's trying to say that she does. He won't. I don't even know if they're going to get into that on direct anyway.
Probably not.
He's trying to say that she shut her car off at 12:42 and whatever seconds,
which would mean that her phone had a variance.
Means that the car's on while she's walking in the garage.
Yeah, I agree. This is
you jumping up and down. You would take your motion of jumping up and down or your event of jumping up and down, and you would use that event to sync the clocks of those two cameras. So essentially, we're doing the same thing with the Lexus clock and the iPhone clock.
When you did your analysis during this case, initially, did you have any interest in trying to reconcile those clocks?
No, I did not.
Why not?
Why not?
Because that is generally accepted that the clock variance is up to 60 seconds. And while reviewing the power on and off events and comparing that to the surveillance videos that were provided, that was consistent with what we would have expected.
Did something compel you to further your study and compare the Lexus clock information on those two tech stream events, the 3-point turn and the backing maneuver, to a different device?
Yes, there was a claim of attempting to synchronize those two clocks that I believed was potentially misleading.
So based on reviewing that information,
Isn't that what
and
you're
coming
trying to do?
conclusion, did you on your own do any further study about the difference in clocks and attempt to synchronize them?
Yes, I did.
You said that you can synchronize if you have more than one device identifying a particular time. What did you mean by that?
Sure. So if we've got two devices that are recording a similar event, so let's say, for instance, a 3-point turn, if that is recorded with an iPhone, with the iPhone's clock, we can compare that event to the time that that event occurs and is recorded by the Lexus.
Were you aware of any device other than the Lexus recording that 3-point turn?
Yes, I was.
What were you?
What about Karen's device? Are we going to throw that in the mix too?
Aware of?
That would be an iPhone from Mr. O'Keefe.
Like, why are we going off of John's phone that was like
Because
supposedly
John's phone is what the defense is going to use to show John was still alive. And that's what they care about. They need to show John was dead.
and his clock was just somehow wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have data and information from Mr. O'Keefe's phone some time ago?
I did have partial location data from Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone.
Why was it partial?
Did you do something with his iPhone data as it relates to the Lexus clock on those two events, the 3-point turn and the backing maneuver?
I did on the 3-point turn, yes, and the backing maneuver.
Tell us what you did.
Sure. So I looked at when the 3-point turn occurred within the iPhone data and the location data in reference to that clock, and then looked at the same 3-point turn event as it was recorded from the text stream and the Lexus clock.
At some point, did you have enough data to make that full analysis?
Yes, I did.
Now, as a general concept, before we get to the 3-point turn in detail, I want to turn to page 39 of your PowerPoint. I'm sorry, if you could turn to page 38, please.
You just said 39, you idiot.
Can you explain to us the concept of synchronizing clocks?
Sure. So this is kind of a graphical representation of how to synchronize a clock.
Oh my God.
So essentially, like I said, we're taking a event that occurs. In this instance, is a 3-point turn. We have data where that 3-point turn is recorded within an iPhone. And we have data where that 3-point turn is recorded within the Lexus. Those events have clocks associated with them. So in order to reconcile the difference in those clocks, we are comparing the clock times for the event from each device and moving or adjusting the clock for one compared to the other.
In addition to specializing in data and computers and cars, you also mentioned that you specialize in mobile phones?
Yes, I do.
Did you use your experience in your training and your education to analyze the iPhone data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone as it related to the information from the Lexus vehicle?
Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that, yes or no?
Yes.
Just answer yes.
Yes.
So if he did all this, why did he even need with him? Oh, for Jen McCabe's phone. I forgot. Okay.
You did?
Okay,
I did.
leave it on for just a hot second. I want to go over this timeline. So 12/12/36, her car starts from the main street out by Waterfall. They drive over and they go up Cedar Crest and they have to make a 3-point turn. That 3-point turn then happens at 12:23:33. And then Whiffen has her going 20 miles per hour approximately and stopping at 12:24:38. So the car
so Whiffen does have 12:23:33 as the 3-point turn.
12:23:33. I'm adding in what we just talked about.
Okay.
So 12:24:38 car stops in front of the house, right? So they're saying that the car stops at 12:24:38 and sits there until 12:31:38.
And then hits him?
And then hits him. So it sits there for 7 minutes. Almost exactly. Without him getting out of the car and going inside?
Well, and don't forget 12:25:30 is when his phone starts going in a westerly direction towards the house.
Right. 12 what?
25:30.
At 12:25:30, he's going in a westerly direction towards the house.
Mm-hmm.
But she sits there until 12:31:38. So she doesn't go in reverse until 12:31:38.
And don't forget that Jen talks to John for 7 seconds at 12:29:44. And she definitely did, according to Whiffen, because Whiffen said that the way that you can tell, because remember, she deleted that call from her phone. It was not in her phone, but it was in John's.
Yeah.
And he said that they could tell when a call is actually picked up, because if it's an incoming call and it says answered, then that means it did not go to voicemail. And John's phone is where they got that call, and it said answered, and it was 7 seconds. So she called him. She could deny it all she wants. They talked for 7 seconds.
He's like, yeah, I'll be right there or whatever. Yeah, I'm on my way in. That's at 12:29?
Yep, 12:29:44.
12:29:44.
Which means he would have hung up the phone with her at 12:29:51. And then Ryan Nagel leaves, pulls past. Karen's the only one in the car. And 12:30, she would have leave.
So John would have to be out there. I mean, he would have to be out there when what's his name is there, when Nagel's there. He'd have to be.
Well, he wasn't, because they didn't see him. I mean, there's got to be a reason
that doesn't help the Commonwealth at all.
There has to be a reason that Jen said she did not talk to him at 12:29:44. Like, she's adamant, but the data says that he did. He did. She did. He picked it up. He answered the phone.
That's where Nanya, I am in agreement with you. And Joanna, I'm trying to figure, ask me a question and I'll see if I can try to break down what the answer is. Because I don't really know. There's a lot of this that it doesn't make sense because it doesn't make sense. So it's kind of hard to say, like, this is what they're essentially. I'm going to go back to my point that I said at the beginning of this dude's testimony, is what they're trying to do is to show that Karen Reed got home after John last used his phone, or after the 12:36 connection to the internet, and that she had hit him after he last used his phone. That's the point of his entire thing. 12:31:36 is the 36 steps. That should be in a range of time though, right? 12:31:36.
Yeah, it starts. So that starts at 12:31:56 is the start of the 36 steps and 83.53 feet. That ends at 12:32:16. Which is about 7 seconds after he locks his phone for the final time, using the lock button. See, what I don't get is, like, he could have stopped right here.
So she starts backing up at 12:31:38, and he's walking towards the house, and she hits him.
Well, I don't know where he was walking towards the house from, because it's not like there were tire marks in the yard. Like, she's not.
Well, that's what I'm saying. But that's what their theory is that's how it's happening. She's backing up at 12:31:38. He's walking towards he's walking. So I mean, he's right there, and then that's when she hits him at 12:32:16 ish.
Well, I feel like plus or minus a minute. Like, that's where he's headed. It's going to be like plus or minus a minute.
So then we have this whole 7 minutes of inside the car that makes no sense to anybody.
Oh, Grace Base must not be watching with us, but wrote on
Okay.
Twitter like an hour ago. Here's the question. If you can use phone data to tell how fast the phone is going, why not get the data from Karen's phone showing her accelerating to 24.2 miles per hour?
Yeah, it's a great question.
I thought I heard people saying something about like Karen's phone and or John's phone connecting and or disconnecting from her vehicle.
I remember hearing that, but I don't remember. I don't know if it ever came from a trial or if
I
that
don't
was
think
just
it did. No, I don't think it came from testimony. It may have come from a document that I can't think of at the moment. But I feel like, why don't you just bring that up? We've talked all about Jen McCabe's phone, John's phone. Like, where is Karen's phone? Other than she connected to his Wi-Fi. Like, what else have we heard from Karen's? Oh, and the phone calls and voicemails. But what about this other data?
Yeah, with all this data that you're getting from John's, where's her data? Where's her going up the 3 flights of stairs at the same times that his phone is?
I don't know.
They all go out there and do it themselves, but why don't you do it with the person who was actually in the car with him?
Well, even like the steps, right? If the steps on John's Apple Health data or the flights from John's Apple Health data was from being in the car, then Karen's should also have flights.
Right, exactly. I think all this variant stuff, Joanna, all this variant stuff is to sync up with Whiffen.
Oh, good. We skipped.
He had no variant stuff.
Oh, it's cross.
Yeah.
But we managed to skip all through lunch, just in case you were wondering.
We're already past lunch?
We are not, but they are in real time, yeah.
Oh, okay. All right, well, let's keep going then.
Meaning we won't have to sit. We won't be live on lunch.
Nice.
Yeah. Can't wait to hear how he did.
Did you see what type of information was being stored on Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone as far as location data?
Yes, I did. In reference to location data, Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone is recording timestamps, GPS position, speed, and heading. So heading is going to be the direction that the iPhone is facing.
Was there any particular application that you were aware of that he was using?
Yes, as far as I'm aware, he was using the Waze app for navigation.
Could we have number 39, please? Could you tell us what this shows, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So specifically what we're looking at within the location data is a 2-minute window. So that 2-minute window we see here graphically plotted on a map. And we see, it's hard to tell, but you can see a white dot, which is the center of a radius for a GPS position. The orange circles are the horizontal accuracy for each one of those positions. And then down here, you can see a black line that is coming off of each GPS position that represents the heading or the direction that the iPhone is facing.
You mentioned you had some materials from Mr. Whiffen. Did you ever see any materials from Mr. Whiffen regarding location data that was acquired through the application Waze?
Yes, I did see a report by Mr. Whiffen.
Did you rely on his report, or did you independently, on your own, test the location information?
Sure. So I independently, on my own, looked at the location data from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
So he received the full data extraction of John's phone as well?
Right, but he didn't do his own extraction.
Pretty sure Whiffen was asked, and it was said that he went off of Whiffen's report.
This diagram that we see with all the points on it, is this developed from your own independent view and review of Mr. O'Keefe's location data?
It is.
Shouldn't it be exactly the same as
So
Whiffen?
the top left is a round circle. What does that indicate?
Sure. So top left. So yeah, so that's going to be, again, the GPS coordinate beginning for this 2-minute interval that we're looking at. The orange circle is going to be the horizontal accuracy for that GPS point.
And then bring us down and up to the left. There seems to be a bigger circle on the top.
Sure. So as we come down, believe what is Cedar Crest and go up Cedar Crest, we have a position where the course heading of the iPhone changes, the speed lowers, and we have a lot more GPS points in a centralized location. So that's why you see that overlapping circles in that location.
When you're following and analyzing Mr. O'Keefe's location information, does this in any way relate to the first of those 2 text stream events that you originally were focused on?
It does relate to the first text stream event, which identifies a 3-point turn.
And again, although you're not an accident reconstructionist, do you know if there's data that was captured regarding this 3-point turn as far as an event?
Yes, I'm aware of data that was captured during that 3-point turn event.
If we could turn to page 40, please. I want you to explain to us how this chart works. What does a point mean?
Sure. So when we were initially provided the location data, again, we were provided a partial view or a partial data set of that location data. And within that Excel spreadsheet that data was provided in, it was identified as GPS points. So what we've got here is we've got the partial data along with the full data set that I was provided later on. So we've got a couple columns here. So we've got point, which is GPS point from that partial initial.
What?
They didn't give him the full data set to begin with. They gave him a partial data set and then gave him a full data set later.
By they, you mean like with him?
That's what I'm assuming. Yeah.
Yeah.
Data set that I was provided. We've got timestamps. So
basically, this is Within's data provided to him. He didn't pull this from John O'Keefe's extraction. Burgess didn't.
Right. No, he was given a report of the extraction, which I'm sure that Alessio will hit on as soon as he starts cross. Did you pull the data or were you given the data?
Yeah.
Do you know how the data was pulled?
Yeah. I'll look at Susie. I'll look at Sue's.
These timestamps are every second. With every second, there is a latitude and a longitude recorded, as well as a horizontal accuracy, a speed, and again, a course heading.
When you looked at data point 154, is there a time ascribed to that?
There is a time described to that as 12:23:58.
Before you did this more in-depth analysis, were you relying on anything beyond point 154, that one line?
No. So that was the only thing that was being relied on at that time.
Why?
Because again, we were initially provided a partial data set of the location.
And why didn't you seek earlier on to break this down with more specificity?
Again, because the generally accepted clock variance is up to 60 seconds. And that data was consistent with everything else we were seeing. So there was no need to look any further.
And what compelled you again to look further?
A claim of misinterpreting and a misleading calculation trying to adjust these clocks.
Were you given a report?
I was not given a report. I was giving a PowerPoint presentation.
When you decided to delve deeper into this, was that on your own initiative or were you requested to do it?
That was on my own initiative.
Now, rather than simply relying on point 154, what does breaking it down with all of the times and numbers between the green and orange do for your analysis?
Sure. So breaking it down, we can see between the green. So the green highlighted in green is position or timestamp 12:23:59. What we see happening before that time is the speed is pretty consistent between 15 and 8 miles per hour. the speed starts to drop at that point. And if we look at the course heading, we can see that the course heading before that time is pretty consistent as well, between 339 and 348. So that is, at position or at time 12:23:59, the speed drops and the course heading changes from, approximately 360, so straight north, to 284, which is in a northwesternly direction. After that time of 12:23:59, the speed recorded is 0. The course heading is 352. And at time 12:24:07, you see the speed pick back up, and the course heading is around 179 degrees. So it's going to be in a southern direction. So based on this information, we can tell that the vehicle between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07 made a 3-point turn maneuver, changing from the northern direction of heading to the southern direction.
Is this data generated from Mr. O'Keefe's phone or from the Lexus?
Sure. So this data is generated from Mr. O'Keefe's phone.
Where you initially relied on 154 as a timestamp to identify the time and location of the car at a later point, does this give you more of a benefit breaking it down?
This does give you more of a benefit breaking it down.
The zeros and the speed, what does that indicate to you as far as the data relative to the portion of the 3-point turn?
Sure. So it doesn't necessarily mean the vehicle is at 0 miles per hour. Again, if you look at the horizontal accuracies, we've got anywhere between 16 and 29 feet. So that's the range in the GPS and what it's seeing. So if the car is, slightly moving or moving like you would expect during a 3-point turn, you would expect to see that speed at, 0 miles per hour.
Did you develop a photograph with some detail to explain this in more of a picture format?
Yes, I did make a graphical representation of this.
If we could have 41, please. Could you break this down for us, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is, again, a zoomed in version of the map that we showed earlier. And what we've done is we've cleaned out or just removed, for the sake of simplicity, the other points leading north to this point and the points leading south. Those are going to be those 0 mile per hour indications. So what we're looking at is the heading change and that speed change, which occurs at 12:23:59. And you can see the heading change from the black arrow leading off of the center radius of the GPS position. And then at 12:24:07, you see the heading change to a southern direction. And then the other GPS points are consistent with the vehicle moving southbound on Cedar Crest.
So the claim that you analyzed, did that actually compel you to analyze and identify a more accurate variance than you originally had?
It did.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty what the variance is between the clock on the defendant's Lexus on January 29, 2022 and Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone on January 29, 2022?
Yes, I do.
And to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty, what is that variance?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Need a little more, Mr. Brain.
Okay.
This guy is sweating fierce.
After you studied timestamp 154, what did that help you do? What did you learn from that?
Sure. So after studying timestamp GPS point 154 and these further GPS positions, we're able to identify the approximate, time that the 3-point turn occurred according to Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone data. So now we've got that event of when that 3-point turn occurred. Now we can compare that to the 3-point turn from the tech stream data and that running clock. Again, what we're doing is taking the power on event at 12:12:36 and adding the time count from the tech stream data to come up with the time of 12:23:38 in the text stream data. So the text stream data indicates a 3-point turn ended or a trigger event, a text stream event ended at approximately 12:23:38. The iPhone indicates that a 3-point turn occurred between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07. So since we've got that shared event between the two devices, we can reconcile any type of clock variance. So adjusting the Lexus clock to the iPhone clock, we can calculate that clock variance.
Is this a methodology that is commonly used in your practice?
It is.
Is it commonly used in the scientific community which you're part of?
It is.
Are there scholarly papers about this type of methodology in comparison of synchronizing clocks?
There are.
One of the papers you wrote, did that have anything to do with synchronization of clocks?
It did not have anything to do with synchronization of clocks, but it was relative to how accurate the timestamps are of events from iPhones.
And that was one of your peer-reviewed papers?
Yes, it was.
And are there scholarly journals and studies on the synchronization of clocks?
There are, yes.
Did you use that methodology in your analysis to come to arrive at an opinion about the time variance between the defendant's Lexus and Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty?
Yes, I do.
And what is that opinion?
The clock variance is between 21 and 29 seconds.
If we could have number 42, please. What is this, Mr. Burgess?
Sure. So this is, if we think back to the last slide, we've identified the 3-point turn event in both the data sets. So now if we want to adjust one clock to the other, we can do that. And doing that, we've identified that the variance is between 21 and 29 seconds. So we would need to adjust the Lexus clock forward by 21 to 29 seconds to synchronize it with the iPhone data. So in doing that, the end of text stream event 1162.1 goes from 12:23:38 to 12:23, between 12:23:59 and 12:24:07.
These
You're
two
back to
clocks,
the
one
deposit.
on the left being the Lexus clock that reads 12.
So 21 and 29 seconds, and the 12:31:38 to the 12:32:16 is still outside of his range.
I'm gonna just say this. From what I briefly just looked at on Twitter, and then I closed it because I didn't want to know all the things. It doesn't really seem like any of this is going to matter here soon.
Yeah, I don't want any spoilers in chat because I'm not looking at anything else. I just want to watch it happen and I want to watch it unfold. So, but I'm just saying, so but Whiffen says the car is stopped at 12:24:38, according to Whiffen. Now, according to this guy, at 12:24:07, they're just completing the 3-point turn.
What time did you say that he says the car stops?
12:24:38.
Yes.
So 31 seconds.
And that is based off of John's
phone.
Right. So you would have to then move that.
You have to move that back now, too. But Whiffen doesn't talk about any of this stuff.
Well,
that there's anything wrong with John's phone or the time on John's phone.
Correct. And Whiffen didn't look at Lexus information. And so he didn't have to align that data with anything. You see what I mean? This guy's trying to align it with what he's found on the Lexus.
Correct.
Is the
but
only
that's
reason
not going to work because if the phone stops at 12:24:38, so he's saying it takes 31 seconds for her to finish that turnaround, get back to the stop sign, stop, get waved on by the Nagel crew, and then go down and park the car.
And also, when does it stop? Like if his clock is wrong, then is his clock for text messages wrong? Is the clock for steps wrong? Is the clock for calls wrong? Is it all wrong?
It's just a variance between the Lexus and the phone of 21 to 29 seconds. But that's what I'm saying. So it still doesn't, but it won't fall in line with the 12:32:16 to the 12:31:38 because that's 22:32:30. It's 38 seconds. So it's still the actual time difference of her quote unquote backing up key cycle to John manually shutting off his phone is 38 seconds. Or what did I just say it was?
He's basically
38 seconds.
He's basically saying both clocks are correct, but when I'm telling you that the tech stream event happened at 12:23:38, if you're trying to compare it to his phone data to see what his phone was doing at that time, then you should know that his phone data actually is 21 to 29 seconds fast.
Right.
So you need to remove 21 to 29 seconds from John's phone.
But then you'd have to compare it to Karen's phone. You'd have to compare it to Jen McCabe's phone, compare it to Brian Higgins' phone. Are all of them off then? I mean, what's the deal here? Is the Lexus just what's off? So we're looking at all the phones are in this weird drift?
No, the whole point is to explain why his phone would be moving after he got hit. Because it wasn't really, it was just running faster. So it looked like it happened after, but really it happened before. Does that make sense?
Okay. Yep.
That's all he's trying to do is say, it says he was taking steps after, but once you remove 21 to 29 seconds, then it no longer looks like he was still taking steps or locking his phone after he was hit.
Yep.
That's all he's trying to do is explain that away, just like you said.
I think and I think essentially what he's doing is just confusing the shit out of everybody.
Well, we have all this data.
Right.
The jury doesn't have nearly as much to compare it to.
True. But if they did take notes during Whiffin's time, then they would have some of this.
Right.
All right.
But they're still at the 3-point turn. They're not even at the event yet.
Well, so is he gonna totally say that she stops the car at a completely different time because the phone stops at a different time?
Yeah, 21 to 29 seconds prior to when Whiffin said, basically.
So discrediting his own witness.
Yes.
That makes sense.
Yes.
Brennan, fucking idiot.
He doesn't care. He does not care. Still hasn't talked to. Yeah, he still hasn't talked about the second trigger event. But he's buttering you up for that. Like he's trying to tell you it's wrong on a different event, so that when it comes down to time where he got hit, then you already are like, okay, I have to apply that 21 to 29 second thing.
Correct. That's why I was like, why is he going with this 3-point turn? There's no 3-point turn that has anything to do with John getting hit. What is he doing with that?
He's trying to make you think like, oh, I'm not just saying it happened with the reverse. See, because I'm showing you this 3-point turn where it's happening too. The time is off.
Right. Joanna, I agree with you. I'm probably going to have to rewatch it too, to go through and understand. Well, let's listen to Cross first and then decide if it's even something we need to do.
Yeah. You're going to want to do
that. The defense has done a really good job this time around, I think, of simplifying things for the jury.
For sure.
Taking out all these stupid numbers and just being like, okay, this, you know what I mean? Taking out all the big terms and just making it very like layman friendly.
Even when it comes down to like what I said about what Lally does, that bothers the shit out of me when he's doing like does item 7-13, does that match, this thing? They get up and they're like, okay, so is there 6 pieces from the taillight that were found at this spot that you like? And so then, okay, we're talking about the taillight. We're talking about 6 pieces of the taillight. Does or doesn't match. We're talking about the glass that was in the road. We're talking about the glass that was on his clothes. You know what I mean? It's like, if I was a prosecutor, I would not be talking in numbers.
Well, unless you purposely want to confuse the shit out of the jury and make them think whatever. Yeah. I mean,
and And especially when there's multiple different numbers. So there's like, okay, Camp PD's number, like let's say, well, I don't know that they had any numbers because they're weird, but like, okay, CERT team's number is not going to be the same as the state police lab number. It's not going to be the same as the DNA number when it goes off for DNA. They're going to be different numbers. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So I wouldn't be using the numbers at all. But like you said, if you were trying to confuse them where they just say, okay, well, I guess we're talking about all the taillight pieces when really we might only be talking about one or none. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
These people can't write that shit down that fast. I hate saying you don't need to listen to direct, but they go through every piece and break it down. Well, direct is almost done. I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure when we come back from lunch, it's just cross. So Hank only has a couple minutes to get into this reverse, which is really strange. Oh, Welcher's the one that's going to go into that in detail.
Yes.
So not this guy. Okay. So really, because I was like,
This
damn,
is
he's
just
going to have
infotainment time stuff. And then it'll lead right into him coming in and reconstructing how John's hit.
But they work together. They're from the same place. So if this guy is a shitbox, it's not going to make Welcher look very smart. You know what I mean?
Yep.
So,
well, especially if he takes any of this information and uses it for his reenactment and
of course he was. Why would he not use this information? That's just like Wolf and Rentschler. Like obviously Rentschler is using the stuff that Wolf found out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I guess my question still would be, if he just changed all of his stuff, then how does, I guess, does that even affect him getting hit by the car? They just say, okay, he got hit by the car at this time instead of that time in the reenactment.
I think the reenactment is, or the reconstruction is just going to show you what happened. This guy's supposed to be telling you the times. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
The reconstruction is just going to show you that it's possible that he was injured this way by the car doing this thing. Like no time associated.
Yeah, so I guess it won't matter.
Joanna, your guess is as good as ours. I mean,
maybe just give so many times that everybody forgets what time she connected to the Wi-Fi.
Well, but him doing this thing, saying 21 to 29 seconds, that's for John's phone. So we don't know if Karen's phone is the correct time with the text stream data, or if it's a minute behind or a minute ahead. Like we don't know because he didn't do that to Karen's phone. You know what I mean?
Yep.
8 a.m.
Purpose.
And the other clock on Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone has a different time, 12:23:59 to 12:24:07. Do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty if these two clocks pertain to an event that's happening at the same time or a different time?
Yes. So these two clocks are, we are synchronizing these clocks to an event that is happening at the same time.
According to you.
This is relative to the first text stream event, the 3-point turn. You said there was a second text stream event that you were analyzing.
Correct. There is a second text stream event.
And what is that second text stream event?
That second text stream event is a backing up maneuver.
Are you familiar with the time frame on the Lexus clock relative to that second text stream event?
Yes, I am.
And what is that time frame?
So it is approximately 19 minutes from the ignition on.
Do you know what time that is on the Lexus clock?
Yes, I do.
With the court's permission?
Yes. So 9 minutes from.
So that is going to be 12:31:43 is going to be the end of that text stream event.
That text stream event, by the way, when it captures data, what window of data does it capture when there's a text stream event or a triggering event?
Sure.
So that means the reverse event started at 12:31:38 and ended at 12:31:43. So 5 seconds. In 5 seconds, she reversed 60 feet going 24.2 miles per hour, I think they said.
Something
before.
like that. Yeah.
Okay.
So when the trigger occurs, it captures data 5 seconds before and 5 seconds after the trigger.
What if the event is less than 10 seconds?
So if it's less than 10 seconds, it would capture the entire event. If it's more than 10 seconds, it would only capture a partial snapshot of that event.
And so when you talk about the data for the backing event, is that the 10-second window you're speaking of?
Yes, that is that 10-second window.
Does that have anything to do with defining the length of the actual event?
No, it does not.
Okay. When you looked at the time from the Lexus clock regarding that backing event, did you do an analysis of John O'Keefe's phone considering the variance that you identified?
Yes, I did. So I applied the same variance to that second text stream event.
When you apply that variance between the Lexus clock and Mr. O'Keefe's phone, what is the, could I turn to 43, please? What is the time of that event if we're referring to Mr. O'Keefe's phone?
Sure. So that the time of that event with the clock variance adjusted is 12:32:04 to between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
And do you have an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty as to the accuracy of that time from Mr. O'Keefe's phone, considering the...
But that's not even 21 to 29 seconds. And it's 8 seconds and not 5 seconds. So the amount of time on the text stream data is 5 seconds, a 5-second period that it captures. But then on the phone with the variance, it's a 4-second or 8-second.
Variance.
Yes, I do.
And what is your opinion?
And that the opinion is that the second text stream event ends between 12:32:04 and 12:32:12.
When you say text stream event, that's the 10-second window?
Correct. That's the 10-second window.
That's not 10
Does
seconds.
that necessarily include the entire event?
No, it does not.
The graph on the bottom, what does that show us? It looks a little bit overwritten.
Yeah. So that graph is a timeline representation of the text stream event
Would be great.
ending, being adjusted with the 12:32:04 to 12:32:12 in comparison with the last lock event that is recorded by Mr. O'Keefe's phone at 12:32:09.
Yeah.
Your analysis relative to the data that you obtained from the SD card, is your analysis and opinions separate from the other information you looked at that corroborated or supported your analysis?
Yes, they are.
I have no further questions.
Fuck yeah. Then we go on lunch. Time for cross. You would think it would show a collision, yes, but apparently it just shows a reverse. Maybe because the airbags didn't deploy. Like as far as black box goes, maybe you have to have airbags deploy for it to show up on that to know like of a collision. I don't know. Did Teresa leave? Uh-oh. Are you listening at least, Teresa? Well, you would think it would show a hard stop, but if I remember correctly from the first trial, like they said she didn't even hit the brakes, which doesn't make any sense because you don't go from 24 miles per hour to like then going forward without hitting your brakes. I mean, that's ridiculous. I know she said she'd be right back, but is she listening? I can't tell. I don't want to miss it. I don't want to.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Burgess.
Good afternoon.
You spell your first name Shannon with one N. Do I have that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Man, Shannon.
You describe yourself as a digital forensic examiner, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
You use the term forensics often.
Teresa, let us know in the chat or with your voice when you're here. Shannon with one N. Right, you have to break. Yes, I know. He looks like he's ready to fuck some shit up.
In your analysis.
Yes, I do.
And would you often in your analysis?
Yes, I do.
Why is Alessi so shaky? Is he about to explode? I wonder if he has a tremor. I don't know if that's a tremor or if he's trying to contain himself.
Oh shit, I missed the beginning of Cross.
No, this is the beginning, bitch. We've been waiting for you.
Oh shit. Okay, sorry. His stomach is hurting.
That's okay. I was like, is she at least in the chat? Like, if she doesn't say something in the chat, like I don't want to play it and then.
Oh, thank you for holding on.
Of course. All right, you ready?
Yep.
Agree that generally the accepted definition of forensics is something that relates to, that's used in, and is suitable for a court of law.
Yes, I would.
And so when you're working in forensics, even in your office, you understand that eventually it's very likely that whatever work you're working on is going to end up or could end up in a court of law, correct?
Correct.
Oh, dear.
And you mentioned in your direct examination the scientific method, right?
Correct.
And I was pleased to hear mention of the scientific method. And I just want to cover some principles with regard to the scientific method. But before I do, I just want to see how forensics envelopes in certain items. So forensics applies scientific methods and principles to legal matters, particularly in criminal investigations, right?
Correct.
It's a fair statement.
Yes.
Thank you.
Oh, dear.
And
I'm nervous.
forensics are used to help lawyers in their preparation, correct?
Yes, that'd be correct.
And it's used to help judges in courts of law.
Yes, that is correct.
And it's also used to help juries and jurors to understand the results of scientific tests, correct?
Correct.
So you know, and you have to presume that as you are performing your analysis, as I stated earlier, that this information is going to end up in a court of law.
Correct.
And then
What's
that,
he getting at?
does that heighten sort of the analysis that you need to do and the sharpness and the accuracy, given that it's going to end up in that form?
He
It
must not,
can,
he must not
depending
have
on
done
context.
it. He must have screwed up using the scientific method at some point in some testimony at somewhere.
Oh, yeah. Because I was going to say, it can't be that he's not been like certified or whatever to testify in court, because otherwise they would have had to do that.
No, I'm sure that he's got some fuck ups along the way.
And is the primary goal of forensic science to uncover the truth and to provide objective evidence that can be presented in a court.
Yes, it is.
You just look at the jury.
Would you generally agree that
Oh, we've already
the
fucked him up on his
work of forensic science, including the work that you do, is intended to be used in court because scientific evidence can be very powerful, and therefore the forensic science must be accurate.
Correct.
It must be methodical.
Correct.
There must be a method, right?
Right.
It must be detailed.
Oh, there he goes
Yes.
for his water.
And above all,
Oh, shit.
it must be unbiased and truthful, correct?
That is correct.
And all of this, is it fair to say, distills down to reliability?
Correct.
And reliability is a desired characteristic of the forensic scientist.
Yes.
You want people to be able to rely upon your work.
Yes.
And credibility and honesty is part of reliability, and it's a fundamental component of that, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
You've stated that you hold your opinions to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty. You said that several times on direct, correct?
Correct.
And because the discipline of forensics involves the application of the scientific method, as you stated on direct, you therefore, of course, applied the scientific method throughout your analysis, right?
Yes, that's correct.
Would you agree with the following statement of the scientific method? And tell me whether, well, let me start with, you understand, you know, the National Institute of Standards and Technology, NIST?
Yes, I am familiar. Yeah.
And would you agree with a definition of the scientific method as the systematic pursuit of knowledge involving the recognition and definition of a problem, the collection of data through observation and experimentation, analysis of the data, the formulation, evaluation, and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis? I know there's a lot there, and if you'd like me to break any of it down, you let me know.
And you
Yeah,
said,
but
why
there's
is
so much
Sleuthie
buildup
curled up like
going on right now? I'm like, what is he gonna do? What is he gonna say?
I know. I'm like, I'm not going to take any notes. And then you said, why is Sleuthie curled up like she's listening to a campfire ghost story? That's how I feel. I feel like he's just.
Because that's not how the scientific method works. You don't take the data and go backwards.
Yeah, this feels like it's not going to be great for him.
Yeah, and he was already sweating, man. I mean, his little hair on the top of his head is like keeps coming down. His little head goatee.
Yeah. The little one thing that hangs like right here. He's already pushed it away once.
It's stuck in his sweat. Yeah, this is totally a Leslie foreplay. 100.
He's got to know it.
You're getting worked up too. I mean, it's working.
I mean, he has my attention.
Absolutely.
Because he's got to be going somewhere. And he said whenever he said something about credibility and reliability. All right, let's just listen.
No, I find that generally.
I don't know.
A lot there.
Rewind.
And where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis. I know there's a lot there, and if you'd like me to break any of it down, you let me know.
No, I find that generally acceptable. Yep.
And I wanted to emphasize the evaluation and testing of hypotheses, and where possible, the selection of a final hypothesis. You understand what I'm meaning by hypotheses?
Yes, I do.
The scientific method is used, among other reasons, is it not, to avoid certain biases in the science process, correct?
Yes,
Right.
correct.
So the method is trying to prevent a scientist, not cultural bias, but scientific bias, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what the American Academy of Forensic Scientists refer to as cognitive biases in science, generally?
No, I do not.
What?
Have you heard of the term confirmation bias?
Surely.
Yes, I have heard of that term.
Have you heard of the term anchor bias in the scientific method?
I have not heard that term.
Let's start with confirmation bias. is a fair definition, and you said you're generally familiar with that, right?
Yes, correct.
So let's start with that. That's the practice of sort of selectively gathering and interpreting evidence to confirm the scientist's belief or a belief of another, and at the same time neglecting evidence that contradicts them. Is that a fair definition of confirmation bias?
I mean, that's literally what he did.
And an example of confirmation bias is not considering alternative hypotheses once an initial hypothesis has been selected, even though the data.
Why is this saying it's behind? Or why is this saying, why did it just buffer? Did it buffer for anybody else?
Nope.
You're skipping. If
I
I'm about
am?
to lose internet, I swear to God. Say something, Teresa.
I'm right here. You're not doing anything on my
You
end.
sound like you sound like a robot.
All right, let's see what the chat says.
Is it me? I'm about to break this computer.
Everybody says you're fine.
What?
Everybody says you're fine.
You sound like a robot to me.
All right.
I mean, now we seem fine. Now you seem fine. Everything seems fine. Are we fine? Should I press play?
Yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, keep going.
That's fucking weird.
And other information might contradict the initial hypothesis. Fair statement?
Yes, that's a fair statement.
And confirmation bias, although sometimes it occurs, is intellectually and analytically antithetical to its opposing of the scientific method, correct?
Correct, yes.
And it's to be avoided.
Right.
Anchor bias is, and I know you said you didn't recall it, but let me see if this triggers a recollection. If not, fair enough.
Okay.
Anchor bias is when you prioritize information and data that supports your initial impression of the evidence, even where the impressions are incorrect or it's unknown whether the impression is incorrect. You sort of anchor into that. Does that sound like a reasonable definition of anchor bias?
Yes, that sounds reasonable.
So biases are to be avoided in the application of scientific matters and methods because they can lead to incorrect conclusions in science, right?
Right.
And even though they're to be avoided, you called this case a homicide even before you began your alleged scientific testing. Isn't that correct?
Ooh, it's not a
I don't recall. Where would I have called it a homicide?
Do you recall your January 30th, 2025 report that you prepared in this case?
Yes, I do.
Do you have it with you?
I do.
Can you turn to page 4, footnote 3, please?
Yes.
Oh, shit.
I'm sorry. It is page 4, footnote 3.
Where did this come from?
This is his report that he turned in January.
Yes.
And in page 4, footnote 3.
Where the fuck did that come from? He just grew that?
This shit is that's separating. The stress is causing the clumps of hair to separate.
No, he stressed grew hair. He's about to grow a whole head of hair. He's so hot and stressed. He's about to turn into a chia pet. It's growing.
Oh
Hair's
gosh,
appearing
so
where it was
bad.
not. In fact, it looks like it's thinning here and ending up over here. Do you think he has a toupee that's sliding?
No, if he had a toupee, it would cover the whole middle part. Right? I mean, otherwise it slipped backwards.
That's
Hi,
what I'm saying.
Paradox.
Do you think he's so sweaty that it's like that it's
I think his
flipping?
hair is separating. I think he has his hair in like clumps and like little mini comb overs. And it's
And
like
the gel
it's
is like wearing out?
starting to, yeah, it's starting to separate. Like the stress
Oh
is
dear
like,
God.
hi, Mav. Love you, Paradox. Hope you're doing well.
All right, so now he's looking in his January 2025 report for where he said that this was a homicide, which it's
Yes,
never
it's
been
not.
determined to be.
Correct.
It states, I'm sorry, sir, are you there?
Yes, I am sorry.
It says evidence review by the defense counsel Ray O'Keefe, MV homicide. Did I read that correctly?
Oh,
Yes, you did.
nobody said it was a motor vehicle.
Now, you assumed in the very beginning that Miss Reed had hit Mr. O'Keefe with her car before you began the scientific testing that you had discussed in your direct.
No, that would be incorrect.
But you did list homicide down in footnote 3, correct?
Yes, I did.
And so this report's drafted January 30th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
And the testing, I'll just give you a snapshot. Some of the testing you discussed with Mr. Brennan, that testing didn't occur until after this trial started, correct? Some of the testing you described in direct?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay, so that testing didn't even occur in the trial. Just assume the trial started at April 22nd. So the testing you described when you were talking about aligning clocks and GPS, that occurred after April 22nd, correct?
Correct. It did.
Now let's go on to
No, this is the best you'll see for this. We just started here.
I knew that.
another topic. Let's talk about professional credentials. You know what I mean by the term credentials?
Yes, I do.
Okay. So I want to preface this by saying that over the past day or two, I have seen people like putting up different filings about him, his CV, something about his LinkedIn, and they all have like different, like that he graduated from some school, I don't know when or where, but like in 2022, 2024, 2021. So that must be where we're going. He's talking about credentials. There was some question about credentials.
They're all sure they have the same guy?
Well, they were showing us ones that have like pictures of it, but he doesn't really look like this to me. So I don't know.
Okay.
Professional credentials are important in any profession, correct?
Correct.
And they're important in your forensic examiner profession as well.
Correct.
Your forensic scientists and examiners are no different than any other professional that credentials are important. And your profession requires you to provide curriculum vitae, laying out your education, training, and background, correct?
Correct.
And it's imperative, is it not, that the information that is disseminated about your professional credentials are absolutely truthful, right?
Yes, they should be.
You say they should be. Let's continue on with that topic. You understand what's meant by the term ethics, right? Generally?
Yes. Yes.
And simple ethics mandate that one is truthful about their professional credentials.
Can you make
correct?
sure Kaylee goes to watch Jeremy?
And
what?
Sorry, I didn't know I wasn't muted. I was yelling at my husband.
Oh, I thought you were asking me to do something.
No, I wanted to make sure that because he's leaving. He's leaving. I have to leave at 12:40 my time to get Jake, and then but I wanted to make sure because Jeremy's not feeling good, so I wanted to make sure that Kaylee checks on him so I know if I need to go in or not.
So 12:04, but wait, you won't be back by 4? Is this the day where we have like the time where nobody can do
No,
anything?
it's just because now Jake is not driving and my husband can't pick him up.
But we'll just
So
leave it on mine and
yeah, just let it run.
Okay. Okay.
a fundamental credential is what type of college degree you hold, correct?
Correct.
People rely on those credentials, and the credentials are the foundation of your expert opinions and analyses, correct?
They can be. Yes.
They can be, and they often are, correct?
Should be.
Yes, they can be depending on context.
What is
But
that?
more often than not, they're important.
Yes. Again, depending on context.
You know that not only your colleagues, but your clients, your firm clients, courts, and juries
what
will
context?
rely on your CV.
I was literally just thinking about that. Like, yeah, if you were doing something that didn't involve what you were educated to do, then yeah, I guess it wouldn't matter. But like, if this is what you're educated to do, then yeah, I would say it means like everything.
But yeah, and that's what he's asking him is like, you're testifying in courts and this is on your CV and blah, blah, blah. Like, I'm pretty sure that the context is that.
Right.
CV and your credentials in order to make determinations about whether you're qualified to testify and your depth of your qualifications, correct?
Correct.
You provided the Commonwealth, the defense, and the court with your CV in this case, correct?
Correct.
If I can have a moment, Your Honor, I will
Yes.
get my first exhibits. Yeah, Court, Your Honor.
Yes.
Sir, are you aware your pants are on in the fire context?
I had to grab a snack.
Yeah, this guy is sweating something fierce. He's like, what does this guy have?
Your Honor, if I could have this marked as the next exhibit
For identification?
for identification at this point.
Okay.
Well, actually, I'm going to have it off. We're going to be eventually offering it into evidence. So
Okay.
He's like, yeah, I'm gonna have this
Present
bitch
it to the
identify it.
So let's mark it for identification first.
Yep. Okay.
Exhibit TT for identification.
TT for time to turn up. Look at his face. Look at Alessi. This lady looks like he's doomed.
May I present it to the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
I am presenting you with exhibit.
TT for identification.
I was, thank you, Your Honor. I'm learning not to talk while I'm walking backwards so Madam Court Reporter can hear me. So I'm presenting you with what is exhibit TT for identification. Do you recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And what is that document?
So this document appears to be my CV.
May I approach?
Appears to be.
I mean, is it or isn't it?
And
That's
is that
approximately.
CV a document that you have prepared?
Yes, so that is a document that either I have prepared or the company Apture has prepared.
And is that a fair and accurate document?
It appears to be.
Your Honor, I'd offer that into evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Brennan?
No, thank you.
Yes.
I mean, shouldn't that already be in evidence?
If you want to have the witness hold it, I have some.
They didn't put it in, so
Yes, yep.
Why wouldn't Brendan have put it in?
no idea.
Exhibit 183.
Thank you.
Thank you.
His hair's starting to curl up. The humidity in there is getting to him.
Look at this! Look at his little front. It's getting so puffy.
He's like
Mr. Burgess,
breaking
you
out.
have in front of you
all up in this cheek.
your CV that we just spoke about, and I'd ask you please to draw your attention to the education section where underneath in red it says BGS, and then do I read it correctly? It says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama Birmingham, Alabama currently pursuing. Did I read that correctly?
You did read that correctly.
Thank you, sir.
So he doesn't have his bachelor's yet?
Is that what it said?
Yes.
Hi, R&M. Hi, Tammy.
Hello, Angela. So he doesn't have his bachelor's yet?
Rewind it. I want to hear what he says again.
Thank you. Did I read that? Science and math. Do I read it correctly it says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama Birmingham, Alabama currently pursuing. Did I read that correctly?
No,
You
it doesn't.
did read that correctly.
Thank you, sir.
It says currently
That means
pursuing.
he doesn't have his bachelor's.
Or whenever this was written, he didn't.
Thank you.
Oh, true. Maybe,
Like this.
but you would think you would provide the most updated one before.
Right.
Only at this point. Oh, excuse me, can I have that back one? Show Mr. Brown. Sure.
Tammy, I'm so shocked to hear that you have not received the flash drive yet.
Yeah. If you do, don't be surprised if it's tonight. Like, they're making people pay all this.
Yes.
Thank you.
As a side venture, like they're making people pay all this money for these huge, I mean, not huge, but these flash drives that should hold much of the exhibits, and they're basically empty.
Yep.
I mean,
I wonder why Jody gets to go on vacation every other week. We paying her ass to do it.
she stopped responding to my emails. She also told me to take something up with Judge Gall, and I emailed her, and she has stopped answering my emails as well.
Well, I'm going to
Get a new
actually
email.
have it marked for
I'm going to.
first,
Okay.
and we'll go from there.
Exhibit UU for ID.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Burgess, it's been marked, the document is Exhibit UU for identification. Could you please
You a liar?
tell me if you recognize that?
Yes, I do recognize that.
And sir, please describe briefly what that is.
What is it?
Sure. So it is a CV as well.
Thank you.
Another CV?
Yes.
I would offer it into evidence at this time, Your Honor.
Mr. Brennan, any objection?
Exhibit.
No, thank you.
He doesn't have an objection? I'm surprised.
Exhibit 184.
I think Lolly stole his paddle, so he can't object.
Thank you.
So he has two CVs. Now they're both
Thank you.
entered into evidence.
Thank you.
Hank did not enter a CV. That's weird to me. Like, I feel like that should be the first thing you have to do. If the first thing you do is ask these people about their experience, then shouldn't you also be putting in a CV?
You'd think so.
Mr. Burgess, once you've had a fair opportunity to look at that, I have a question, and that question is simple. Is that your April 2025 CV?
Let me see.
Is this you?
Yes,
This
it
is
appears to
you.
be.
Thank you. And when you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, when you can just pick your head up, sir, to let me know you're ready. I don't want
Yes.
to rush you, but then I have some questions.
Absolutely. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. So in those two exhibits, your two CVs in front of you, am I correct that the first one is November 2024 and the second one is April 2025?
Let me see.
So if the first one said currently or whatever, then maybe he just got his bachelor's, like in April.
Yes, that appears to be correct.
In both of those CVs, you indicate that you have not yet earned a bachelor's
I
degree.
lied.
That is correct.
And you certainly have not earned a Bachelor of Science degree in any educational field, according to those two CVs, right?
Correct.
And in fact, as you sit here today, you do not possess any bachelor's degree.
Correct.
Okay.
Okay.
And the reason, as you state, is because that bachelor's degree is currently pending. That's the term you use.
So I use currently pursuing.
Currently
School.
pursuing, yes. So you have a public profile that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
Yes, I do.
And it's in the form of a biography page.
Yes, I believe so.
And that biography page has your education listed.
Very possible. Yes.
Well, somebody else probably does that page.
Yeah, nothing says sure anymore. No more sures. We're not sure shit.
Yes.
Exactly, Mav. Like,
I don't think it matters whether somebody else does it or not. It's just Aperture's garbage. So your whole company is a fucking lie.
If I could have this.
You guys are selling. You guys
once
are
Mr.
selling
Brennan
services
reviews it.
and goods that you don't actually own or have. Whether you wrote the biography or someone at Aperture wrote it, you're fucking liars, and you're okay with lying to the public.
Well, so the Commonwealth hired him. Hank hired him specifically.
Right, but his company itself, Aperture, is okay with lying to the public.
But you would also think that when you hire an
Your Honor, may I
expert, you
have
would
this
make
Barclays
sure that they
Master
actually have the degrees they say they do.
Thank you.
So Hank had to have known.
BB for ID.
What?
They're probably paying for him to get his education. They probably
Right.
do.
Hank had to know that he was currently
I've
pursuing.
now, Mr. Burge has given you Exhibit DB for identification.
Okay.
What's this now? The website?
Probably.
You recognize that document?
Yes, I do.
And indeed, that is the bio page that's published on Aperture's website, correct?
That is what it appears to be. Yes.
Now,
Oh, I don't like that.
I would like you, sir, to turn to page 2 of that document.
Okay.
And I'd like to turn your focus to the bottom of education heading. It states, am I correct, sir, BS, mathematics, and business administration. Is that correct?
It does state that. Yes.
So that's a lie.
And there is no qualification that's currently pending. It states BS in mathematics and business administration, correct?
That's what it states there. Yes.
And you do not have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, do you?
No, I do not.
So why does it say that?
I feel like Alessi.
And if you click on the hyperlink for your CV on that same website, do you know where that hyperlink takes you?
No, I do not.
To any member of the public reading this, including prosecutor, a defense attorney, a judge, or a jury, that represents that you received your Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, does it not? Objection.
That's sustained. That's what it says.
Why?
Now, if you continue on.
Well, Lacey, it sounds like his CV actually says that he's currently pursuing, but the website of Aperture in his bio says that he has his bachelor's. So the website is like technically what's lying, as far as I can tell so far.
Yeah, because it sounds like he believes that he's. I mean, it sounds like he's saying he is pursuing it.
Correct. That he is still pursuing it, and that's what his CV says in both November 2024 and April 2025. So the Aperture website, which is Alessia is saying, which the defense got on to look at your education, your bio on your company website, the judge would look at, the prosecutor would look at, like we're looking at the bio on the website, and it says that you have a bachelor's and you do not.
Right. Well, that got sustained because he's asking about. Alessi asked him where that link takes him, and he said, "I don't know. I don't know." And then he asked him a question about that link it says XYZ. Well, he can't answer that because he doesn't know where the link takes him. So that's why that's sustained. She's not wrong on that one.
I see.
Your photograph. Are you familiar with Aperture's website that speaks about you and presents you generally?
Vaguely, yes.
Nobody's putting me up on a website without me looking to see what they've done for my company.
Right.
Sorry.
Are you aware that Aperture has 2 hyperlinks, one that says CV and one says LinkedIn? Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am now.
And LinkedIn is a professional networking platform designed for career and business professionals to connect, share content, find jobs, etc. Is that a fair description of LinkedIn?
Yes, it is.
And
literally stress eating.
could we also conclude that it's a professional networking platform, especially for private sector firms like Aperture, that's used to attract clients or potential clients.
Yes, correct.
And potential clients include, for example, the Commonwealth of the state of Massachusetts, correct?
Correct.
And indeed, the Commonwealth is no longer, if you will, an attracted client, but it's an actual client of Aperture and you, correct?
Correct.
His LinkedIn
And that's
live?
the status of the relationship here. Aperture is a client of the Commonwealth of Massachusetts in this case, right?
Correct.
So is it fair to say that your CV, especially when it's published on a LinkedIn or published on a website, is something that is published to intend to have, especially if you're in the private sector, have clients view and retain your services? That's a hope and an expectation, correct?
Yes, that is part of it.
Of course.
Now, when you look at that document, when you click on, if you were to be in your office, and let's see if you're familiar with this, you click on your LinkedIn on Aperture's page, that would ordinarily take you directly to your professional LinkedIn account, correct? Isn't that what the links are there for?
Yes, I would expect so.
Are you notified when someone electronically accesses your LinkedIn account?
Not accesses, no. Are you referring to viewing?
Yes, that's a better verb,
yeah.
viewing. Yes.
Yes.
So you're notified. Were you notified within the last 7?
I bet you, I literally just said that there was some talk about this. He must have saw a lot of people looking at his LinkedIn.
And he changed it.
Yeah, that's like what point he's getting at is you get a notification every time someone looks at it. Mm-hmm.
Oh, shit.
And in fact, I think LinkedIn will tell you who has looked at your profile too, correct?
Yep.
So if the defense attorneys were looking at his LinkedIn, it would let them know.
Yep. Did he change it?
I wonder if he like changed it to currently pursuing or something. I don't know.
2 hours that someone from the defense
I knew
accessed
it.
your publicly available or viewed your publicly available LinkedIn account?
No, I was not aware.
Bullshit, because I knew what was about to come and you didn't. Come on. That's exactly what happened. Someone from the defense or Karen Reed looked at his LinkedIn, I guarantee it, and it got pulled up and he saw it. He got the notification. Was it
Are you aware that within the last 72 hours, that hyperlink on Aperture's official website was disabled?
No, I was not aware.
Are you aware that now if you try to go on that link, that you can't, that it's disabled?
No, I'm not aware of that.
Are you fired?
Do you know whether anyone from Aperture directed
Just so you know, I'm fixing to go look right now.
someone within Aperture to disable your LinkedIn account within the last 72 hours?
No, I'm not.
Have you spoken to anybody at Aperture about your LinkedIn account?
No, I have not.
Oh my word.
Are you aware that you no longer are employed with Aperture?
I was about to say, are you aware you've been fired?
Yep.
All right, I got his page up.
Your Honor, I'd like to move EV into evidence at this time, please.
Okay, any objection?
I can see it. It's
this one.
Yep. This one I presented to you. No objection.
This poor guy, he's like, I have no fucking idea. I have no idea what Aperture's doing. I'm looking for a new job currently.
So I can pull up his CV on their website and it says not for expert designation on every page. And his LinkedIn, the link to it says the profile Shannon Burgess B799, B7136 may be private. This profile may be private or may not exist.
So is his LinkedIn private? I mean, I guess that's the real question. So is it, did somebody make it private? Did he make it private? I kind of feel bad for him too. I feel in Post-Punk Mama, I can picture it like how Baldwin came in and handed the subpoena to Brad Weber on the stand. Like his boss just comes in right now and just hands him like the fucking paperwork, and he's just like, "Don't look at me. Don't make eye contact. We're done."
I don't know. I don't know how to tell. It just says it may be private or not exist.
He doesn't exist. Neither does his hair.
Neither does his hair. Oh my god, I can't.
He is so. I mean, he's look how red he is. His blood pressure is so high right now.
I just would die.
Absolutely.
Your Honor, could I
Look
have
how
the
red he
next
is.
one marked for identification at this
Bitch, so am I. I'm over here stress eating.
It very well could be Aperture, but the whole point is that Aperture is a bullshit company then. So whether you discredit him or you discredit his company, doesn't matter. Jury sees these people cannot be trusted. It's better to do the company because now your next guy coming on the stand also works for that shady ass fucking company.
Yep.
So yeah, discredit the company. Fuck them.
Wow. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, that's the problem is his CV says that he was currently pursuing.
Right, which he says either he wrote or like his assistant wrote or whatever, or like one of the assistants.
The
at the firm.
company makes it seem like for people that will hire the company that he has bachelor's. How much worse can it get? There's rumors that Hank's probably wishing he called Trooper Paul.
Trooper Paul is vindicated at this point. He's like, I could have done better than this.
Bob said, don't feel bad for him. It's still apparently going to get way, way, way worse. And it gets Welcher too. Oh, wait, is Welcher up?
Welcher's next.
Yeah, I'm assuming he's next, but what's his face still on the stand? Man Shannon is still on the stand. Okay, I'm going to be quiet. I'm going to pee again.
Welcher didn't even graduate high school.
CH said, I ate all the chocolate in the house.
Oh, shit.
Yes.
Mr. Burgess, I presented to you what is marked as Exhibit WW for identification. I'd ask that you take a look at it, take a fair amount of time, and then if you could, sir, pick your head up so I could see that you're ready.
Sure.
Getting harder to hold my head up, sir. Okay, I have to pee.
Okay.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
Yes, it appears to be a screenshot of my LinkedIn account.
This is just
Your
going
Honor,
down
I
fast.
offer that into evidence.
Oh, I bet lawyer, is going to be having a fucking field day with this.
Right. Can I see you at sidebar with these?
Agree, Indiana girl. That's what I was saying. Yeah, discredit the company and discredit all of them. Sleuthie goes to the bathroom in a sidebar. Well, you're eating and drinking everything in your house right now. Here's your luck, homie. I know the defense sounded angry, etc. when they made their record, but I have a feeling they did it to give Bev and Spanky a chance to do the right thing before they walked face first into this slaughter. Well, I think they left them no choice but to slaughter this guy and the whole company. So
May I approach your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Burgess, I am be presenting to you what has been marked as Exhibit WW for identification. Is that a fair and accurate representation of your personal LinkedIn page? If you could take a moment to take a look at that.
Sure.
Mr. Leslie, I'm going to ask you to step back so all the jurors can see the
Yes,
pictures,
Your Honor,
please.
thank you.
But when Brennan's up there with McCabe, he can just fucking stand on top of her.
Yes, it does with a error on page 2 regarding education.
Right, and we're going to get to that.
Sure.
But
An
this
error.
is you recognize this as a fair and accurate depiction of your personal LinkedIn page with the exception of what you just mentioned, correct?
Correct.
Did you draft that document that's represented as Exhibit WW?
I have drafted that over time, yes.
And when was the last time you viewed that document on your LinkedIn page?
I don't typically view the profile page, so it would have been, I could not tell you how long it's been.
Do you have any reason to believe that that Exhibit WW is not on your LinkedIn page online as we sit here today?
No, I don't.
Your Honor, I move Exhibit WW into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 186.
Thank you.
I would like to turn your attention to the printout of your personal LinkedIn page and go right to the second page, bottom. And under education, it says University of Alabama at Birmingham. It's got a little UAB acronym there. And it says Bachelor of Science, B period, S period, comma, Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation, 2016-2018. Do you see that, sir?
Yes, I do.
That's not correct, is it?
No, it's not correct.
And you do not hold a BS in a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham, do you?
I do not. And that would have been at that time an expected graduation date?
So it would be expected, you state.
Correct.
It would be another word currently pursuing? Is that similar to expecting?
Sure, that could be similar.
But you know how to put currently pursuing down, don't you, sir? Because you did it on the first few CVs, but you don't have it on your LinkedIn page. Am I correct?
Correct. That's probably because obviously that has not been updated in quite some time.
And you said you get notifications when people access your LinkedIn page, correct?
I get selective notifications when people view my LinkedIn page.
So you know people are looking at your LinkedIn page. You know people are looking at your education. And you have down here 2016 to 2018. So that time period is 7 years old from 2018, yet you use the 2016 to 2018 on your LinkedIn page, correct?
Correct. With the caveat that my understanding is people look at your post, not specifically the profile information.
Oh, so you believe apparently when people are looking at it and what they look at?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying generally.
Generally.
Correct.
But you don't know who's looking at the education section on your LinkedIn page and relying upon what is represented here, that you have a Bachelor of Science in Applied Mathematics and Scientific Computation from the University of Alabama at Birmingham.
Not from the LinkedIn page. Yeah, just independently of the LinkedIn page, yes.
And as you sit here today, that page is still live on your LinkedIn, correct?
Correct.
So a key aspect of your credentials, whether or not you have obtained a Bachelor of Science, is incorrect in more than one document that I've presented here today, correct?
No, I would not agree with that.
Ooh, you wouldn't.
Well, it's incorrect in this one, correct?
Correct.
And the one previously to that, there's two documents that have you listed. This LinkedIn, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
High Streets.
So there's two documents, is there not, sir? There's, may I?
Sure.
Thank you. And Madam Court Reporter, if I could have the previous one in evidence. So if you could hold that, this one, sir, and I'm going to get that if I could from you, thank you. And Exhibit 185 that's in evidence, if you can turn to the second page. So if you look at each of those state that you have a Bachelor of Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. So there are two documents about your credentials that are inaccurate, correct?
Yes, they have errors. Yes, that is correct.
May I have those back,
Sure.
sir?
Yep, both.
Yes.
Yes. There you go.
Thank you.
Was that him breathing like that?
Yes.
No, I think it was less.
For identification at this point.
How are there no objections?
Is he supposed to get a lot of leeway with this guy?
We have this marked as the next for identification.
I mean, we are literally only on his education. We haven't even touched the actual stuff he did.
You hand it to the witness, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you. Handing the witness Exhibit XX for identification.
How many fucking CVs does this man have? Bev should be pissed because, like,
You recognize that document, sir?
it sounds like he shouldn't even be certified as an expert in court.
Right.
So it appears to be a CV. Yes.
Another CV, Jesus.
You say it appears to be a CV. Can you describe that any further?
Yes. So it's a copy of my CV.
Is that a CV you prepared, sir?
It would have been prepared by myself or Aperture. Yes.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the end.
Sorry, it would have been prepared by myself or Aperture. Yes.
Yes.
Yourself or Aperture?
Correct.
But you had, at a minimum, a role in preparing that, did you not?
More than likely, yes.
Yeah, and you would have reviewed that because it's about you before it would have been used by Aperture, correct?
Right.
More than likely, yes.
You wouldn't let somebody put a CV up and out to the public without you reviewing it, would you, sir?
So there are other staff members that do review and update CVs.
But you're the only one who's going to know whether what's on it is accurate or not, correct?
Unless I explain that to them, yes.
So either way, either you prepared it yourself or you interacted with somebody and explained it and collaborated with them to make sure it was right to the best of your ability, correct?
Correct.
If you can look at the highlighted portion, sir, under education.
There's no highlight. Well, I understand what you're talking about. There's no highlighted portion.
I'm sorry. Let's strike that. If you look under education, the first line, it says in the right underneath BGS. Do you see that, sir?
I do, yes.
And then to the right, it says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama - Birmingham, Alabama, 2022. Did I read that correct?
Yes, you did.
And up in the upper left-hand corner, there's a photograph.
Yes, there is.
Is that you, sir, in the photograph?
Yes, it is.
And in the spelling of your name, Shannon, that's with one N, correct?
Correct, yes.
And so that is not only you in the photograph, that's the spelling of your name with one N, correct?
Correct.
And that's the correct spelling of your first name with one N, correct?
Yes, it
So
is.
that's definitely you represented in this document, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now let's look at the first line that relates to education. It states Bachelors of General Science.
You gonna be on your phone?
Yeah, I'm gonna. Oh yeah, I'm not missing this. I'm gonna be listening for sure.
I feel like all the crazy shit's gonna happen in 20 minutes when I'm sitting at the bus stop and you're sitting in the car. And nobody's gonna be able to say anything.
Well, I mean, you can always join from your phone too, and just have two of you up here. Just mute this one and then get on your phone if you needed to.
I hadn't thought of that. Good thinking, Teresa.
Yeah, if we got something to say, we can figure out a way to say it.
Okay.
All right, I'll be back.
Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, correct?
That is what it states, yes.
And the date is 2022, correct?
Correct.
So this document represents that you received your Bachelor's of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration in 2022, correct?
That is what it states, but there are a number of errors in that, yes.
Correct. So let's go on. So this is the third example. Am I correct, sir? Well, let me, may I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I offer Exhibit XX into evidence.
No objection.
Okay.
Hank, this is your fault.
187.
How embarrassing. I'm so embarrassed.
Sir, is Exhibit 187 a CV that is linked directly from Aperture's website?
I do not know. I would have to look and check that.
So I wonder if that's the one that says whatever I said it says. What does it say? What did I say it said? Like not an expert designation. Not for expert designation, it says on every page. Wonder if that's what he has. That's the one linked on the Aperture website.
So as you sit here today, you are not able to state whether that CV is linked directly from Aperture's website.
Correct.
Oh dear.
So this is a third example of a document that incorrectly states that you have a Bachelor of Science when you do not possess that degree, correct?
It has errors or outdated information, correct?
Well, when you say outdated, how is it that you can call a date outdated?
So the one I'm looking at that I pulled up directly from Aperture's website, it says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration, University of Alabama, Birmingham, Alabama, 2022. Under education, it's the first thing listed. It does not say that he's currently pursuing. And that is the one that says not for expert designation and is linked on Aperture's website.
Next to something that you don't possess.
I don't understand your question.
Well, you just used the phrase either incorrect or outdated. I'm trying to understand your
It can't be outdated if it doesn't exist.
Sure. So
outdated, isn't it either you have a Bachelor of Science degree or you don't? Is it?
I have represented I do not have a bachelor's degree.
Correct.
So an example of it being outdated would be if it said currently pursuing and you've graduated, then it would be outdated. It would need to say whatever year you got it.
But in here, it's represented that you do, correct?
Yes, it is
All
an
right.
error, yes.
So let's look at what the name is that are on these documents. says Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration. Do you see that, sir?
I do.
Are you aware that there's no degree at the University of Alabama, Birmingham, called a Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration?
Yes, I am. And that is one of the errors I identified.
So you would agree that there's not even a degree called Bachelor of General Science in Mathematics and Business Administration offered at the University of Alabama, correct?
Correct. That should be Bachelor of General Studies with minor in Mathematics and Business Administration.
And what you just articulated, you do not possess as you sit here today, correct?
That is correct.
What you possess is an associate's degree, correct?
Oh.
And when did you obtain that associate's degree?
So that would have been 2015.
What? What? So he is a trooper, Paul.
Are you familiar with the term mendacity?
I am not.
Is that when men have the audacity? What does that mean? Tell us what it means.
Are you familiar with a
Is he not going to
CV
tell
of
us what it means?
2015?
No, I'm not.
Absolutely not. Mendacity. Oh, so it means, oh, so it's mendacity. So it includes all the men and not just men. Untruthfulness or lying. And the example is people publicly castigated for past mendacity. Similar words are lying, dishonesty, deceit, deception, insincerity, fraud. God. Oh dear.
Yes.
Your Honor, may I have this marked as the next exhibit for identification, please?
Yes.
Thank you.
Why D?
Bev, you better be writing down how you fucked up because this could have been a voir dire. Remember, they were asking for this days ago, and you said it was not necessary.
Do you recognize that document, sir?
No, I do not recognize this document.
Oh, of course not.
May I put your Honor?
Give me a headache.
Thanks, sir.
Sure.
Do you recall ever pursuing, may I stay here and ask some questions, Your Honor?
Okay.
Thank
Can
you.
he see the document as well, or do you have a copy for him?
He can see it as well, Your Honor.
Okay. I was just wondering the purpose.
Yep, sure.
Now is not the time to be worried about this,
Yes,
Bev. You
yep.
missed the slot to be worried
Sir,
about this.
Do you recall when you started pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree of any kind?
Sure, I do. Around 2008.
So you started pursuing a Bachelor of
20 years
Science for the first time in 2008, correct?
Correct.
So 17 years ago?
If I did the math correctly, sir, you've been pursuing a Bachelor of Science degree for 17 years, correct?
But got his associates in 2015?
That is correct.
And you have not obtained it as you
15
sit
years?
here today.
Sir, you could have been a surgeon by now. What?
That is correct.
And yet there are the various documents that we've seen that state that you have obtained the Bachelor of Science, correct?
Again, with errors or misinterpretation. Yes.
Errors or misinterpretation that are you stating, but you would agree those errors or misinterpretation have been in existence for some time, correct?
Yes, I'm being made aware of them now. Yes.
Yeah, and they haven't been corrected for some time, correct?
Correct.
How many people have you put in prison, sir? Has he testified in court before? Did we even get there yet?
You work for insurance companies, correct?
I do work for insurance companies in addition to law firms. Yes.
But you work for insurance companies, correct?
Yes, sometimes. Yes.
Well, you state that right in your report in this case, don't you, sir? That you work for insurance companies?
I do work for insurance companies. Yes.
And what role do you play in working for insurance companies? You working for them, or are you working for the policyholders that have paid premiums and are making a claim to try to get money from an insurance company? Which role do you have? Objection.
I'll allow that.
Bitch, I want to know.
So I work for the insurance company themselves.
And in your work for the insurance company, has any of that work related to denying claims to insureds?
Probably all of them.
Why don't I see you on this, Mr. Lassie?
Sure.
Beverly, it is your time to sit down and shut the fuck up. I hope everyone who has had him,
Yeah.
everyone who he's worked on their stuff for their car insurance claims and stuff, I hope they're calling. Well, we're behind. When this happened, I hope that they called the insurance companies and their lawyers.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the phrase academic dishonesty?
Oh, I don't
Yes,
have
I am.
that one.
Let's talk about your work on this case. In October of 2024, the Commonwealth hired you to perform a new data acquisition from the infotainment and telematics system of Ms. Reed's Lexus SUV, correct?
That is correct.
And this man had the audacity to sit there and talk about how Maggie Gaffney did shit wrong, didn't get all the data, and then you spend 17 years trying to get a bachelor's, but we're supposed to believe you that you found information that nobody else could? Mendacity. That's such a good word for him. I wish it meant what I say it means. For purposes of this chat, that's what this means.
And in your October 10, 2024 report, you outlined a proposal for...
What just happened? Why did it bring us all the way to the end? Where even were we?
You stated in your report that the Micron 20 even science and mathematics and business administration offered at the University of Alabama. Presenting to you what has been marked as exhibit.
Right. Can I see?
Did they end for the day? Where were we? Were we further back than this? She was gone. The one that went on a date with John 2 decades ago was gone when I saw it last.
Correct.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Academic dishonesty?
Are you familiar with the phrase academic dishonesty?
Well, that
Yes,
was
I am.
rude, Court TV.
Let's talk about
Put us all
your
the way to
work
the end
on
of the
this
screen.
case. In October of 2024, the Commonwealth hired you to perform a new data acquisition from the infotainment and telematics system of Ms. Reed's Lexus SUV, correct?
That is correct.
And in your October 10, 2024 report, you outlined a proposal for attempting to extract additional data from the telematics and infotainment modules, correct?
Correct. With the caveat, it's not a report, it is a proposed protocol.
You shouldn't be proposing no kind of protocol, sir.
So we'll call it a proposal. In that proposal, you explain why, in your opinion, you believed an additional data acquisition was necessary based on your, in your words, education, training, and background, correct?
Oh my God.
That is correct.
And when you prepared your proposal, you had access to the manufacturing specifications of the chips in question, correct?
I did.
You were under no critical deadlines to get the work done, correct?
Correct.
In your initial October 10, 2024 report, you explained that you believed the data acquisition was incomplete because, in your opinion, based on your education, again, your words, training, and experience, the download of the acquisition was less than the chip's storage capacity, correct?
That is correct.
And converting megabytes, B-Y-T-E-S, to megabits,
About to call it out when you got it wrong.
B-I-T-S, and gigabytes to gigabits.
I'm gonna let you know. This man sat and said that the reason he got confused about bytes and bits was because of the other person not downloading the complete thing, and he was going under the impression that the person that did it was competent, and so that's why he said that. No, bitch, it's because you never got your master's, or your bachelor's. You have to get your bachelor's first. This man, 17 years he's been in school and didn't get his bachelor's, but was somehow pursuing his bachelor's before he got his master's. His master's was in 2015. That was 10 years ago. I can't believe he had the audacity to sit here, the mendacity to sit here and say that other people did shit wrong.
Is a basic digital forensic concept, and that concept's critical to successful data acquisition and analysis. Fair statement?
I would say that's a fair statement.
In your initial report, you stated that the December 2023 data acquisition was from the Spansion clip SPA.
This man, it's been 17 years. If he didn't get his bachelor's at this point, he'll be dead before he gets a master's.
ANSION from the infotainment model was incomplete because the acquisition was only 8 megabytes in size, even though the chip has a storage capacity of 64 megabytes, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And that's your October 10, 2024 report, correct?
Protocol.
I'm sorry. Well, is it proposal or protocol?
Protocol.
Protocol.
It is a protocol.
We'll use protocol.
Proposed protocol is what you just said.
And you blame this on the, quote, programmer's inability to fully read the component, close quote, correct?
Correct.
In point of fact, the manufacturing specifications establish that the total flash memory component of the chips in question is equal to 64 megabits, not 64 megabytes, correct?
That is correct.
64 megabits is 8 megabytes, correct?
That is correct.
That means the Spansion chip was not incomplete, correct?
Correct.
The acquisition was the same data size as the total memory storage capacity of the chip, correct?
Correct.
So all the data was there, and you testified that all the data wasn't there still, knowing that all the data was there? So he didn't find any additional data, right? Like, why am I so confused? Why is he so confused? He should be making this less confusing for me.
Your protocol
He's winging it.
for data acquisition was based on a misunderstanding of megabits versus megabytes, correct?
It was based on a working theory and a misinterpretation, yes.
And that was your misinterpretation.
Correct.
Yes, it was.
So why'd this
You
man make it seem like it
mentioned
was other
Ms.
people's
Gaffney in your direct testimony. Do you
Ms.
recall
Gaffney's
that,
gonna
sir?
punch you in
Yes,
the
I do.
throat.
She successfully acquired 8 megabytes of data from that spanking chip during the December 2023 chip off, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that wasn't your only conversion mistake in your October 10, 2024 report, was it?
I'm not aware of any others.
You stated in your report that the data acquisition of the Micron JWB57 was incomplete because the acquisition was only 540 MB in size, but the storage capacity was 4 GB, and that's stated in your October 10, 2024 report, correct?
Protocol. Yes,
Protocol.
correct.
I'll be right back. Why the fuck are we calling it a protocol and not a report? Anybody know?
The Micron JWB57 chip is 4 gigabits flash memory component, not a 4 gigabyte flash memory component, as you incorrectly stated in your protocol.
That is correct.
So contrary to your assertion in the report, 4 gigabits is equal to 50 megabytes, which suggests that all the available data was successfully retrieved from this chip during the first acquisition by Ms. Gaffney, correct?
Correct.
So Ms. Gaffney was not in error on that. She did not make a mistake on that, correct?
Not on that specific thing, yes.
Right. It was you that simply misunderstood the difference between gigabits and gigabytes, correct?
Misinterpreted, I would not say misunderstood.
You misinterpreted the difference between gigabits and gigabytes.
Correct. At that
You
time,
got
yes.
that wrong in layperson's terms.
Correct. I did make an error.
You stated in your report that Micron, and I'm going to have to give an alphanumeric number because I know in digital forensics it's important to be precise and accurate, so bear with me, sir. You stated in your report that the Micron 29F2G08 ABAEA is a 2 gigabyte chip, and that the acquisition should have been 2 gigabytes, but was incomplete because it was only 264 MB in size, correct?
That is correct.
And the Micron, and I'm just going to refer back to the number to not repeat it, the long alphanumeric number is a 2 gigabit flash memory component, not a 2 gigabyte flash memory component, as you incorrectly stated in your protocol, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So 2 gigabytes is equal to 250 megabytes, correct?
Correct.
And that suggests that all available data was successfully retrieved during the first acquisition by Ms. Gaffney, correct?
From those chips, yes.
From those chips. Correct. I'm correct, right?
Yes.
Your opinion was again incorrect and was based on a misunderstanding of gigabits and gigabytes, correct?
A misinterpretation, correct.
A misinterpretation in layperson's terms. You got that wrong also.
It was an error, yes.
Also.
Did you have that protocol peer reviewed, sir?
No, I did not.
Was it peer reviewed by anybody at Aperture?
No, it was not.
Did you have a supervisor review that protocol before you filed it with the court?
No, sir.
You submitted your proposal based on your education, background, and experience, correct?
Correct.
Turns out that the entire foundation of your proposal was based on a fundamental misinterpretation of the difference between a computer bit and a computer byte, correct?
No, not the entire thing, no.
Well, certainly a part of it was, correct, sir?
Correct, partial.
You got conversions wrong with respect to analyzing 3 different chips, correct?
Correct.
And since you wrote that, have you learned the difference between a bit and a byte?
I've always known the difference between a bit and a byte. Yes.
You learned that in this case from reading the affidavit of an expert for the defense who pointed out those errors before you submitted your supplemental report. Isn't that correct?
I would have to go back and look at the timing on that. I believe I submitted the supplemental before the protocol from the other expert.
Bullshit.
Are you certain of that?
I'm not certain of that.
He wants to cry. Oh, the ears
Isn't it the
voice
case
cracking.
that the expert for the defense submitted his affidavit before you submitted your supplemental report?
Objection.
Do you know that?
I do not know that.
You don't know one way or another.
Correct.
And that person that I've referred to for the defense is Matthew DeSogra. You know that name?
I do.
And you have read Mr. DeSogra's affidavit in this case, have you not, sir?
I have, yes.
And you would agree that he pointed out these misinterpretations of yours in his affidavit, correct?
Correct.
I would like to go back to your January 30th, 2025 report.
It's just outdated. Or it's a typo. It's just a typo.
May I have a moment, Your Honor, please?
Yes.
Thank you. May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm
In
not
your
going to be
January
surprised
30th,
job eventually here.
2025 report, you know which one I'm referring to, sir?
Yes, I do.
Am I correct that you indicated that at the time of this quote incident, Burla did not offer support for the infotainment and telematics modules removed from the Lexus, but have since released updated software according to similar modules that are supported by in-vehicle acquisition?
That is correct.
And the infotainment module that was removed from Ms. Reed's Lexus is consistent with the MMU. You know what I'm referring to in the MMU?
Right.
It's consistent with the MMU documented by Burla and has been identified as containing an internal micro SD card not acquired during the initial chip-off acquisition by Mrs. Gaffney. You remember that statement in the report, sir?
I do, yes.
You obtained no additional information from the chips that were already analyzed by Ms. Gaffney, did you?
Correct.
Correct that you obtained no additional information, right?
No data of value from those chips, yes.
No data of value. So all the data of value Ms. Gaffney had already obtained from those chips, correct?
That's kind of a confusing question. So there was no data of value from those chips to begin with.
Fair enough.
Right.
So Ms. Gaffney didn't miss anything of value.
Correct.
Fair?
Correct.
Do you know how much the Commonwealth has paid Aperture to date for doing the work in this case?
Oh,
I do not.
Really pissing off those jurors with the taxpayer money.
Do you have any involvement at all in knowing what the contract is between Aperture and the Commonwealth?
I do not.
Have you ever had any discussions with any colleagues from Aperture with regard to how much Aperture has been paid in this case?
No, I have not.
Do you have an estimation as to how much Aperture has been paid in this case?
Not off the top of my head, I do not.
You've never had any discussion with anybody at Aperture about the fees Aperture has charged the
A good line of
Commonwealth in
questioning.
this case?
No,
Especially
I have
going
not.
into ARCA.
Who in Aperture is in charge of knowing how much fees Aperture has charged the Commonwealth?
That would be the accounting department.
Would Dr. Judson Welcher know?
Potentially.
Your analysis, I want to move on to another category, sir. Your analysis in this case was not strictly limited to data and science, was it?
No, it was strictly limited to data and science.
The Commonwealth requested that you review numerous materials in connection with your analysis in this case, correct?
I did review materials, yes.
You did not review the January 29, 2022 CARS report by, well, let me put it this way. Did you review the January 29, 2022 CARS report prepared by Trooper Paul?
No, I did not.
Do you know what a CARS report is?
I do not.
Do you know that a CARS report was prepared by Trooper Paul for this case?
No,
How
I
do you
do
not
not.
know what it is?
If there was a collision analysis and reconstruction report prepared by a trooper in that case, would you want to see a document such as that?
No, not for my analysis.
Would somebody at Aperture want to see that document?
Objection.
I'll reword. Are you familiar with collision analysis and reconstruction reports prepared by law enforcement agencies?
I am vaguely familiar, yes.
Vaguely familiar? Have you ever used one in your analysis at all?
I have seen them, yes.
You didn't know what it
You've
was.
seen them. And my question is, seeing them, have you ever read any of them?
Yes, I have read them, yes.
Have you ever considered a collision analysis and reconstruction report as part of the work that you do at Aperture?
Not specifically a collision analysis report from law enforcement. We do routinely see crash reports, but I think what you're referring to is something else.
Are you aware of a supplemental collision analysis and reconstruction report of Trooper Paul of the Massachusetts State Police dated July 24, 2024?
No, I'm not.
Do you know whether Trooper Paul is part of the Massachusetts State Police reconstruction team?
I do not.
And lastly, do you know whether he's part of the reconstruction team in this case?
I do not.
Did anybody tell you to avoid reviewing a collision analysis and reconstruction report in this case?
No, they did not.
You did, however, review the 2024 testimony of Trooper Nicholas Garino in the proceeding of last year, didn't you?
I did for specific data, yes.
So that's not really science and data, is it? It's testimony.
Yes, it is testimony.
So you did review materials in this case beyond science and data, correct? You reviewed testimony.
Sure, that is common, yes.
Having reviewed Trooper Garino's testimony, you therefore are aware of the theory that he proposed in the first proceeding, correct? It was in his testimony?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
I'm not. So specifically, I reviewed Trooper Garino's testimony for information related to the infotainment and telematics modules.
So did you read all of the testimony?
No, I would have skimmed it.
You would have skimmed the testimony?
Correct.
And how would you, and what would be the purpose to just skim it?
Sure. So I'm only interested in the information related to the infotainment and telematics modules.
So you just, I want to make sure I have this right. So you would skim it. You would look for what you want to focus on. And you, as you sit here today, you don't have any recollection of what the theory of the Commonwealth was in the first proceeding?
Not from that testimony, no.
Do you recall Trooper Garino as part of what you reviewed? So you reviewed certain things of Trooper Garino in his testimony, correct?
Correct.
And in your direct testimony, you testified extensively about the iPhone of John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you looked at and testified about a lot of information from the phone of John O'Keefe. Is that a fair statement?
Location data.
Location data. Did you read, therefore, Trooper Garino's claim that the last...
Objection.
So why don't I see it sidebar and find out where to go? Mr. Leslie?
Sure.
Damn, I had to step away. I don't know what happened right there at the end. Bang, bang.
I'll rewind.
Okay.
So you reviewed certain things of Trooper Garino in his testimony, correct?
Correct.
And in your direct testimony, you testified extensively about the iPhone of John O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
And you looked at and testified about a lot of information from the phone of John O'Keefe. Is that a fair statement?
Location data.
Location data. Did you read, therefore, Trooper Garino's claim that the last...
Objection.
So why don't I see it sidebar and find out where to go? Mr. Leslie?
What a random objection.
He doesn't want him getting into Garino's stuff? Because Garino's not testifying to any of that this time? Or what? I mean, I don't know. Is this guy smart enough to know how
stand
quick
up
he
and
is?
stretch.
No, we're going to have to go through that post you sent me, Sleuthie, because that is some crazy shit.
Jurors, we're just
Isn't
waiting
it?
a minute for something before we can proceed. Feel free to stand up and stretch.
What are we waiting a minute for?
Trying to do this without having a... If there's not, there's not. Mr. Alessi, is there anything we can go to and come back? If there's not, there's not.
What are we doing? What's the issue?
There's not. Shut up, Beverly. We are going in.
But I can do it if Your Honor would like.
No, we're going to Alessi's
Do you have
order.
any idea how much longer it's going to be?
Don't
will go
distract them. Shut up.
Are they looking? Oh, there. Okay. I was like, Little's gone, so they're got to be trying to find something. Can someone take this man's blood pressure? Yeah, he needs a break.
Yes.
Fucking him and Lolly are going to be
Show
outside
this to Mr.
smoking
Brennan
cigarettes
first,
together
and then if
soon.
the court would like to see it, we've got another.
But that's, thank you.
Brennan.
Dude, do they finish him today? Or does he come back tomorrow?
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
I don't know. I can't see a world in
I
which
have this marked as the next.
I can't see that this is done today. This poor guy. He's not going to sleep tonight at all.
No worries.
He's remained incredibly calm. But he is, I mean, his face, his blood pressure is just so high. This poor guy. No wonder he doesn't have any hair.
Yes.
Sir, I'm handing you what has been marked as Exhibit ZZ for identification. Ask you to take a moment to look at it, please. When you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, if you could pick your head up, sir, and I'll proceed that time.
Right. I think he's just a Southern boy. I think that's just how he is. It's just his personality. Hey, Ariel. But that, I mean, look at how red his head is now. It's creeped up to, like, you can't see my mouse, but it's above the goatee. It's above the head goatee.
Okay.
I don't think this guy's ever seen the top of his own head. He's going to be embarrassed.
And then ask you another question.
Sure.
Does Exhibit ZZ contain, and if you just answer this yes or no, that would be great. Does it contain location, data, information? Objection.
What?
I'll allow that without pursuing it.
That's the only one I have for that purpose.
Okay.
Does it, sir?
Yes, it does.
Did you consider this part of Trooper Garino's testimony in any review that you've done in this case?
No, I did not.
What? Why?
Yep.
He's the OG.
because he's only using Whiffins.
But Whiffins the phone dude. Man, this is so bad.
On December, we're going to move on now to another topic, sir. On December 5th, 2024, Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully, you know that name, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you know that name?
So he is the one who hand delivered the infotainment and telematics module to our office in South Lake.
Exactly.
Where's South Lake?
Didn't he say he was like in Arkansas or no? He's in Virginia. He's in Virginia.
Tully hand delivered it.
I think
So he delivered the infotainment module containing the SD card that you talked about on direct examination, so that you.
I'm looking at his TV right now. South Lake, 549 Silicon Drive, Suite 100, South Lake, Texas. So
Yeah,
Tully went all the way to Texas to hand deliver this?
You have to. Chain of custody.
Since when do we care about chain of custody?
When you want to fuck with it on the way. Come on. Don't you know how Proctor and Tully roll? That's why they don't have jobs anymore. Well, Tully does, but it's not what it was.
Wow.
Could attempt to reinstall it in Miss Reed's vehicle for an in-vehicle acquisition attempt, correct?
That was part of it, yes.
That was part of it.
Correct.
That day, you initially attempted
You can't do that.
an in-vehicle acquisition, meaning you reconnected the infotainment module to the faceplate in Miss Reed's vehicle and reinstalled both the infotainment and the telematics module for an in-vehicle unlock and acquisition, correct?
That was an attempt, yes, on December 7th for clarification.
And that was on December 7th.
Correct.
And that was December 7th of 2024.
Correct.
You conducted this same testing on an exemplar vehicle. And to be clear, exemplar was a vehicle that Aperture had purchased.
Yes, that is a vehicle that Aperture has purchased.
So Aperture purchased it. And it's a vehicle, as I understand, you testified, that's similar to the vehicle of Miss Reed, correct?
Correct.
And so you call it an exemplar because it's similar to the vehicle in question, correct?
Correct. Correct.
So I'm going to continue using your parlance of exemplar vehicle.
Sure.
And so you conducted this same testing on the exemplar vehicle and successfully reinstalled and tested the infotainment and telematic systems for an in-vehicle unlock and acquisition, correct?
For an in-vehicle acquisition, not for an unlock.
Okay, so for just an in-vehicle acquisition.
Correct.
I appreciate the correction, sir. But in this case, with Miss Reed's actual Lexus, you were unable to successfully reinstall and test the infotainment and telematic systems, correct?
Correct.
On Miss Reed's Lexus, you were able to get the infotainment backlight and faceplate to illuminate, but in your own words, the infotainment system did not respond as expected, correct?
Correct.
So instead, you took the micro SD card itself and attempted to retrieve data from that card directly, correct?
Correct.
Lexus locks cards in its system, correct?
It does, yes.
If Lexus thought it was appropriate to access those cards, do you know whether or not they would have them unlocked? Do you know?
I do not know.
Now,
I'm
oh,
going to
sorry.
let the answers.
Thank you, Your Honor. I want to cover a basic question.
Like Bev should be offended.
Do you have any citation to any scientific literature where specifically what you did on this Lexus model has ever done before? Has it ever been done before, do you know?
No, not on this specific model, which is why we did the exemplar testing.
Right. So there's no scientific literature that states that the methodology that you used with this Lexus model is an appropriate methodology at all, correct?
There's literature that addresses the methodology in other ways, but not specific to this Lexus, correct?
There's no literature at all stating that the methodology that you used for this Lexus is the appropriate methodology to use for this Lexus model, correct?
There's no literature about this appropriate Lexus model, correct?
Oh my God.
Let's talk about your initial report of January 30th of 2025. You issued your initial analysis and report on January 30th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
Your report included a general timeline analysis. You used that phrase, timeline analysis, that you stated could impact, quote, event reconstruction. Do I have that right?
Oh God.
Your January 30th, 2025 report does not discuss a collision, does it?
No, not in my report, no.
As a matter of fact, your January 30th, 2025 report doesn't even use the word collision, does it?
Correct, because I'm looking at data from the infotainment and telematics module.
But the report of January 30th, 2025 does not even contain the word collision in it, correct?
I believe it does in the background portion, which would be on page 2 or 3.
Or suspecting collision.
Which would just be restating the, if you mind if I can look at my report?
Oh, please.
Sure.
If you're going to talk about the reverse, then you would have to then talk about the collision, because that's what they're saying the reverse is the collision.
No, so I apologize. The word that was used was incident.
Right.
Correct.
But you don't use the word collision at all in your January 30th, 2025 report.
That is correct.
I bet he
I
doesn't.
appreciate you
May.
checking that, sir. Also, and please keep your report handy.
Sure.
Your January 30th, 2025 report does not in any way detail the timing of what you now call a text stream event at all, correct?
No, it does not.
So in your January 30th, 2025 report, you refer to it as an incident, and in your May 8th report, you refer to it as a text stream event, correct?
That would be referring to two different things.
Right, right. But did you use the parlance text stream event at all in your January 30th, 2025 report?
No, I did not.
But you're using it now, correct?
Correct.
And we're talking about the same event, right?
Correct.
In fact, your analysis and conclusions were limited in your January 30th, 2025 report to generally identifying a clock skew between Mr. O'Keefe's phone and Miss Reed's infotainment system, correct?
That is correct.
On January 30th, 2025, you engaged in no further analysis to determine whether precisely the 1162.2 text stream event that you now call it occurred, correct?
Correct.
Why not?
I was not asked to at that time.
Why not?
I was just asked to look at the general timeline and consistency of the timestamps.
So back in January 30th, 2025, you were not asked to engage in analysis.
So why did you do it in May? Why did you turn over a report on May 8th about it? Because
that's exactly what he's getting to is you didn't
because
look at any of this.
Yeah,
you didn't look at any of this shit until you got the fucking reports from ARCA.
And according to
And you're a lying bitch if you say otherwise.
But notice how he's saying I only do what I'm asked. He wasn't asked to for his January report. Brendan says he didn't ask him to do that report in May. He had no clue it was coming. It just showed up. So how much you want to bet he's going to say Brendan asked him to do it?
Well, does he throw Brendan under the bus?
I would throw Brendan. I hope so. I'd be throwing him straight under the bus because otherwise I have to know you weren't asked to, so you didn't do it in January of 2025. The prosecutor says he didn't ask you to do shit in May. So why would you do what you weren't asked to do in May, but not in January?
Mm-hmm.
So the answer is either I was told by Brendan to do it or asked by him to do it, or I took it upon myself because I watched these other people's testimony and I read their report and then changed mine. Neither is a good answer. One's a bad answer for him. The other one's a bad answer for both of them.
I kind of want it to be the one that's bad for both of them just because I don't like Brennan.
Me too. I have a feeling that's true.
Just to determine when precisely the 1162
and then we'll probably end
event occurs. Is that fair?
That is fair, and that is based on the common concept that a lot of cases that we work, there is clock skew, but we do not have events to precisely determine what that clock skew is.
Understood. So
you shouldn't be working on no cases.
Wasn't your goal, however, on January 30th, 2025, to determine the correct timeline of events relative to this incident? Wasn't that your goal?
It was my goal to determine the data from the infotainment and telematics modules that were missed in the initial download and create a timeline and consistency of those timestamps.
So your goal was to create a timeline, correct?
Correct.
And that timeline, among other uses, was to be for your colleague, Dr. Judson Welcher, to use that in his analysis, correct?
That is correct.
So you knew not only what your purpose was, but you knew what your work was going to be used for by Dr. Welcher, your colleague, correct?
Well, I knew it was going to be provided, yes.
Well, you knew it was going to be provided. Have you ever talked to Judson Welcher, your colleague, about this case at all?
I have vaguely, yes.
How many times have you talked to him?
I would count a handful of times.
And just give me a general idea of the nature of the discussions between you and Dr. Welcher. You're both working on the same, quote, incident, right?
Sure, yes.
What would have been the nature of those discussions?
So those discussions would have been identifying what I found on the infotainment and telematics modules and discussing, explaining that data to Dr. Welcher.
So did Dr. Welcher ever tell you, your colleague, why he wanted to use that data for his purposes?
For reconstructing a timeline.
And for reconstructing a timeline and picking a time for what you now call a text stream event, correct? You knew that's what he was doing.
Correct, for a timeline, yes.
Right, so you knew that for the 1162.2 text stream event, he was going to use your analysis back in January of 2025 to try to pinpoint that text stream event 1162.2, correct?
That is correct.
You knew that.
Yes.
And you know that he used that data to select a specific range for that text stream 1162.2 text stream event, correct?
I don't know if select would be the right. I understand what you're saying. Yes.
What term would you use?
Sure. So based on the data, he's identifying the time approximately when that event would have occurred.
And that text stream event, that 1162.2, is what Aperture is contending is a time of a collision. Is that correct, to your knowledge?
That's sustained on that. Ask it differently, Mr. Ness.
Do you know the purpose of the 1162.2 text stream event in the analysis performed by your firm?
No, Dr. Welcher, I do not.
So you performed your analysis and all these timelines that you talked about on direct without knowing what Dr. Welcher was going to do with that data?
No, so sorry, I misspoke. So it would be to timeline the time and date, or to put a time and date with when that text stream trigger would have occurred.
Exactly.
Right.
So you knew what the purpose was of your work.
Correct.
With regard to Dr. Welcher's work.
Correct.
And isn't Dr. Welcher's work on the 1162.1 and the 1162.2 text stream event an important aspect of the work of Aperture in this case?
Yes, it is.
Did anybody from the Commonwealth ask you in your January 30th, 2025 report to not discuss your work in connection with the text stream 1162.1 and the 1162.2 events?
No.
But you didn't discuss that, meaning the 1162.1 and 1162.2 events, in your first report in January 30th, did you?
That was not part of my report, correct.
But you did delve into that, and pretty heavily, in your May 8th report, correct?
Correct.
And you delved into that pretty heavily in the middle of this trial, correct?
Correct.
So after the trial, do you know the trial started around April 22nd in this case? Generally?
Yes, generally.
So let's do the timeline on
Oh
this.
my God.
January 30th, 2025, you prepared your initial report, correct?
Correct.
In that initial report, you mentioned nothing about text stream event 1162.1, correct?
Correct.
In that report, you mentioned nothing about text stream event 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
The trial starts April 22nd, correct?
Correct.
Roughly.
Generally.
No, the trial in this case, this trial, about April 22nd, after the trial starts and after which.
As soon as I heard that May 8th date, I'd be going back and look at my notes and see who testified like on May 7th, May 6th.
Within.
Wait till they find out that Aperture's report came in on May 7th. Math. Oh my God. You're in danger.
You in danger, girl.
Witnesses, of course, are appearing. You prepare another report, correct?
Correct.
It was
And that's
mine.
your May 8th report,
Correct.
right in the middle of this trial.
Why'd you do that? Did someone ask you to do that?
Hey, you better ask him right now.
Correct.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
And right in the middle of this trial, you enlarge the number for the 21 to 29 range. That's bigger than what it was in your first report, correct?
No, that
Mm-mm. It was like 4 seconds.
He's about to say no. That's not right.
The first one was 12:31:38 to 12:31:43. 5 seconds. So we went from 5 to 21 to 29.
Jesus.
that is not correct.
Well, you changed the number, don't you?
No, I did not change the number.
Well, let's go back to
Bitch, my notes say you do.
see exactly what you did, sir.
Yes, let's.
Let's start with the basics. You said on direct examination, sir, that you prepared your May 8th report on your own initiative. Those were your words on your direct testimony, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to read the first line of your May 8th, 2025 report.
Okay.
Do you have it in front of you, sir?
I do. Yes.
It starts, Dear Mr. Brennan. Do you see that?
Yes, I do.
Pursuant to your request. That's a request you're referring to of Mr. Brennan, correct?
Correct.
I have completed an additional analysis
What?
concerning pursuant to your request. That's a request you're referring to of Mr. Brennan, correct?
Oh,
correct.
I have completed an additional analysis concerning the.
What happened to Hanky's surprise?
We need a voir dire. We need to stop. Everything needs to stop. We need a voir dire of Hank because he lied to the judge outright.
She's not even gonna fucking care. She's gonna be like, I just misunderstood him. It's all
No. Before court ended today, I would have a screen recording of Hank saying to her face that he did not know anything about this report. It just landed in front of him on May the 8th. And of course he was going to use it, but this is not a ambush, not a surprise to the defense because I didn't know about it either. And I gave it to them as soon as I did. He's a liar. If she has no grave concerns, then she's a bigger problem than she's been up to this point. He straight up, I would have a screen recording of him telling her exactly that. I don't know if they gave that to her. If they gave it to her and then if they gave her the report for her to make her decision and the literal first sentence is pursuant to your request, and she still said that it wasn't.
Does she not have this?
I thought they. I'll have to go back to be sure, but.
Above referenced matter. To formulate opinions, the following additional items were reviewed. This wasn't done on your initiative. You put in writing you did it at the request of Mr. Brennan. Which is it?
So that was on my own initiative. This is a holdover, so a copy and paste from my original report.
Oh my God.
You're explaining the May 8th report in your language pursuant to your request as a cut and paste from a previous report?
Yes, I am.
I'm dying.
Do you cut and paste important information from one report to the other without checking it for accuracy?
I copy and paste certain portions.
Do you ever review what you cut and paste to see if it's accurate?
Yes.
You didn't review it this time, though, did you, sir?
No, I did not think it was significant.
Oh, you don't think it's significant, sir, that the matter is in the middle of a trial and there's a request for a new report after testimony has occurred in that trial? You don't think that's important?
Objection.
Sustained.
Why did you prepare the new report then?
Sure. So there was a claim from a PowerPoint presentation by Mr. DeSogra of trying to adjust clock syncs or making clock adjustments based on the synchronization of certain events. That was produced in March. Upon reviewing that, my initial thoughts were to address that in testimony. But as I was preparing for trial, I made the decision that it needed to be better addressed in a supplemental report.
But you understand that the report that you're referring to, that's the report of Mr. Soger, correct?
It is a presentation of Mr. DeSogra.
It's
correct.
a presentation. You understand his presentation merely was responding to the work that you did, correct?
No, that's not correct.
So your belief is that Mr. DeSoger's report didn't address at all what you had done?
Partially, yes, but no.
Okay, but let's cover the basics. You agree that Mr. DeSogra addressed, at least in part, the work that you had done?
He tried to address, yes.
Right. So do you know the date of Mr. DeSogra's report as March 5th? Does that sound right to you?
Yes, that's what I
So
said.
you had Mr. DeSogra's report that you claim was the basis for you on your own in the middle of this trial, creating and submitting a new report. You claim that the basis for that was Mr. DeSogra's report of March 5th of 2025.
That is correct.
You waited 2 months to do that?
Again, my initial thoughts were to address it on
My
testimony.
question, sir, is not your thoughts.
You're
Just
such a fucking liar.
2 months.
Such a fucking liar.
Just let him finish the answer.
Yeah, I don't believe him at all.
Sir, finish it how you like.
Sure. So
2 months, was it 2 months between March 5th and when you submitted your report on May 8th? Was that 2 months?
yes, it is.
So did you know when this trial was going to start, sir? Generally?
Yes.
This is an even bigger issue.
Do you think it's fair to submit a report without anybody asking you in the middle of a trial?
Objection.
Sustained.
He doesn't know. He's not like a real expert.
No, he has an associate's degree in a something that doesn't actually exist, which is another typo.
As we've been discussing, you issued a brand new report, in this case dated May 8th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
That changed your analysis, correct?
No, it did not change my analysis.
Were there changes to your analysis in it?
There were clarifications.
Clarifications.
Correct.
Let's address that. In your January 30th, 2025 report, you did not mention text stream event at all, did you?
No, I did not.
And you didn't mention collision at all, correct?
No, I did not.
And you mentioned both of those now in your May 8th, 2025 report, correct?
I don't know if I mentioned collision. I'd have to go to my report and look.
But you certainly do mention text stream events, correct?
Yes, that's
and
correct.
You labeled them 1162.1 and 1162.2, correct?
Correct.
That's a change from your first report, isn't it, sir?
No, it's not a change. It's a supplement.
Oh, so your definition is that when you add something to a report, it's not a change, It's a supplement?
That is what it is, yes.
Who did you speak to regarding the May 8th, 2025 report before you prepared it?
And no one before I prepared it.
So you just prepared it on your own?
I did.
Did you have any communications at all? I asked you who you spoke with, but did you have any communications at all with either Detective Lieutenant Tully or Buchanan?
So I did reach out to Tully to get a full set of the location data, yes.
So you reached out to Detective Tully before you prepared your May 8th report, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Did he tell you that the trial had started in this case?
No, not during that conversation, no.
You already knew.
That's not the first communication you had with Detective Tully, was it?
No, it's not.
How many conversations have you had with Detective Tully?
I would say a handful.
How much is a handful?
Yeah, I would be speculating, but we'll say 5 to 10.
5 to 10?
Sure.
Is Detective Tully expert at all in digital forensics?
No.
But you've had 5 to 10 conversations with him.
Correct, to get provided information.
To get provided information.
At any time, has anybody from the Commonwealth had a discussion with you relative to your January 30th, 2025 report or your May 8th, 2025 report about keeping flexible the timelines for any events in this case?
No, sir.
Did you have any discussions at all regarding the May 8th, 2025 report you prepared in the middle of this trial with anyone from the district attorney's office?
Yes.
When did you have those discussions?
That would have been on, probably May 7th when I reached out to Mr. Brennan.
Oh, you reached out to him on May 7th? You didn't just surprise him with a report on May 8th?
Yeah. Right.
Oh.
So he did know it's coming. Make up your mind, sir.
What?
I said he needs to make up his mind.
Mm-hmm.
To Mr. Brennan on May 7th, 2025, correct?
Correct.
That's before May
What y'all
8th,
talk about?
2025, correct?
Correct.
So before you sent that report in, you had a discussion with Mr. Brennan about it, am I correct?
Correct.
What was that discussion about?
That was just a discussion over the data and what the report said.
What report?
You were discussing with Mr. Brennan
Arca.
what was going to be in your report, including
The next day.
data and analysis, correct?
Correct.
Oh.
Wait a minute.
Tell Mr. Brennan that you were including data and analysis, correct?
Correct.
Did you tell Mr. Brennan that you were going to be submitting the report shortly to him on May 8th?
Yes.
Oh!
No, I did not.
Did you tell him when you were going to submit it?
No, I did not.
But after the conversation on May 7th, you discussed with him that you had either pretty close to finalize the report. It's a pretty extensive report, right?
Correct.
So
Oh.
on May 7th, you were pretty well along the way in that report, correct?
Correct.
Did you let Mr. Brennan know that?
Yes.
Got him.
So he knew the nature of the report, he
Sure
knew
did.
how far along we were with it.
Sure
Correct.
did. Yep.
Oh. Come on.
Did you have any other calls with anybody from the prosecution's office other than that about your May 8th report?
No, I don't believe so.
Just Brennan, the one who was so surprised by
Do you have
it.
any texts with anybody about your May 8th report?
No.
Did you communicate with anybody else about your upcoming May 8th report?
No, I would have provided a copy to Dr. Welcher.
Your colleague?
Correct.
So Dr. Welcher knew you were working on this report, correct?
He knew I submitted the report. I don't know if he knew I was working on the report.
Did he know you were going to submit the report before you submitted it?
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Did he know what was going to be in the report?
Yes, he did.
Did he support the fact that you were going to submit a report in the middle of trial?
I can't speak for Dr. Welcher.
But he knew you were going to do it.
Correct.
Don't worry. Don't worry. You already have.
Did he say anything, don't do that? Or did he have any comment about the fact you were going to submit it?
Not that I recall off the top of my head.
Not that you recall. So is it possible he did comment on whether you should submit it in the middle of trial?
No, he would not have commented on whether I should have submitted it or not.
How many times in your career, sir, have you submitted a supplemental or amended report in the middle of trial?
This would be the only one that I recall.
So this is the only time. How many years have you been doing this?
Approximately 10 years.
And so approximately 10 years.
Not as long as he's been going for that bachelor's.
Yeah, he's been working on that bachelor's
This
degree
is
for
the
a long
first
time.
time you've submitted a amended supplemental report in the middle of a trial.
A supplemental report, correct.
As you call it, a supplemental report in the middle of trial.
Correct.
Damn.
Do you know a person by the name of Ian Whiffen?
Yes, I'm familiar with the name.
Fucking Alessi is
You
so
say you're
good.
familiar with the name. Are you more than familiar with his name? Are you familiar with his work?
I'm familiar with his report in this case, yes.
So you're familiar with his work if you're familiar with his report, correct?
Correct.
Were you given info? Do you know that Mr. Whiffen has testified in this trial?
No, I do not.
And with regard to Mr. Whiffen's report, did you read it?
Yes, I did read his report.
And that would be of interest to you, correct? That's why you read it?
Correct.
Because Mr. Whiffen's report, and are we talking about Mr. Whiffen's January 2025 report or his March 2025 report? Are you aware there's two of them?
No, I'm not.
Do you know which one you're referring to?
That would be the January report.
So the January 2025 report, are you aware that there's just a couple minor differences between the two reports, or you're just not aware of it?
I'm not aware of either way.
Assume there's very minor differences with the reports. Mr. Whiffen's reports contain information and some detailed, and they're long reports, right?
Yes, they are.
So Mr. Whiffen's report contains information about the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Correct.
It contains information about the location data in Mr. O'Keefe's phone, correct?
Correct.
It contains information about the phone calls in Mr. O'Keefe's report, correct?
Correct.
It contains information about the temperature of the battery in the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe, right?
Correct.
It has some timelines in that report, correct?
Correct.
And those timelines have very specific events that are represented in the data from Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, correct?
Correct.
As a matter of fact, it's got location data and times that you have used in your report and PowerPoint presentation here, correct?
Correct.
When did you receive the report of Mr. Whiffen with regard to the cell phone of Mr. O'Keefe?
So I would have received his report sometime in January.
So 4 months ago, you had the report of Mr. Whiffen with substantial information about the types of databases you can find in the iPhone, location data, health data, phone calls, and a timeline, among other information, correct?
Correct.
You had all that information.
Correct.
And you had GPS location data in that report regarding Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, correct?
Correct.
Do you know what an SQLite database is?
SQLite? Yes.
SQLite, yeah.
Yes.
And an SQLite database is one of the many databases that are contained within an iPhone, including Mr. O'Keefe's iPhone, correct?
Correct.
And you testified on your direct that you have general knowledge about cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And you say you've got certifications with regard to cell phones, correct?
Correct.
And your certifications include being able to read Celebrite and apply the Celebrite tool, correct?
Correct.
And you have certifications that allow you to apply and utilize magnet forensics, like, for example, their Axiom program, correct?
Correct.
And you've done that in your career. You've applied those tools before this case, correct?
Correct.
And you've applied those tools after your work in this case. You apply them pretty much frequently, correct?
Correct.
So the tools, the databases in an iPhone, and all the location data, etc., that was all information you had and you knew and had FASO with back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
And you had access to the SQLite database because you had Mr. Whiffin's report, correct?
Correct. I had the report. Yes.
You had the report. Do you recall on your direct testimony saying that one of the reasons that you did this supplemental report on May 8th was you got new information or more information about Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone?
Yes, correct.
You had that information through Mr. Whiffin's report back in January of 2025, didn't you, sir?
Correct. I had the report. I did not have the data.
Well, didn't Mr. Whiffin's report discuss location in a pretty detailed manner?
Yes, it did.
And didn't he use GPS location data in that report?
Yes, he did.
This poor guy. He's so red.
And you had that in January 4 months ago, correct?
Correct.
And you read it 4 months.
Someone said on Twitter that that is a new shade of lie called repercussion red.
Ago.
Correct.
Yet you still submitted a report on May 8th in the middle of this trial, correct?
Correct.
Are you familiar with a digital forensic analyst named Jessica Hyde?
I am familiar with the name, yes.
Do you know she's working on this case on behalf of the Commonwealth?
Yes, I think I have heard that in conversations.
Have you read any of her reports?
No, I have not.
So you're aware she's working on the case, but you're not aware of whether she's issued reports in this case.
Correct.
So you're not aware whether she has issued reports that mention about GPS location data, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever ask for her reports?
No, I did not.
Did anybody ever tell you or comment to you whether your analysis is consistent or inconsistent with the reports of Mr. Whiffin or Ms. Hyde?
No.
Did you watch their testimony in this trial?
No, I did not.
Did you learn of their testimony in this trial?
No, I did not.
Did anyone from law enforcement or any other aspect of the Commonwealth provide you with any summary of their testimony?
No, they did not.
But you had access to Mr. Whiffin's report with regard to his analysis and the data from Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone back in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Having read Mr. Whiffin's January 2025 report, you know that his report contains statements about movement and other activity of Mr. O'Keefe's phone after your time period in your original report of January 30th, 2025, correct?
No, not after the time period. No.
Let's take a look at that.
Sure.
Let's take a look at your January 30th, 2025 report. Well, we'll come back to that. I'll do that in an order that makes a little bit more logical sense.
He's like, I'll see you at 9 o'clock.
You've mentioned, and just to cover the foundational parts, that you're not the only employee of Aperture that's been hired to testify as a witness on behalf of the Commonwealth in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Your colleague, Judson Welcher, Dr. Judson Welcher, has also been retained by the Commonwealth through Aperture, correct?
That is correct.
Justin Welcher, Dr. Welcher, is a biomechanical engineer, correct?
Correct.
Do you know whether Dr. Welcher holds any professional certifications?
I do not know.
Somebody better check.
Does Dr. Welcher's expertise extend beyond your own?
It is a different discipline than my own, yes.
So it's a different discipline. So it could be horizontally extended, and it also can be vertically extended depending upon the subject matter?
Sure.
That's a fair statement?
Sure.
Your colleague, Dr. Welcher, who is an engineer, did opine on the timing of the TechStream event 1162-2 in his report of January 30th, 2025, correct?
Objection.
Is the objection sustained?
I'll reword it, Your Honor. Do you know whether Dr. Welcher opined on the timing of TechStream event 1162-2 in his January 30th, 2025 report?
Yes.
So you do know.
Yes.
What is the timing of the TechStream event 1162-2 in the January 30th report of Dr. Welcher, your colleague?
Objection.
So why don't I see you at sidebar on this?
When I see a sidebar on this. How about Brennan? You're fired. Go away. Allegedly, in my opinion, do they think this guy is any benefit to the prosecution? Well, I think they originally did, but it didn't work out too well. Hi, Judy. Is she going to end it now? Or does she let him come back?
No, we have time.
Welcome to New York. Oh, where's Paul? Paul left.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Thank you for your patience, Mr. Burgess. You're aware that Dr. Welcher created a PowerPoint presentation with regard to his work in January of 2025, correct?
Correct.
Did you ever discuss that work with Dr. Welcher that he was doing?
No, I did not.
Did you ever review any of his work at any point, including up to the point where you're sitting on the stand today?
I have reviewed the slides that are included in Mr. DeSogra's presentation.
Okay. In the slides that are included in Mr. DeSogra's report include, those slides you're referring to are the slides of Dr. Welcher, your colleague, correct?
Correct.
And the slides that are in Mr. DeSogra's report about Dr. Welcher that slide discusses the 1162-2 text stream event, correct?
Correct.
So you have looked at, albeit through Mr. DeSogra, you have looked at the slide that Dr. Welcher had in his report regarding the text stream event 1162-2, correct?
Correct.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Welcome. May I have this marked as the next exhibit for identification, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
So apparently, Aiden said, Turtle Boy, 2 hours ago said, breaking news, 3 conspiracy charges, 2 witness intimidation charges, and 1 picketing charge against me have been dismissed. I'm reading the ruling now and we'll have more details later.
Wait, say that again. How many? What was dismissed?
Hold on, I gotta go back to it. 3 conspiracy charges.
Okay.
2 witness intimidation charges.
Which witnesses?
I don't know. And 1 picketing charge, all been dismissed. He said, I'm reading the ruling now and we'll have more details later.
That has to be when he was outside the, I think it was outside of Chris Albert's or Jen McCabe's house, and they were all picketing.
Yeah.
I wonder if it's that one. I mean, that's good news. He's still got quite a few to go, but I'm curious which 2 witness intimidation charges got dropped.
But I feel like all of the witness intimidation charges and all that stuff, like, we're all based on the same things. So it's like weird to not drop them all. You know what I mean?
They're different. Well, they're different events because he had the, well, I don't even know what he has left anymore and what keeps being added because it's gone. It's just out of control at this point. But he had the one for the being at the pizza place. Then he had the one. He had the one for. Didn't he have the one for when Jen McCabe was at Proctor's house? I'd have to go back and look at him.
Yeah.
I mean, he has the Tully one. He had the Yuri one. That was from the courthouse, I believe.
I'll look.
Yeah.
They're apparently dropping stuff.
Good. They should be. Somebody needs to drop Brennan now.
We only have like 16 minutes. And we better be starting early tomorrow.
Where?
AAA for identification. Okay.
Thank you. May I present
That's right,
the witness?
Yes.
Thank you. May I remain here for a few questions?
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Burgess, if
Yes.
you could take a look at what has been marked for identification is AAA, and tell me, once you've had a fair opportunity to look at it, whether you recognize that slide.
Yes, I do recognize that slide.
And sir, what do you recognize that slide as?
So it is a slide that states a number of times associated with text stream event 1162-2, which would be the second event.
And did you consider this exhibit AAA in your preparation of a response to Mr. DeSogra's March 5th, 2025 presentation?
Yes, I did.
I offer this into evidence, Your Honor, AAA for identification.
Okay.
I'd like to put the whole report in.
Your Honor, I have no need to put the report's 143 pages.
Literally, Hank wants to waste the jury's time and like bombard them with shit that they'll have to look at when they go back there. Just like him wanting to put all of Jen McCabe's records in, phone records.
So I'm going to let this in, and I haven't decided yet about the whole 143 pages. Okay.
Okay.
Fair enough, Your Honor.
Insane.
And I re-offer it into evidence, Your Honor.
Yes.
But Bev, really, you should just be shutting up.
188.
Like shutting
Could
your
someone
whole mouth.
provide me with that 143 page today, please?
She's like, what is it? Why is this even important?
For a copy for me of that 143 pages.
Like,
Judy.
how at this point is she not like, sir, get off of this, get off of my stand. Get down, go home. You don't need to be here.
Like, Hank, I want to see you in my office.
Yeah. Like, I don't care where you go, but you got to leave here. She ain't reading no 143 pages. Come on.
Before we leave today.
Before we leave, we'll get it, Your Honor.
Thank you.
One way or another. Thank you.
Yes.
You can, please.
Hold on, was it marked?
It's 188.
What number?
188.
Thank you.
May I present it back to the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you. Sir, you now have what is in evidence as Exhibit 188 for identification. I draw your attention, and this is the slide that you considered in responding to Mr. DeSogra, correct?
In response to Mr. DeSogra's analysis of this slide, yes, correct.
And this slide, to be clear, is a slide.
But Mr. DeSogra's analysis was of your report. Who said you got to come back and say what he was saying was wrong?
Well, if you're actually deemed, I don't know, if Massachusetts, like, you don't actually have to like show that these people are fucking experts. That's why there's no CV being put in or something. Maybe that's the case. I can't keep track of what state does what anymore. But I mean, if you have the right to go back on your other experts. But my thing is that he doesn't. This report, he already had this report.
Right.
So what he wrote on the 8th really has nothing to do with this. This is bullshit. It's a lie.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like.
Is it a Daubert state?
She would not allow a Daubert hearing for him.
I don't know what's going. No, she wouldn't allow the voir dire. I don't know. Her typos, Kat, your typos confused me.
Prepared by your colleague at Aperture, Dr. Judson Welcher, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Sir, could you please read the time that Dr. Welcher states for the when infotainment trigger 1162.2 occurred?
Oh, I know the answer. 12/31/38.
12/31/38. We've said it enough times.
So that would be text stream trigger, just for clarification. But yes, I can.
Well, let's go to that. You use the parlance text stream trigger. Dr. Welcher uses infotainment trigger, but it's 1162.2. You both use 1162.2, correct?
Correct. And I think that may be a misunderstanding of how he's worded it.
Well, Your Honor, I'd actually move to strike that about what Dr. Welcher, I'm just going to what the document says.
I'm just going to leave it, but go on.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Why, Bev? We can ask Welcher what he meant by that sentence.
Well, because that's her point is that she's just going to leave it. He wanted it stricken because he cannot testify to why Welcher did what Welcher did.
Right.
He can only testify to what's on the paper. So she's leaving it. It's not going to, it doesn't, I mean, he was actually trying to just clean the record for her, but she's like, I don't give a shit. I'm good.
No, but he's going to tell us how he interprets the sentence. And I don't trust him to interpret nobody's sentences.
Yes. I don't trust him to interpret anything. Everything is a typo on this fucking guy.
Yeah.
So the document says that the infotainment trigger 1162.2 occurred at approximately 12:31:38, correct?
Correct.
And that it ended at 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
So we've got the trigger, according to Dr. Welcher, as of recently as January 30th, 2025, starting at 12:31:38, and ending at 12:31:43, correct?
Correct, according to the Lexus clock.
Right.
Yes.
So now let's go down to what says below. Per report from Ian Whiffen, O'Keefe's cell phone data showed, quote, most notably, all device lock events, including the final lock event at 12:32:09, were user initiated by the user pressing the side button briefly. You see that, sir?
I do.
And did I read that correctly?
You did, with the caveat, that's according to the iPhone clock.
Right. But in any event, that's what Dr. Welcher states on his slide, correct?
Correct.
Do you know, sir, that the iPhone data reported by Mr. Whiffen that you read, that Dr. Welcher references, do you know that report of Ian Whiffen says there was an end of a health event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet that ended at 12:32:16, which is after 12:31:43?
Yes.
And you know that?
Yes, with the caveat, those clocks have not been adjusted.
But you know that there was a end of health event of 36 steps covering a distance of 84 feet that ended at 12:32:16, which is after 12:31:43, correct?
Correct.
Just stating the comparison. So now what I'd like to do is to move on with regard to the analysis. So in Dr. Welcher wrote this, the slide he presented, it's dated January 30th of 2025, correct?
It's not dated here.
It's not dated,
yes.
but do you know that Dr. Welcher created a report of January 30th, 2025?
I do know he created a report.
Correct. Right, and that's the same date as your report, correct? Your
Correct.
first report.
Correct.
So you both submitted your reports on the same date. They're both dated the same at least, correct?
Yes, if they're both dated the same, yes.
Yes. Are you familiar with the concept of pocket state in iPhones?
I am familiar through Mr. Whiffen's report.
Okay. You said you've read Mr. Whiffen's report, correct?
Correct.
So you know that Mr. Whiffen states that there was a pocket state detected on the iPhone of Mr. O'Keefe at 12:33:14, correct?
Objection.
So the same, I'm going to strike it, this, do it the same way, Mr. Alessi, okay?
I will, Your Honor. Thank you. Are you aware of whether Mr. Whiffen has put in the report you read a timestamp for detecting pocket states of Mr. O'Keefe? Are you aware of that in the report at all?
I am aware of that in the report, yes.
Do you know when Mr. Whiffen has noted a pocket state detected of Mr. O'Keefe's phone? Do you know?
So, Mr. Alessi, why don't you show it?
That's what I was going to do. I will, Your Honor. And
Do
if
that.
we could put it up, we've got it. That's already in evidence on the screen.
Okay.
It's already in evidence in screen.
So are you talking about Mr. Whiffen's report or?
Correct. The one, well, you know what? I'm going to show him the report, Your Honor.
Thank
I'll
you.
do it the way you suggest. Sir, do you recall the specific time that Mr. Whiffen has stated pocket states detected for the phone of Mr. O'Keefe?
No, I have not.
If I showed you a report of Mr. Whiffen, might that refresh your recollection as to when Mr. Whiffen has stated pocket state detected? Would that help you?
Yes.
Okay, sir, I'm going to endeavor to do that. If I could have a moment, Your Honor, I have it.
Yes.
Thank you. I have it, Your Honor, if we could have a moment. I have it. I'm just going to go to the page so we can do this quick. This is heavily highlighted. These are the 2 pages. No, I'm saying this is.
Ain't no way she's gonna let this keep. Yeah, she's gonna end it. She's not gonna let him keep looking at stuff.
Got an agreement of sorts with Mr. Brennan. Could I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
Agreement of sorts.
Mr. Burgess,
Yes.
I'm going to show you what are 2 pages out of the report of Mr. Whiffen that you referenced, and we've been discussing about pocket state.
Sure.
And this one here, if you just read this line, because it's the heading, and then the next page, and tell me, sir, with reference to this entry right here, if that refreshes your recollection with regard to a column of pocket state with regard to the phone of Mr. and whether it refreshes your recollection on any comments Mr. Whiffen made about pocket state.
Objection.
I'm going to see it side by for 2.
Brennan, you little bitch. I thought we had an agreement. Oh, what?
Yeah, why? So wait, he's like, that wasn't the agreement we made. Yeah, she's about done for the day. She needs a drink. She's like, I'm ready to go.
I thought maybe we'd get a few more minutes, but I understand that we should end for the day. So for the same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research.
She's gonna call out fucking Brennan for being a goddamn liar.
If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case, please disregard it. Let us know. And please be careful with your social media use. We will see.
Jury's left the room. You see.
All right. So are we all set, Mr. Alessi, on this issue and for each time that might occur?
Understood, Your Honor.
Okay. All right. So we'll see you tomorrow.
Oh, what was that? Yeah, this guy's gonna definitely be rehomed. His LinkedIn is gonna be deactivated because he's gonna be too fucking embarrassed.
It's okay. We'll see him in the morning.
Okay, so can you bring up Twitter so we can talk about this post?
Let me see if I might be logged in here.
If not, I'll pull it up.
Yeah, I'm not.
Okay, hold on.
I don't even know my login. Oh dear. Yeah, it's been a long day.
Okay, so this is from Twitter. Sleuthie sent this to me. It's Commonwealth's videos are 100% altered's account. I mean, it's a really long name for their account. They should probably maybe CW. But
Jen Logan.
Is that who it is?
Well, look, except the handle is Jen Logan.
Oh, Jen Logan. Oh yeah, I wasn't even paying attention to that. So it says Watson. So if you guys remember, we talked about. I guess I'll show you guys this first for anybody who just happens to not remember. But so during testimony, it comes out that Keefe, Trooper Keefe, was not alone in the autopsy, and that somebody else was with him. The defense shows the photo of the two guys in the autopsy, and one looks very much like Proctor, but they title it Proctor and Keefe at, looks like they would probably say at autopsy. But we don't know if the defense put that on there or whoever sent it to the defense put that on there. So we don't know where that actually came from. But this is the photo that was shown in court. So this is Trooper Keefe, and then this is the unknown suspect. So then the next day, Brennan comes in and he's like, we have a stipulation on this photo, blah, 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 blah. This is Trooper Keefe, and this is a what did he call him, a trooper, or did he call him a mister? I'm very curious about that now.
I can't remember if he said Mr. or if he said like Trooper Keefe and Watson.
Yeah, I'm trying. Yeah, you know, maybe I could go back and maybe we can just go back and pull that up real quick. And so this is supposedly Watson. I think he said Trooper too, man, but I don't want to say that without being sure. What day was that?
I feel like it was just wait. What day is today? Monday. Oh, so
was Friday morning.
Could have been Friday.
Let me go back real quick. Let's go back and see. I mean, it's the very first thing that happens, so shouldn't be too hard to find.
Is that Friday?
Yeah.
Hank stands there.
Yeah, here it is. It's this one. Let's see what he actually said.
Witness, please.
Or if I could begin by offering a stipulation that's agreed to
You hear
between
it?
the parties.
Yeah, this is it. Yep.
Can you sit down, please? Thank you. Yes.
Your Honor, if I may, I'd like to read a stipulation agreement between the Commonwealth and the defense.
Okay.
And the stipulation between the parties is as follows. Now comes the Commonwealth and Karen Reed, the defendant in the above captioned matter. Both parties respectfully stipulate to the following. The two Massachusetts State Police troopers present at the autopsy conducted by the medical examiner, Dr. Scortibello.
Two Massachusetts State Police officers. State troopers.
Does he keep going for a second?
On January 31st, 2022, were Trooper Keefe and Trooper Watson.
So he does say
Only
trooper.
Trooper Michael Proctor was not present.
Okay, so can you pull up on your info, like where you pull up how much money they make? She's got some screenshots in here, but I want to actually like see it.
Yeah.
So she puts in that she figured out which, because we were going back and forth on what trooper, what Watson it was, because there was quite a few of them, and the one that we were kind of thinking matched somewhat of his body type and his bald head was another guy who had actually been retired. So we were like, okay, who the hell is this guy? So she says this guy's name is Justin Watson.
I mean, not for nothing, but like the guy in the picture, in my opinion, does look more like the other, the Brian Watson.
He does. Yeah, I agree with you.
The other guy looks too young. But I guess you can't really see his face, just his bald head.
You just
does he have
his
dark?
bald head.
Does he have dark
If
brown
any of
eyebrows?
you guys are, if any of you guys are good at like cleaning up images, you know, I mean I can do some things, but I can't get this to be clear. He's got his name tag on. So Oh, I don't
Well,
know
if
I have
this
that.
person, this Brian is not a trooper, then it's not him.
This guy. Well, that's what I'm saying. If you pull it up, because she's got some screenshots in here. So this is his LinkedIn. This is the Justin guy. I think Brian's the other guy, the guy that was retired.
Yes.
Yeah. So this guy works at Tomahawk Protection Group, is what he's got it listed as. Down here, he says he's a consultant from January 2022 to February 2024. And then here she's got statewide payroll, Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority for the year 2025, 42,000. That's why I wanted you to look it up, because I know you'll find exactly what it is. I don't know where this is from, so I don't.
So she links that later in the thread. It came
Okay.
from a case where
I didn't see the. Oh, here it is. Okay. Is this it?
Apparently he like got federally charged or something
Okay,
for buying weapons.
I was gonna go there, but I couldn't. I didn't remember. I didn't know she actually linked that that document. She links the document where they're actually talking back and forth, because that's like a transcript, and I didn't see that. See, like this is like a transcript, and I want to see. Oh, here it is.
Well,
Here's the
in
Watts
one of
behavior incident.
yeah,
It's crazy to read.
that might have the transcript.
All right, let me see. Oh, it does right here. Yep. Okay. So I'll come back to this. So he was with Sergeant Good. You guys remember Sean Good? He was actually the one who ended up being on both the non-emergency line with Carrie and on the 911 call by the end of the 911 call with Jen McCabe. And he is the one that comes to the scene that they're saying that Officer Seraph was like, somebody get Good. And I'm always like, Good was the one who fucking walked up that he's supposedly saying this to. So it doesn't make sense. Okay, so let me go to the next.
Good was also the one that took Carrie's phone call. He was also the one that was in the dispatch room when Higgins went there.
Right. Okay, so let me pull the article up, because I have it up over here, so I can actually just read you straight the article. So Justin Watson is a former campus police dispatcher that was sentenced in Indiana girl. Did you put it in your notes? Because I couldn't find it. I was looking at your notes from the ME where his autopsy was performed, because I remember them saying that it was moved somewhere else, like to Cape Cod. Do you remember that? And I was wondering if where they actually performed it. I couldn't find that though. So I don't know if any of you guys happen to remember, or otherwise I can go back to her testimony and listen for it. So Justin Watson, former campus police dispatcher sentenced in federal court after illegally attempting to purchase guns, claiming to be a police officer. I think it was Cape Cod too, but we're in Cape Cod. So it says a former campus police dispatcher for the Cape Cod Community College Police Department claimed to be a police officer with the authority to arrest and procure Glock firearms. This week, Justin F. Watson, 36, of Mashpee, was sentenced for purchasing 2 guns, which can only be legally bought by law enforcement officers, according to an announcement by the U.S. Attorney, blah, blah, blah. Watson was sentenced by the U.S. District Court judge to time served, which was 1 day in prison, 1 year of supervised release, and with the first 4 months to be served in home confinement and 50 hours of community service. Okay, so this is in August of 2022. Where at what facility in Cape Cod is what I want to know. What facility? Okay, and then we have this one.
I mean, I'm looking it up and I'm seeing Sandwich, which is where Higgins lives.
Which is where Higgins lives.
Yeah, the Sandwich office is located on Cape Cod. So that's the one, Cape Cod. So it's Sandwich, yep. Where Higgins lives.
Where Higgins lives. Okay, so it says the defendant, a former campus police dispatcher for Cape Cod Community College, was sentenced yesterday in federal court in Boston in connection with making false statements in order to purchase 2 firearms, which can only be purchased by law enforcement officers. Same thing, that's its sentencing. The gun laws exist for a reason, they said. The state's attorney, hold on, I want to go from March of 2018 to February of 2019. Watson was an institutional security officer, campus police dispatcher with the Cape Cod Community College Police Department. As such, Watson neither carried a weapon nor had the power to make arrests on campus. Watson ordered a Glock pistol to be delivered to a firearms dealer on Cape Cod. On August 26th of 2018, Watson went to the firearms dealer to pick up the Glock. Before receiving the firearm, Watson provided his Cape Cod Community College identification card, which listed him as campus police and faculty staff, to the manager, and completed a public safety purchase form identifying himself as an institutional security officer. I don't know. This is what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, I want to say,
I wanted to talk about it with you guys and see, like, is this really who we think it is?
I want to say that this is the wrong Watson. However, the only other Watson that I found was that one, and he is retired from like 2018. So it wouldn't make sense for him to be in there either.
Yeah. So I'm not sold that this is the right Watson. I'm talking to you guys about it so we can figure out what we all think, if this is the right Watson. Because I was trying to listen to testimony and read this, and I can't do 2 things like that at the same time, so I had to pick one. So I picked listening to testimony. So Watson called another firearms dealer and spoke with the store's operator, who informed him that only law enforcement officers with the power to conduct arrests could purchase Glock Model 26 firearms. Watson falsely stated that he was a police officer with authority to make arrests. On November 17, 2018, Watson went to the firearms dealer with his girlfriend and spoke with the sales manager. His girlfriend told the sales manager that she was Watson's boss and that Watson had authority to make arrests. Watson identified himself as a police officer to the sales manager and then purchased a Glock Model 26 Gen 4 9mm pistol for $425. Watson completed a required ATF form and affirmed that he was the actual buyer of the firearm. The form warned that if you are not the actual buyer, the dealer cannot transfer the firearm to you. So during the sale, Watson provided his community college identification card, completed the certification letter indicating that he was purchasing it for on or off-duty use and not for resale. Watson also completed another certification form and listed himself as campus police. Watson then transferred the Glock Model 26 to his girlfriend on December 2018. So this guy couldn't even, I don't even know how he would become a trooper with this pending. I mean, he wasn't convicted of this until August. Okay, so let me go back over here because then I want to show you this clip that she puts up.
Reference to your personal phone that led you to want to get it. So in July of 2022, I had a target of an investigation I was working who alleged that he called me on my personal cell phone. And when I questioned him as to the fact how he obtained my personal telephone number, he told me that his girlfriend had obtained it off of open source internet, which I later confirmed that number was out there.
What kind of concerns did that raise for you, sir?
Well, I had a lot of concerns. And so July 22 is when I probably started thinking about, I got to get rid of the telephone number itself.
Reference to your personal phone that led you to want to get it.
So
okay, it's just replaying now. Let me see if it's on here. No, we'll just go back over here. So I don't know if that's even the person that they're talking about there, but I mean, it could be. But this is actually happening back in 2018. So let's see that conversation. after he explained to Watson that he believes he had committed 2 federal crimes. Okay, let's see. On January 28th of 2019, ATF special agents Brian Higgins and Christopher, I can't never say this one, Kafalis, approached Watson at Cape Cod Community College, told him that they wanted to speak with him about an ongoing investigation, and suggested that he go with them to Barnstable Police Department, ATF report of investigation. They advised him that the conversation was voluntary and that he was not being taken into custody. Watson agreed, and the agents drove him to the police station. Once there, Higgins reminded Watson that he was not in custody, told him that he was not going to be arrested today, and then they read him his Miranda waiver, which Watson subsequently signed. During the interview that followed, Watson admitted to purchasing the Glock 26 pistol for Ecker, who's another person involved in this, because he knew that she could not purchase it herself, and confirmed that he had never had any intention of keeping it for himself. So he admitted that he misrepresented himself as a police officer by using his Cape Cod Community College identification card that said campus police. And he confirmed that he knew the sales manager needed to believe he was a police officer in order for him to gain possession of the Glock. After Agent Higgins explained to Watson that he believed he had committed 2 federal crimes, the agent asked, "So now how do we move forward? What do we do?" And Watson responded, "Well, I think a start would be to give you guys the guns." And the exchange continued. Higgins says, "Well, let me tell you what's going to happen. Dennis is going to take your license to carry." Watson says, Higgins says, "I've already spoken to the chief in Dennis. I've spoken to the chief in Mashpee. When we leave here, we're going to have to go down to Mashpee, and we're going to have to, it says S -- grab up those guns." I don't even know what that could be. What would go there? That you have, okay. And then we'll sort it out and figure out where we go from here. But I would hope that I would have your continued cooperation so that we can bring this to a logical conclusion. Watson says, "Do you know?" And Higgins says, look it. You made a dumb mistake. That's what it is. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. You made a dumb mistake, all right. But I admire you for telling the truth, because if you didn't tell the truth, it would have looked even worse than it is. It looks bad. Do you think it looks bad? Watson says, "It looks bad. It looks bad. But I guess my biggest question is, how do we fix it?" And like you said, and then Higgins says, "Well, we keep open lines of communication. We start off by the Dennis guys. We're going to have to grab your LTC. That's your license to carry. Okay. Can't buy any more guns." So Higgins asked Watson, "Would you give consent for me to search that phone to know you're telling the truth?" He gives him his password. There's no point in saying no to you. You'll just get the warrant. And then there's no point in saying no, because I'm going to make you go through the trouble of getting a warrant. After collecting a phone, Higgins and Watson had the following exchange. Higgins says, "Do you feel better you told the truth?" Watson says, "I do. I do. Higgins says, "It's just embarrassing, right?" Watson says, "Yeah." Higgins says, "All right, let me tell you how things are going to go right now. I'm going to bring the detectives in from Dennis Police Department. For the purposes, they're going to either give you a letter seizing your LTC." Watson says, Higgins says, "I'm going to give you a ride back to college." Back to the college. Watson says, Higgins, we're gonna secure your car, okay? You can't get that ID out for Dennis PD. Or you can get the ID out for Dennis PD. Watson says, Higgins, and then we're going to proceed over to the house in Mashpee, and we'd like to get the firearms. Watson says, okay. Higgins says, okay. Watson says, yeah. Higgins, and I'm in touch with people from Mashpee, so we're going to make that happen, okay? Watson says, okay. Higgins said, and the exception of the 2 Glocks, I'm going to have Mashpee take all the firearms for safekeeping. Watson says, okay. Higgins says, okay. Do you have any questions for us? Anything you want to know? Look, if I can answer it, I will. At the end of the interview, Turner of the Dennis Police Department gave Watson a letter informing him that his license to carry was suspended. And they go into the home. I don't see anything about 2022. I'm not sure where that's correlating to be the same thing. Sorry for it makes it clear. So the closest agent he gets came during the interview to seeking explicit consent to enter Watts' home was in the following, and we're going to do this, and he says okay. So it was inferred consent to search the home. Okay, hold on. Let's see what this says. Higgins says okay, and then Watson says yeah. So that's for searching the home. That's for searching the phone. Okay, see that's 2020. Okay, let me see what you guys are saying here. Sleuthie, what do you think? Did you leave me?
I really don't know. Well, I've sort of fallen down a rabbit hole.
You've fallen down a rabbit hole?
Yeah.
With who? Which one?
With Brennan, and even I just now came across one of the Joe Krowski or whatever his name is. I can't remember if he represented Jen McCabe or Colin Albert. He goes on like.
That was Colin Albert.
Was it Colin?
Yeah, the one who used to represent him, and then after he was no longer his lawyer, he started going on all the talk shows.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He also represented like a former prosecutor in Massachusetts for rape.
Does this take us down the Watson rabbit hole? Or is this a different rabbit hole?
No, it's not a Watson one. And then Spanky, he was represented by, or he represented a Massachusetts trooper, this Brian Erickson, for a domestic assault.
Personal phone that led you.
Oh, was he in the Body in the Snow thing? I didn't watch him.
I haven't watched
I didn't
it.
watch that. But I don't know. One part of Angel Ecker.
Yeah, so this is the girlfriend, right? That he bought the gun for.
Oh, yes. So I don't know if this is the person, but like I said, the other guy, the Brian Watson, looks to me more similar to that guy in the picture with Keith, but he was retired in 2018, so it couldn't be him. So like, I mean, well, it could, but not as a trooper.
But neither one of these people are troopers.
That's what I'm saying. Like, would it really surprise you at this point for Spanky to have said that this was a trooper when really it wasn't? It wouldn't me.
I'm kind of confused by this. How did he become a trooper after being arrested for trying to buy a gun as LEO? See, yeah, I just don't. Did you look up him on the website and see if this guy was ever even a trooper? I mean, he was pending charges, so not to say that he couldn't be, but on his LinkedIn, he talks about that he went to the academy. Let me go back and what did I do with his LinkedIn?
I sent you a screenshot of his pay. So 2022 all the way through to like 2018, I think. It said that he worked for the Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority. So
yeah, so 2018 to 2019 says he went to the Regional Police Academy. This is when he was with Good. So this is firefighting and related protective services. And then he did in 2010 Boston Firearms Training Center, active shooter and defensive tactics. And then he just goes into security.
yeah, I don't see anything with the state police for pay.
Yeah. So how the fuck does that make sense?
I don't know. Regardless of who that is, I don't know. I just feel weird about it. Like, if it's not Proctor, that's fine. I could
But
get behind you
you're
trying to say
saying
it's
it's
that Brian
Trooper
Watson.
Watson. It's Trooper Watson.
Well, the only
Like,
Trooper Watson that I found that's not dead is the guy who's retired and been retired since 2018.
who's
So if he retired in 2018, would they still call him Trooper?
what they call him? Former Trooper? Retired Trooper?
Maybe.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not feeling that this guy makes any sense. But unless for whatever reason that when does he stop working at the community college? Well, he doesn't even have that on here. I mean, unless they go with this.
That person in the Twitter thread had 2025 payroll info. I only go up to 2024.
But that's not for state police. It was for
same thing.
Let me see what it was. Hold on. Where was it? Here. Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority. Is that who would pay them? I don't think so. No.
No.
Oh, that's John Goods. This is Watson. Same thing. This has to be for whatever this is where I got confused. This is when they go to that academy in 2018, and then he keeps getting paid off of that. But is that just because I don't know, fucking Massachusetts is weird. What is this job then?
It says officer. It says police officer. It does on mine as well.
Is that even the same guy?
I mean, it might not be.
Is this Justin Watson? This Justin Watson?
Maybe.
Would you, as a former campus police dispatcher, would you be paid by would you be paid by this same entity?
I mean, I don't know about that. Like here, if you're a WVU campus police officer, like you work for
the campus or the universities as a whole.
You work for WVU.
That's it's from.
Like the
But I'm trying to
university
figure out,
police.
would this person be paid from them, like a campus police officer? Under the school, right? Well, this says it's under the Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority, which is what he went to the academy for. But but then this one is a campus police dispatcher.
Massachusetts Bay Transportation Authority.
Do some Googling. Pulling out the good old Cecil.
Public agency responsible for operating most public transportation services in Greater Boston. So he could have been like transportation police.
Well, that's just possibly. The government proposes to offer testimony that Watson had discussed purchasing a Glock firearm for Skylar Yee, a fellow attendee in the police training academy. But he doesn't ever become a cop. So it can't be. So then Brennan wouldn't be calling him a trooper.
But then again, like, who knows? Like, I simply do not trust Hank Brennan.
Right.
I don't trust anything he says. I don't trust that anybody has the authority he says they have.
Well, I agree with that.
So, especially after today, and we're not even done yet.
I can't believe that she's not going to reprimand Brennan for the fact that he fucking lied.
I mean, she really would show her ass. Like, if that had happened, like, if Dr. Wolf had been on the stand and that same questioning played through, like she would have thrown up her hands. She would have even had the jury leave the room, dude. She'd have been
Probably not.
She would have caused an absolute scene.
Yeah. So I'm not sold that this is the right guy. I'm gonna have to do some more. I'm gonna have to do some more looking into this because it just doesn't make sense. I mean, it is interesting that this Watson guy's connected to Higgins.
Yeah, but like Higgins has been working for the ATF for many years. Like,
yeah, and I don't know. I don't know where the connection between that being the girlfriend that calls him in 2022 that finds his phone number online. I don't know where that connection's coming in. So I got questions.
yeah. Mm-mm-mm.
Mm-mm-mm.
So is Man Shannon the one that I think it is. Man Shannon was the one that Hank intended to call back after Arca testified.
100.
What?
100%. Yes.
Do you think he's still gonna do it? There's no way, dude. There's
I'm curious. How is Brennan even gonna save this on redirect? It's so bad.
I have no idea. He'll probably be like, you didn't write your CV, did you? So Aperture got it wrong, right? You didn't even know, like, it's not your fault. You didn't lie. You know what I mean? And then he'll be like,
you just work for an untrustworthy company that lies.
yeah,
I mean,
he'll be like, you've done the work, right?
beautiful.
How many times have you testified in court? You know, you've had clients, you've done this work. How many times? You know what I mean? That's what it's going to be. Basically, it's okay that you're not actually educated. You do your job well. It's not your fault that Aperture wrote it wrong.
You just work for a shady ass fucking company. And if they can discredit Welcher in any way like this guy, I mean, fucking Aperture's done. Just be done.
I don't think they need to. I think just showing the Aperture period is hiring people that are basically willing to do whatever for the Commonwealth, whoever their client is. And they either don't check people's credentials or they lie about their employees' credentials to get clients. To me, like, Welcher's already discredited. And if he used Man Shannon's information to do his analysis, then everything he says is trash.
Yeah. I'm curious to see how the people who are super pro Karen Reed is guilty try to spin today.
Well, it's funny because just a little bit that I've seen, the last thing I've seen from these people, no, there's a new Sergio video. I have to watch it. I've been waiting patiently.
New Sergio video on Ron Logan. Ooh. Did you ever get a hold of him?
I did not. I did get his email though, but I'm trying to think of what I was just saying.
Sorry.
No, what was I saying?
Anybody knows how to get a hold of Sergio? We're trying to get a hold of him. We want to talk to him.
Oh, the trolls, the people that are pro Karen's guilty.
The
last thing that I saw from them, like several hours ago, is that basically Karen's cooked because now this timeline perfectly fits John's phone data.
Of course it does. That's what was the whole fucking point of changing it, you idiots.
Exactly. That was the entire point. So. But they haven't said anything about the massacre that occurred after that.
Oh, man. Unless he was, I mean, that was just, and here's the crazy thing is I think Yannetti and Jackson are phenomenal attorneys. And then Alessi comes in and I'm just thinking like, I wonder if those men just sit there like in awe, like, I can't believe how flawlessly you just destroyed every one of these fucking witnesses. Like, he's like a work of art. It's like a work of fucking art up there. It was just beautiful to watch, you know. And but I swear to God, his mentor has to be like Perry Mason because he's got like those big, like, gotcha, like, so you're saying what you're saying is you never saw this report and you didn't do this, you know, or like maybe Ace Ventura, I don't know, one or the other. He just has that big ta-da moment, like on every witness that he has up there. But this was beautiful because he leads him into all of it. He leads him into Like, do you know like what lying is? Do you know what's bad? Do you know how professional you need to be? Do you know integrity? Do you know all these things to be able to testify in court? The scientific method. I'm so glad you brought that up. All these things that you're so knowledgeable about. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And then do you know what it's like to be honest? And then, okay, let's go through all the things that you've not been honest about. And then he takes, an hour and a half and goes through all of that stuff. And then he just slams them on anything and everything to do with the reports. And I mean, the guy's integrity is already shot to shit. And then not only does he do that, but then he slams in with some little side pieces of the insurance companies. Who do you work for? Do you work for the insurance company, or do you work for the little guy that's sitting in our jury box right now who's trying to get paid? And he's like, no, I work for the insurance companies. And these people are like, fuck you. You're the one who denies our fucking claims. You're an asshole.
Literally,
you don't even have a math degree.
Like, you literally, like, the impression that I would be walking away from him with is that you can be hired by insurance company, you and your company can be hired by insurance companies to prove that an accident happened a particular way where they would not have to pay. Like, it would be my fault and they would not have to pay.
Okay, then he did another one. He did another one for the jury. What was it later on? Almost towards the end. And I was thinking, ooh, this is another one. The jury's going to fucking hate this guy. Oh, shit. What was it? Do you guys know which one I'm talking about?
No, I don't remember.
There's another, like a normal person is going to hate you for doing what you've done. And I don't remember what it was now. I'm going to have to go back and maybe I'll wait for Indiana Girl's notes. The cut and paste. Oh, the cut and paste. Was it the cut and paste? Is that when I said that too? No, I feel like it was another like normal human being, like the peons of the world, and I work against you kind of thing. Because I remember there was like a second one. I was like, ooh, that's another one. The cut and paste was just ridiculous. That's just stupid. You didn't cut and paste your fucking prior email, you liar, you pants on fire. You wrote a new fucking email. What, you didn't copy it. You just copy and pasted the first line of your old email for funsies.
I don't do that. Like, that takes more time than to just write you a new one.
Yeah, he just wrote a new one. I'd be curious. Okay, let's go back in time. What you said that you cut and pasted this from your prior email. Let's go back and look at your prior email.
True. Listen, this is what happened. That whole thing happened after court the other day, and Hank got called out. So he went to me and Shannon and said, I got called out. I told them A, B, and C. They're going to ask you about this email. Just so you know, I told them I didn't have the report until that day. Just like Hank tries to say, I got the report on the 8th and turned it over to them immediately on the 8th. It's like, sir, they literally just said that they did not get it until the 11th. So are you saying that they're lying? Because, like, I do not believe you, sir.
Right.
So you didn't even read it. You just, you didn't talk to your expert about it. You just sent it right over. I can't believe if she doesn't have Hank in the morning explain himself.
You think that the defense will file something in order to make him have to explain himself? Like he filed on them, that they were, their lack of integrity?
I don't know.
Yeah, he talked to Brendan on the 7th, so it's no surprise when it came. I mean, it was just perfect. Unless it was a beautiful thing to watch. It was a beautiful thing to watch. I wish it could have just continued to go on, but I felt like that guy was probably going to have a stroke.
Yeah, I wouldn't come back.
A mistrial with prejudice.
I mean,
Tully is 100% a conduit. Him and Proctor together, and Bukaki.
I'm just not understand. Like, before he even started talking about when you turned over to the report, like before he even got into the stuff that would suggest that Brennan knew that the report was coming, asked the report to be made, before he even got to any of that, when they were talking about his qualifications or non-qualifications, like how Beverly did not stand up and like clear the room and question Hank, like what he was doing, putting someone like this on the stand. Like, I just don't understand it. Yet he made, again, I'll say this again, he made poor Dr. Russell come twice. Actually, if you consider the first trial, I mean, that's not even counting the first trial, right?
She already came. Yeah, she already had to come out there twice.
But the second trial, you had her come out 2 different days to let Hank talk to her like a piece of shit. And then, yeah, from all the way from California, across the country, dude. And then Wolf and Rentschler to come and be grilled by crazy Hank over emails and text messages, right? But they asked for this guy to have a voir dire, and you're like, no.
Which I thought was kind of interesting too, because this guy does, and they wouldn't let what's his name in either.
Welcher.
Easter.
They didn't let Welcher have a voir dire either.
Well, they didn't even let Easter come in at all.
Yeah, they didn't let Easter come in. I feel like there was another one. Oh, maybe it was the dog bite guy. It was the dog bite guy. They wanted a voir dire of that too.
This is just ridiculous. But this guy can just come in all willy-nilly, not fucking lying about having a bachelor's degree, who's been working on his bachelor's degree for 17 years.
Exactly, Mav.
I mean, I'm fine with it at this point. Like, it's like, you want to deny us what we're asking you for? Perfect. We'll just fucking do it right in front of the jury.
But the problem with that is, like, will the jury, you don't know how they're going to react. They might have thought he was credible. Like, you don't know how it's going to play out in front of a jury. You know, are they going to think that that person's credible and that you're just being a bully?
That's true too.
So, I mean, it's not very cut and dry.
Very true. But I mean, I think you can tell that the guy's not an expert.
I mean, you don't know. They might have somebody on the jury that's like, listen, what's a degree? I've been doing my job for all this time. I don't have a degree, but I'm more than qualified and competent. You know what I mean?
Well, I think the whole thing was about the integrity behind the situation. Let me go see what Sue said about the jury. I looked at it earlier today. She just said they were paying attention. Really, that's all I kind of got out of her. But that was way before cross. So let me see.
The stuff I saw from her, it basically was really generic, like almost like she got in trouble or felt responsible for getting the jury in trouble for talking about their facial expressions or something, because she's doing way less.
I don't see a lot of commentary on the jury. Jurors are paying attention. Most are taking notes. Oh, is ATS here? ATS, are you here somewhere? I'll have to send this to ATS because this is just old school. Sue is commenting on a creator that blocked her. Old creator. She doesn't even think she's a creator anymore. She used to run a YouTube channel.
Who?
Critical K.
Oh, dear God.
You remember Critical K?
So I didn't know.
Oh God.
And then there was a period of time where she was all up and down every one of my Twitter threads. And I figured out pretty quickly that
she's a menace to society.
Yeah, and that she basically just like wanted me to, and she did a couple lives about me. I didn't watch them, but I heard about it. I think Will told me about them. And I was like, I literally don't care. And I figured out pretty quickly that
Will fucking hates her.
Yeah, I figured out pretty
Will
quickly.
fucking hates her.
She was using me for like engagement. Like I got to the point where like I had to mute her so that I wouldn't respond because I was like, she wants me to respond. Because when I respond, like there are people who have notifications turned on for me on Twitter. So if I respond, they get notified. Well, then they go look to see what I've said, and now they're seeing me in this back and forth with this lady.
So it said, so Sue says that that Kay blocked her, so she can't comment on her replies to posts. So Kay said, how did I shut off comments, Sue? Why are you lying to everyone so you could make a whole new post and grandstand? Or are you a defund the police liberal, Sue? Is that why you can't hide your contempt for John O'Keefe and his family and friends?
See, this is what I mean. She wants Sue to respond because that draws attention to her profile.
Well, of course, yeah. And then, so then she says, Sue says, correction, the author of the original post that we were commenting back and forth, so is the one who blocked me, so I couldn't reply. Not Critical K. So she tells Kay, if you want to continue the discussion, come here. And then, I mean, people are bringing up shit from the Watts case about when they hacked into Shanann's Twitter account. And they were commenting on like all of her crap.
She just needs attention. I don't let her have any.
This is just so funny to me, though. Like a random blast from the past coming in.
I found back when I was trying to figure out like who she is.
Oh,
I
God,
found
stories, girl.
Oh, I went down a crazy rabbit hole. And I found some kind of thread in like some kind of forum somewhere for like basically hackers. And she was commenting in there. You may know what I'm talking about. She was commenting in there wanting these people to dig up information on somebody. I have no clue. I can't even remember who it was.
Yeah, I don't even know.
She was like wanting them to dig up information. Well, anyway, they like played the shit out of her, right? And had her send like provocative pictures to them to, in exchange, hopefully get the information she was asking for. And instead of sending the information, they like put them on on this thread. And it was gross. She's gross.
I'd say very different. I can see similarities, but I would not agree with that sentiment.
Horn Betty one?
Yeah.
No. She is a menace, and it's in an entirely different.
Yeah, totally different kind of situation. But I can see this. I mean, I can see why people would compare, but I don't necessarily agree.
I mean, she is a troll.
Well, she lost her YouTube channel she was sued by the Andriacchio family. I don't know if you guys know that case, but she was sued by them and then didn't show up to court, and so she lost her channel. I think she was indebted to them like $250,000 or something stupid crazy. Don't quote me on that number. I don't really remember all the details, but
it was like $1 million. You can look up the court documents. She was complaining. She's like, I can't go to Mississippi or wherever it was. She's like somewhere far away from her or whatever. She's like, I can't go there to show. She's a mess.
Yeah, it's crazy. I just think it's sad. Like Sue's like, I'm just over here trying to report from inside the courtroom, and here I am getting in these Twitter fights. So hold on, Indiana Girl. No, I have not seen that, and I have not heard anything back. When I contacted them, whatever weekend that was that I was talking to you, I sent them an email, and I've not heard anything back. I need to take the time to follow up. I just haven't had the time. I will make note to do it. And then Judy says, check my comment. Let me see. I'm scrolling up, Judy. I'm scrolling up. I think I found him. I've been researching on my computer and listening on my phone. Look up Sam Watson. Okay, let me see.
I will say though, the last I heard from her, I just checked my messages on Twitter. The last I heard from her was when I was still covering Coburger all the time. And people were trying to say that Kara Kernodle, I don't know if you know all this stuff, but Kara Kernodle, that Ann Taylor was her attorney and that it was like a conflict, or that Ann was gross because she was representing a victim's mother in the past and then now representing the victim's alleged killer and blah, blah, blah. And we got all of the court documents for that case for Kara to see like what Ann had filed, this and that. Like, she never filed anything. It was just her office and she's the main person. So I put it out there and I just was like, basically, she was not Kara's attorney. She did not like represent her. Everything is fine. Turns out, like, we didn't know at that time, but eventually we found out that they had discussed this already, like with the prosecutor and the judge, and everything was fine and taken care of. And the last message that I got from her was from her Critical K was January 28th of 2023. And she said, "Thank you for the work you've done trying to establish Kara never met with Ann." And then that was it. I didn't answer.
Okay.
But that was after like months and months in 2022 of her like berating me.
Jeez.
Oh yeah, I'm telling you, she was all over my shit. I had to.
That doesn't surprise me at all.
Like, I'm way more lenient with my muting people. Like, if I see you on another thread and you're like putting up a meme of Karen Reed and like about how guilty she is, like, I'm muting you. I'm getting ahead of you so that I don't then see you on my threads because I know you're coming.
I know you're coming. I know you're coming for my Twitter threads.
Yeah, I just mute you. I mean, or you say something stupid, I just mute you. As soon as I see it, I mute you.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of history there. I just haven't seen that name for I couldn't even tell you how long.
Oh yeah,
So
she's on Twitter. Back when I guess she lost her, I guess what ended up happening was she had lost her YouTube. So she brought her ass to Twitter and then like was trying to get it. And then she made a new YouTube, which I'm pretty sure when you've been banned on YouTube, you're not allowed to
violation.
do that.
Yeah, it's a YouTube ban.
You can't I know you can't evade a Twitter ban. So I was like, pretty sure if YouTube knew that was you. What, sweetie?
If he wakes up, he'll beat me up.
If he wakes up, he'll beat you up.
So I did see this guy's photo, Judy, before, the Sam Watson guy. I mean, he's definitely not bald in his photos online. But then there was like this whole rumor thing about how they all shaved their heads for like a charity event. So then that's why they were all bald. I don't know if that was even true. I mean, this guy doesn't look very big. He looks very skinny to me. And the guy in the photo at the autopsy doesn't look little. But I mean, he's a state of Massachusetts law enforcement officer, so I mean, he fits the resume better. I just don't know. I'm trying to pull back up the photo. Let me see. I'll put them up so that you guys can see. It's just really hard to tell. I mean, they all just look so much alike at this point when they're all bald and then they have masks on. But if the defense agreed that it was Trooper Watson, I think that they'd want to make sure that it really was a Trooper Watson. That's the only thing I can come up with that like kind of makes me want to just let it go. But so once again, it's this guy, and then we're talking about this guy. Hey, Paula. Nah. This doesn't look like the same. Just doesn't look like the same stature, same build. He might just have the booty covers that sometimes they wear in the autopsy, but then Keith doesn't have them on, so it's kind of weird. So I don't know. I was going by his face and his hair. Yeah, that's the one I was showing Judy. I just don't. I mean, this guy doesn't have any hair. I mean, the guy in the photo doesn't have any hair. This one on the left is Trooper Keefe. We know that because he's testified. We've seen him.
I mean, that one is definitely Connor Keith.
Yeah, but this one, that's the unknown. This Baldy over here.
But at the same time, Connor Keith said he was by himself.
Right.
And which would imply that he did not know that was a trooper. And if they went in together,
you'd know you're there with another trooper, no?
What?
You'd know you were there with another trooper.
Yeah, I would think so. And also, why, if you guys went, like, why would one wear booties and one not?
Kind of looks like Trooper Paul. Well, did they enter the list as an exhibit? Because if they did, then we should be able to get it when trial's done. Oh, he said no one from his unit was there. So maybe it's a different unit? I don't know. That's what I'm like. The only thing that's making me just not want to care is because the defense let it go. So maybe I should too. Why does it say Proctor? Somebody could have sent them this and it had Proctor on it already. I just think the defense would have wanted proof. Retired state trooper Brian Watson from Farmington, Mass. Well, that's the problem, is why would a retired state trooper be at John O'Keefe's autopsy? So that's who we originally had said it was, because that's the person who looks the same. That's the one who looks like the same body type, same head, all of it. Why would a retired trooper be at the autopsy? Yeah, we need a first name stipulation. Let's get on that. All right, I'm gonna wrap it up. Anything else we want to talk about from today?
No, I don't think.
That was a good day. That was a good day.
Yeah, I'm excited for tomorrow. Now I got to go see what everybody else is saying.
I know. I want to see what Peter says. But then I also want to watch the Sergio thing on Ron Logan. So, and then I got to catch up on my Diddy Day.
Oh, I'm glad I don't have to do that. I don't have time. But I need to go see what.
So good, Sleuthie. It's so good.
I need to go see what Peter and others are saying, and I got to watch the Sergio video.
Yeah. I'm hungry though. I didn't eat lunch.
No?
No. I just realized that because my stomach started growling, and I'm like, wait a minute. Yeah, I ate breakfast when I very first came on here with you, and then I never ate again.
Go eat.
You stress eat the entire testimony, so you're like, I'm not even hungry at all for dinner.
No, like I had my breakfast, and then I had to have something, so I had those Simply puffed cheese curls, the white cheddar ones. I ate a small bag of those.
They can't push it because they don't know, but I do remember some questioning about Ellie being required to put in their badge numbers when signing in. I wonder if that's going to go somewhere.
Yeah, and then they told us names. So
does anybody know where Betterow is tonight? I don't.
He's
Maybe Young Jerks.
Going on Young Jerks at 6:30.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm making turkey burgers. Peter said, worst expert testimony, witness testimony he's seen in a class act on cross. We concur. I've never seen a witness look so uncomfortable. I've never been worried about the health of the witness as much as I was, I think, this guy was going to have a heart attack or a stroke. Well, all right, everybody. Well, thank you guys for hanging out with us. Sleuthie, thanks for holding down the fort. I'm going to go figure out what the hell we're doing for dinner because I have zero idea. And
I'm sure you'll get something good.
Make something probably. We spent so much money over the weekend not being home. So, yeah, I'm like, okay, let's not do that. All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow. We're going to start at 7. If my kids are going to school tomorrow, if my little sickie is better, then I will Sleuthie will run it like we've been doing. If not, then I guess I'll just be here with you guys like I was today.
Okay.
All right. Go enjoy the rest of your Monday, everybody. We will see you out on the YouTube streets or on Twitter in Sleuthie's case.
Mm-hmm.
And we'll see you all mañana. Have a good one.
Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Love you. Bye.
Do you dare to follow me down? Head into the unknown. Down the rabbit hole. Where it stops, no